Chapter 256. When Ji Huaishan heard Ji Xingxuan's speculation, he did not think much of it and only thought that Shui Rui's visit today was a coincidence. However, when he arrived at the entrance of the tea house in the garden and saw Yushu drinking tea with Shui Rui, he realized that he had underestimated this girl's temper. Although Ji Xingxuan had her suspicions, when she saw that Yushu had really invited Shui Rui to visit with her, she was somewhat surprised and could not help but take a few more glances at Yushu. Ji Huaishan was older after all, and he was a fourth-rank official as well, so Shui Rui stood up to greet him. Because it was the new year, both parties first congratulated each other and greeted each other. After both of them sat down, Ji Huaishan swept a glance at Yushu, yet he acted as if he didn't see her at all, and he said to Shui Rui in an amiable manner, "May I know why young Master Shui has come here today?" Shui Rui was not in a hurry to mention Yushu's matter and said, "A few days ago, I happened to see the unusual phenomenon of the night stars. I did not understand its meaning, and could not sleep well at night. Yesterday, I went to the Celestial Commissioner Xinglu to ask but did not get an answer. Today, I took the liberty to come and ask the right judge to dispel my doubts." "Oh." Ji Huaishan looked curious. "What kind of unusual phenomenon is it? Please explain." Shui Rui then described it to him, as if he was here today to ask for an answer. Yushu looked at Ji Huaishan, who was listening attentively, and her mind was filled with the image of him bullying others yesterday. She could not help but reveal a trace of mockery. Suddenly, she felt a gaze on her and turned to see Ji Xingxuan sitting opposite her. The other party only glanced at her for a few moments before looking away. Every time Yushu saw the veil on Ji Xingxuan's face, she would mutter to herself. It was understandable for a beauty to cover her face, but she always felt that there was another reason why Ji Xingxuan always covered half of her face. At the time of Xia Jiangying's death, she had seen Ji Xingxuan's true appearance. She was beautiful, but not to the point of being peerless. Among the people Yushu knew, Xia Mingming did not lose to her. She also did not see Mingming always covering her face with a handkerchief, afraid to meet anyone. No matter how she thought about it, Ji Xingxuan might not have been hiding her face, but her physiognomy. This was even more strange. It was rumored that Ji Xingxuan was born in a starry summer night, accompanied by cicadas chirping for 100 miles. It was a sign of great fortune. Naturally, her facial features were excellent. Why was she still hiding her face? Unable to figure it out, Yushu withdrew her thoughts. At this time, Shui Rui and Ji Huaishan had already reached the end of their conversation. Yushu only heard the end. "So that's how it is. This is an auspicious sign." "Thank you, Right Judge Darren, for dispelling my doubts." Shui Rui had a smile on his face. He did not look at all like he had brought Yushu here to pick a fight. Yushu did not know what he was selling in his gourd. She only waited for him to continue. Ji Huaishan originally thought that Shui Rui had been instigated by Yushu to question him about yesterday's matter and denounce him, and he'd already prepared a method to deal with Shui Rui in his heart. But when he saw Shui Rui was amiable and didn't have a single nail in his words, Ji Huaishan couldn't help but be suspicious of the reason Shui Rui came here today. Could it be that he did not come to stand up for this little girl? While he was still guessing, he heard Shui Rui say, "It's the New Year's Day. It's not good to come empty-handed. Here, I have a treasure that I just obtained this morning. I'll take it as a meager gift to thank Right Judge Darren for dispelling my doubts. I hope you will kindly accept it." Following that, Ji Huaishan saw an attendant walk out from behind Shui Rui. The attendant took out a slender embroidered box from his bosom and offered it to him. Ji Huaishan said, "You're too polite." He received the embroidered box. Originally, he wanted to hand it over to the steward behind him, but he heard Shui Rui say, "There's no harm for Darren to open it and take a closer look. See if it's to your liking." Ji Huaishan felt that there was something wrong with his words, but it was not good for him to refuse to give him face. Therefore, in front of him, he opened the embroidered box. Yushu and Ji Xingxuan both looked at Ji Huaishan's movements. They saw him take out a folding fan from the embroidered box. He slowly opened it, revealing the painting on the back of the fan. The painting was green, red and green. It was very beautiful. However, when Ji Huaishan looked at the fan for a moment, it was as if he had seen a ghost. This time, Yushu was very curious. She really wanted to know what was inside the fan that could make this old thing from the Ji family change his face. Ji Huaishan's expression changed. A moment later, with a schwa sound, he closed the fan and put it back into the box. He raised his head and looked at Xue Rui. In a stiff voice he said, "Mr. Xue, this gift is too heavy. I'm afraid this old man cannot accept it." Xue Rui was calm and composed. He said, "Why can't I accept it? I still have a matter that I would like to ask Right Judge Darren to take care of." "Mr. Xue, please speak." Xue Rui maintained a smiling face. He said, "Half a year ago, I went to the south. By chance, I met a friend. After that, I didn't say anything. Who would have thought that a few months ago, we would meet again in the capital? We hit it off very well. Because of my age, I recognized a younger sister. I was about to bring her back home to report to the elders when I suddenly heard her say that she was invited to stay for a period of time at another residence. She couldn't go with me, so I had to put this matter aside for the time being. Today, I brought her here to ask Right Judge Darren to find some convenience. My younger sister will be disturbing your residence. I hope that Darren will take good care of her for me. If she is naughty and causes trouble, please don't blame her." This was the reason why he came today. After listening to Xue Rui's explanation, Ji Huaishan knew that half a year ago was referring to the time when the Xue and Ji families were discussing the marriage. Ji Huaishan coldly looked at Yushu, who was grinning at him. He suddenly wondered if he had caused trouble for his family. Because he was stifled, his chest suddenly rose and fell twice before he said, "I thought it was something important. Sir Xue, you don't need to worry. This old man invited Miss Yu to temporarily stay at the residence in order to exchange knowledge with my granddaughter. I will definitely treat her as a guest and won't neglect her." With Right Judge Darren's words, I can rest assured. Xue Rui turned his head and said to Yushu, who was grinning and teasing Ji Huaishan, "Shu, did you hear that? Quickly thank official Ji for taking care of you." Yushu immediately stood up obediently and bowed to Ji Huaishan. She jokingly said, "Thank you for taking care of me, great master." She was able to discern that because of that fan that came out of nowhere, Ji Huaishan was currently holding his breath after eating Sichuan peppers, and he didn't dare make a sound. That was why he was threatened by Xue Rui's soft words just like she was yesterday. Although it wasn't her who had vented her anger, Yushu felt much better when she saw this old thing being deflated. The smile on her face wasn't fake. "If Sir Xue doesn't have anything else to do, then please leave. This old man is not feeling well and can't accompany you. Xingxuan, send Sir Xue out for me." "Yes." Ji Huaishan immediately ordered them to leave. Ji Xingxuan looked worriedly at his grandfather and got up to see him out. Xue Rui declined politely, "No need to trouble Miss Ji. Right Judge Darren, I will visit you another day." After saying that, he looked at Yushu. The latter understood and stood up. She obediently said, "Big brother, I will send you out." Xue Rui nodded and left the tea house with her. Ji Xingxuan slowly walked to the door and watched their figures disappear in the corridor. Then she turned around and walked to Ji Huaishan. She was puzzled and asked, "Father, what is going on? Is there something wrong with the fan he gave?" Ji Huaishan's face darkened. He took out the fan from the brocade box on his knees and handed it to Ji Xingxuan. She opened it and saw a painting on the front. She flipped it over and saw the densely packed words on the back. She was stunned. "This isn't this." Ji Xingxuan showed a trace of panic. She lowered her head and said to Ji Huaishan, "Grandfather, why are my answers for this year's elite test written on it?" Ji Huaishan pressed down on his temple that was faintly aching. He was unable to figure out what channel Xue Rui had used to copy Ji Xingxuan's exam paper overnight, but he knew that Xue Rui had surely found out about the incident from yesterday, and that was why Xue Rui was like this. "Grandfather? Don't worry. He's just using it to threaten me. He won't dare to do anything. Otherwise, I won't let him go even if I have to give up my face." Ji Huaishan said coldly. Ji Xingxuan looked at the fan in her hand and frowned. She felt that her intuition that day was correct. That Yushu really didn't like her. As they walked through the Ji family's garden, Yushu felt like a cat was scratching her heart. She turned her head to look at Xue Rui from time to time. It wasn't until they walked down the long corridor that she couldn't help but move closer to him. She avoided the housekeeper and asked in a low voice, "What happened? Tell me quickly. Why did Ji Huaishan's face change when he saw that fan?" Shui Rui didn't mean to make her anxious. He said calmly, "It's just giving him a taste of his own medicine." Yushu thought for a moment and understood. She said in surprise, "You said that fan was in?" She skipped a few words in the middle and looked at Shui Rui to ask. Seeing him nod his head, her face became strange. She covered her mouth with one hand and whispered to him, "Where did you get it?" Shui Rui smiled and shook his head. He put a finger on his lips and gestured to her not to say it. At this moment, the gaze Yushu shot at him had changed. Truthfully speaking, she'd originally classified Shui Rui as a profligate disciple, and he was at most a profligate disciple that knew how to improve himself. But when she saw his ability today, she knew that she'd underestimated him in the past. Ji Huaishan was the Celestial Commissioner's right judge. She didn't find it strange that he was able to copy her exam papers from the impenetrable exam room. However, Shui Rui was able to get someone to copy Ji Xingxuan's exam papers in one night. How could a playboy be able to do this? Yushu thought of the words hidden deep. At this moment, it was very appropriate to describe Shui Rui. Yushu didn't ask anymore and sent him to the Ji mansion. Shui Rui got on the carriage and opened the window. Yushu saw him waving at her, so she walked over. There was no one on either side. She heard him whisper to her, "Ji Huaishan can rely on a small aristocratic family to sit in his current position. He isn't someone to be trifled with. Today he can tolerate me. Half of it is because of that fan and the other half is because he doesn't want to hurt our relationship. I will temporarily help you vent your anger. During the time you live in the Ji family, you don't need to worry about him making things difficult for you. However, don't deliberately provoke him, understand?" How could Yushu not understand the ways of the world? That Ji Huaishan was afraid of Shui Rui, not her. So she nodded and said, "I understand. As for you wanting to teach the strange technique to others, it isn't appropriate for me to interrupt. However, I will give you a word of advice." Shui Rui sternly said, "That Ji Xingxuan is indeed a rare genius. She is also very scheming. When you interact with her, you must remember to be on your guard. Be careful not to be too smart for your own good." Yushu also knew that Ji Xingxuan was not a simple person. Facing Shui Rui's reminder, she didn't lower her guard and nodded to remember it. Shui Rui was relieved. Seeing her obedient appearance, agreeing to whatever he said, he felt that his efforts yesterday were not in vain. He also owed her a favor. "All right, I am leaving. You can go in. Tomorrow afternoon, remember to go to Wang Ji Lu. N." Yushu waved her hand at him and retreated back to the stairs. She watched as Shui Rui's carriage went far away. Then, she turned around and looked at the two words Ji Mansion above her head. She walked in with a relaxed body. Chapter 257. Yesterday, Ji Huaishan had handed over the task of settling Yushu to Ji Hyotani. Originally, she was to live with Aunt Pin, but after Shui Rui's visit this afternoon, Ji Huaishan had no choice but to have the housekeeper prepare a separate courtyard for Yushu to live in. He also assigned a maidservant to serve her. Yushu first went to see Aunt Shui before she was led to her residence. The small courtyard was adjacent to the flower garden. It was in the east corner, and there was a corridor in front and behind it. The spring grass grew slowly, and the surroundings were quiet. The door knocker was unlocked, and there were 3 rooms in the courtyard. An old locust tree was planted under the northwest wall. Yushu entered the courtyard and saw the locust tree. She thought for a moment, then sneered and ignored it for the time being. She walked around the courtyard again, and finally entered a bedroom facing the south. She had a rough servant put her luggage on the table in the living room. 2 servants left, leaving behind a maidservant. The maidservant had combed her hair and an oval face. She was about 14 or 15 years old, and her name was Sang. Sang took Yushu's bag, and was about to enter the room to tidy up when Yushu called out to him. "It's time for lunch. I'm hungry. Go and get something to eat." Sang said, "Miss, it's about 15 minutes before lunch is ready. The housekeeper told me that someone will bring it over." Yushu said, Then go and get a pot of tea. There's no water in this room. Sang looked around the room and saw that the teapot and teacups were empty. He had no choice but to take it out to find a place to make tea. Yushu let Kim Bao out of her sleeve and let him roll on the table. She opened the bag and took out a pair of scissors. She walked around the room and saw the curtain on the bed. She cut off 2 pieces of cloth and spat into it. She twisted the cloth into a rope and moved a stool to the courtyard. She placed it under the old locust tree and found a hidden branch. She stepped on it and tied the rope to a dead knot before jumping down. Because she had heard from Shuirui that the right magistrate's mansion was the work of a feng shui master in the past, she paid special attention to the layout of the Ji mansion. Everything looked good on the outside, but the locust tree in the small courtyard was a hidden danger. If 2 locust trees were planted at the entrance, it would be fine. But since there was no well or stove in the courtyard, it would become a hiding place for ghosts. If one lived here for a long time, even if he didn't fall sick, he would get moldy. Fortunately, she had learned a lot about feng shui, so it wasn't difficult to break it. The old locust tree was a hanging tree, so it was already very sinister. She twisted a rope and wrapped it with a mouthful of spit to temporarily stabilize the tree. Later, she would find a bowl of rooster's blood and scrape the bark off the tree. As for whether Ji Huaishan arranged for her to live here on purpose or not, only God knew. After Yushu was done, Sunny came back with tea. Yushu left the box with the brush and ink and brought the rest into the bedroom. She could pack them up as she pleased. Anyway, there was nothing important. When it was time to eat, someone came with a food box. There were 3 dishes and 1 soup, including meat and vegetables. Yushu took Kim Bao out from under the table. The little maid was startled and trembled as she stood in the corner. Don't be afraid. It's not a mouse. It doesn't bite. Yushu kindly explained. She divided a plate and put a little of each dish on the floor for Kim Bao to eat. Seeing it sniff and start to taste the food, she washed her hands and picked up the chopsticks with relief. Ever since she fainted on Bai Qing's boat and escaped, Yushu discovered that Kim Bao had the same ability. After trying it a few times, she was sure that the little Goldie didn't eat anything poisonous or bad. Its nose was better than a dog's. She had to be vigilant. Who knew if they would put some slow-acting poison in her food, or something like that? Or if Ji Laosen hated her and had a sudden brain cramp, he would poison her. Sunny was afraid of Kim Bao, so he waited for Yushu to finish dinner before he cleaned up the dishes and ran out. Yushu yawned, grabbed Kim Bao, and went into the bedroom to take a nap. As soon as she sat on the bed, she heard a voice outside. "Miss Yu, are you inside? Our young miss invited you over after you finished eating." It was Ji Xingxuan who had sent a maidservant to invite her over. When Yushu heard this, not only did she not get up, but she also lay down on the bed. She kicked off her shoes and covered herself with the quilt. She used her arms as a pillow and lazily said, "Go and tell your young miss that I don't have the energy right now. When I wake up, tell her to come over herself. If she wants to learn, why would she be afraid of running around? Have you ever seen a teacher condescend to a student?" After she finished speaking, there was no more sound outside the door, as if the person had left. Yushu didn't care how the maidservant would go back and teach Ji Xingxuan. She yawned and grabbed the little Goldie, who was trying to sneak out of the bed, and warned, "Stay in this room. If you dare to run around, I will starve you for 3 days." Squeak. Kim Bao cried out in pain as his tail was grabbed by her. Listlessly, he lay down on the side of her pillow. Only then did Yushu close her eyes and fall asleep. When Ji Xingxuan heard the maidservant's report, she copied exactly what Yushu had said. The head maidservant Yun He sneered. "She really thinks she's someone important. Young miss, I will go and call her over." This Yun He was someone Ji Huaishan had specially sent to stay by Ji Xingxuan's side. She was skilled in both literature and martial arts. She had served for 3 years and was very loyal. There was practically nothing the master and servant didn't talk about. For example, before the Great Yin examination, when Ji Xingxuan went to Huixing Street to ask Yushu for advice, she was the one who went to the alley and knocked on the door to call her. Also, when Aunt Chui came to the capital and was ordered to find Yushu and her brother, she was also the one who led the way. Thus, She was very clear that Yushu was only the daughter of one of the concubines of the third master's branch. In the afternoon, when the eldest young master of the Shui family came to visit, she had also heard about it. Thus, she thought that Yushu's current attitude was one of bullying others. How could she stand it? Yunhe Ji Xingxuan called out to her and shook her head. Right now, I have a request to make of her. Logically speaking, I should go see her. You haven't seen this Miss Yu before. She has a stubborn temper and is a bit strange. If she doesn't like it, who knows what kind of torment she'll make. Wait for a bit, I'll go over in the afternoon. I'll send someone to watch over her first and we'll talk when she wakes up. Young miss, you can't always have such a good temper. Yunhe complained. Ji Xingxuan said. It's not that I have a good temper. What's there to be angry about? They waited until the afternoon. When a maidservant came to report that Yushu had woken up, Ji Xingxuan brought Yunhe over. Ji Xingxuan's courtyard wasn't far from the flower garden. It was only about the time it took to brew a cup of tea to reach Yushu's residence. Sang, or was waiting outside the courtyard. When he saw Ji Xingxuan, he hurriedly bowed. Yunhe asked what she was doing. Sanger replied, nothing, just throwing a few copper coins in the living room for fun. Ji Xingxuan's expression changed, and she stepped into the courtyard. She glanced at the old pagoda tree in the corner of the courtyard, and asked the maidservant which room Yushu was in. Sang, or hurriedly walked ahead and pointed at the door to lift the curtain. As soon as she entered the room, she saw Yushu sitting at the round table. She was tossing a few copper coins in her hand, and looking in the direction of the door. Has Miss Yu woken up? Ji Xingxuan asked as she walked over and sat across from her. Yunhe stepped forward and took off the cloak on her shoulders. She stood behind her and stared at Yushu. Yushu grunted in acknowledgement, and didn't say anything else. The copper coins in her hand moved up and down. Ji Xingxuan said, then I'll start learning from today. I've heard a bit about the 6 trigrams technique from Master Qingzheng. There seems to be a general outline. I'll have to trouble you to recite it first. I'll copy it down and memorize it when I get back. Yunhe gave a look, and another maidservant who had come with her placed a small bookcase on the table. There were 3 layers in total. She took out a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone and placed them in front of Ji Xingxuan. Yushu saw that she was fully prepared and said to her, you haven't even learned how to walk and you're already trying to run. There's a general outline that's not bad. I gave it to you. Do you know how to use it? Ji Xingxuan wasn't offended by the mockery in her words and calmly said, then I'll have to trouble Miss to teach me. You're right. Yushu caught the copper coins in her hand and pointed at her with a finger. She sneered. Right now, I'm the one teaching you, not the other way around. There's no need for you to tell me what to do. Since I promised your grandfather that I would teach you the 6 trigrams technique, I will do my best to teach you. You just need to obediently listen to my arrangements. Otherwise, don't blame me later if you can't learn it. Ji Xingxuan looked at the finger dangling in front of her and frowned. I can listen to your arrangements. However, you must first write down the general outline for me to see. I don't think this has anything to do with how you teach me. All right. Yushu stretched out a palm and opened it in front of her. First, give me the 2,000 taels of silver that we agreed on the other day. I'll immediately write down the general outline. Yushu had only remembered this after a nap. The 2,000 taels of silver that Ji Huaishan had promised her had yet to appear. She hadn't even paid for the school fees. How the hell was she supposed to teach her? 2,000 taels of silver? Ji Xingxuan was stunned. She didn't know about this. She remembered that her grandfather had promised Yushu 2 conditions that day and treated it as one of them. Turning her head, she said to the head maid, Yunhe, go to the study and look for grandfather. Ask him about the silver. Yunhe obediently left. When Ji Xingxuan saw that Yushu was ignoring her, she didn't ask any more questions. She sat with her and waited. More than half an hour later, Yunhe finally returned. Accompanying her was a steward that Yushu had seen yesterday. The steward held a flat box in his hand and handed it to Ji Xingxuan. Young miss, this is the 2,000 taels of silver that Master Te asked me to give to Miss Yu. Ji Xingxuan didn't even look at it, and directly handed the box to Yushu. Ever since she was young, she had ample food and clothing. Everything she wore was of the best quality and she didn't care about money. Although 1,000 taels was a lot, she didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache. However, Yushu didn't care about this. She opened the box and took out a stack of banknotes. She counted them one by one and verified the authenticity of the banknotes. After she counted 2,000 taels, she raised an eyebrow and smiled. She didn't want the box and directly stuffed it into her clothes. She raised her chin and said to Ji Xingxuan, "All right, I'll say it and you write it." Yunhee saw that the other girl's eyes were open to money and a mocking expression flashed across her face. She turned around and asked the steward to leave. Then, she dismissed the 2 maidservants and stood guard at the door. She could hear the narration coming from inside the room. Heaven and man are 1, heaven and earth are 2, heaven and earth are 3, mistakes are 3, earth and man are 1 in the same world are 4, earth and man are 1 in the same world are 5. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Ji Xingxuan looked at the copied outline on the paper, and a smile finally appeared in her eyes. She blew dry the ink and carefully put it into her sleeve. She raised her head and asked Yushu, "All right, tell me, how do you plan on teaching me?" Chapter 258. There's no rush. The accuracy of the 6 lines depends on these 3 coins. Before you start learning, you must first choose the right coin for divination. Go and find 1,024 Tong Bao coins. Ji Xingxuan looked at the 3 copper coins that Yushu had placed on the table. They were all faced with the word character, and were all of the Zhaoqing Yen Tong Bao coins. They were very ordinary. I have prepared the divination coins. Ji Xingxuan untied the pouch on her waist and pulled it open. She poured out 3 ancient-looking copper coins and flipped them over to reveal the word character. They were Tong Bao coins from the Wanha era, and were at least 60 years old. There were many people who used the divination art of money in the market. Regardless of whether it was authentic or not, there was a saying that the older the coin, the more accurate it was. Copper coins that were more than 60 years old were the best. If they had received incense from a Taoist temple, then it would be even better. It was just that these coins were not easy to come by. Even if 1 or 2 were found, they would be stored away and were very difficult to find. I found these 3 Tong Bao coins in the Ascending Cloud Monastery on the outskirts of the city. They were originally the votive money of the believers and are 60 years old. It should be enough to use them as divination coins, right? Ji Xingxuan explained the origins of the 3 divination coins to Yushu. Who would have thought that Yushu would sneer at her and say, "You think you're so smart. You still think these pieces of scrap metal are treasures?" Yunhee could not stand the fact that Yushu had repeatedly ridiculed Ji Xingxuan. She coldly defended her mistress and said, "My Mrs. 3 votive money are not treasures. Do you think your 3 broken coins are treasures? What do you know?" Yushu pointed at the 3 slightly worn Zhaoqing Yen Tong Bao coins and said, "The heaven and earth are based on the people. The 6 lines are derived from the 6 relatives. This divination coin needs to go through a lot of hardships in the secular world. After going through the hands of 100 people, it will be stained with the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Only then will it have spirituality." Then he pointed at the 3 wish coins in Ji Xingxuan's hand and said disdainfully, "People like you, who are worshipped by the people in the Great Hall, are mostly just wishful thinking. Using them to predict the affairs of the world and seek the truth. Isn't that ridiculous?" Yushu's words were so convincing that Yunhee could not refute and looked at Ji Xingxuan. She stared at the 3 old coins in Yushu's hands and thought for a moment before asking, "Are you willing to part with these 3 coins?" Yushu rolled her eyes at her and said, "People say that the Ji family's 4th miss is talented and intelligent, but you don't even know how to draw inferences about other things? I said that this divination coin needs to have spirituality. Since it has spirituality, it will naturally recognize who its owner is. You are trying to be opportunistic and actually forgot the phrase, 'If you are sincere, you will get results.'" After a few words, Yushu had already criticized Ji Xingxuan twice, saying that she thought herself clever and was opportunistic. Ever since Ji Xingxuan started her education, all she had heard up until now was praises. This was the first time she had heard such criticism. Even though she had a gentle temperament, she could not help but feel a trace of displeasure. Her face darkened as she said, Then tell me, where should I get this divination coin from? I just said it. You forgot it so quickly. Obviously, you did not listen to me carefully. Yu Shu first reprimanded her and said impatiently, Go find 1,024 Tong Bao coins. You must get them from the marketplace. I don't care what method you use, you must obtain them with your own hands. Ji Xingxuan heard her speak halfway, and could not help but ask in detail. What happens after you have found them all? After you have found them all, from these 1,024 Tong Bao coins, choose the 3 that are fated with you. How is it fated? Yu Shu stroked her chin and said unhurriedly, First, remove 1 coin and turn it into 1,023 coins. Throw every 3 coins. Clasp your hands tightly. You must have no distracting thoughts in your mind and your ears clear. Then throw it on the plate. Take the coin with 1 back up. If there are 2 or 3 backs up, throw again. Choose 341 coins. At the first coin you removed, throw again. Choose 114 coins. Throw again. Choose 38 coins. Remove 2 coins first. Throw again. Choose 12 coins. Throw again. Throw again. Choose 4 coins. Including the 2 coins you removed, you can throw them twice. If you get 3 backs in one throw, it will be a success. You can use these 3 coins as divination coins. That maidservant Yun He listened to her eloquent speech. In the end, she only remembered 2 sentences. On the other hand, Ji Xingxuan had already written it down on a piece of paper. What if there are no 3 backs in the last 2 throws? Ji Xingxuan questioned. The corners of Yu Shu's mouth curled into a mischievous smile. Of course, there is no success. You just have to throw the 1,024 coins again. If there is still no success, throw again until you get 1. According to this method, even if you can get 1 back every time, you will have to throw at least 500 times. Even then, there is no guarantee of success. If your luck is bad, you can throw 3 to 5,000 times. With such a complicated and difficult method, Ji Xingxuan couldn't help but be suspicious. She thought that Yu Shu was trying to trick her. However, after thinking through the method carefully, there were no loopholes. Everything she added or subtracted was correct. Half of her suspicions were gone, but the other half remained. She turned to look at maidservant Yun He. Yun He immediately understood and asked, Miss said that you have never heard of this method before. Do you have any proof? Yu Shu knew that they were suspicious. She scoffed. This 6 trigrams mystical technique was passed down by a Taoist immortal. If any Tom, Dick, or Harry had heard of it, how could it be called a mystical technique? Yun He heard her scolding the locust tree. She was about to get angry when Yu Shu suddenly changed the topic. She said, Originally, there is nothing much to explain about choosing the divination coins. However, since I want to teach you, I will explain it clearly so that you won't be suspicious. Ji Xingxuan wanted her to explain it clearly. She nodded and said, Please speak. Ahem. Yu Shu cleared her throat and rubbed her throat. She glanced at the master and maidservant. After talking for so long, my throat is dry. Of course, Ji Xingxuan knew this. Although she knew that Yu Shu was putting on a show, there was nothing she could do. Yun He, pour some tea for Miss Yu. Yun He reluctantly poured a cup of tea and passed it to Yu Shu with a bad expression. Seeing that Yu Shu didn't even raise an eyebrow, Yun He could only grit her teeth and pass the cup to her with both hands. Miss Yu, please have some tea. Only then did Yu Shu take the cup and drink a few mouthfuls. She put down the cup and said to Ji Xingxuan, Earlier, I said that the hexagram divination doesn't rely on the 5 elements, but on the 6 relatives. It relies on the 64 trigrams of yin and yang. These 64 trigrams can give rise to 4,096 circles. This is similar to Qimen Dunjia, but because there are 4 circles, there are actually 1,024 variations. This is why we use 1,024 copper coins. When the hexagram divination is cast, the first back is called the lesser yang, and the third back is called the old yang. Among the 4 symbols, the lesser yang and the old yang correspond to spring and summer. You and I are female, so we use the lesser yang as the beginning and the old yang as the end to complement the yin and yang. Do you understand the method of writing this book? Yu Shu spoke methodically and without the slightest confusion. At this time, Ji Xingxuan couldn't tell if she was telling the truth or not, so she said, I seem to understand, but I don't. Can you explain in more detail? Yu Shu waved her hand and said, Daoist Qingzheng told me this at the beginning. If you don't understand, then I don't either. Ji Xingxuan guessed that her aptitude was limited, so perhaps it was possible. She believed her a little more, and didn't pursue the matter. Instead, she said, Then I'll go back to find the divination money. I'll come back tomorrow to ask you. Yu Shu shook her head and looked at her with a faint smile. Let's wait until you find all of them first. She didn't believe that she would be able to pick one without 3 to 5 days of hard work. Ji Xingxuan wanted to learn the hexagram as soon as possible. After receiving advice, she didn't want to waste any more time with Yu Shu and left with her maidservant. Yu Shu watched them leave. She stretched her hand under the table and touched Kim Bao, who was sleeping on her lap. She snorted and said to herself, How can it be so easy for you to learn it? I'll let you suffer a little first. It was a quiet night. It was not easy to sleep in someone else's house. Kim Bao started to make noises before dawn. When Yu Shu woke up in the morning, the first thing she did was to flick its head twice. Only then did it behave. The maidservant assigned to her, Sunny, was afraid of Kim Bao and didn't dare to get close to Yu Shu. She fetched some water to wash her face and brought it into the room, then ran away. Yu Shu ate breakfast and packed a few important things. She put them in a pencil case and the stack of banknotes in her pocket. Sunny was waiting at the door of the courtyard. When he saw her coming out, he stepped back and asked, Miss, where are you going? Yu Shu said, I'm going out for a walk. Sunny hurriedly said, Miss said she was coming yesterday. Aren't you going to wait for her in the room? Yu Shu sneered. She should be the one waiting for me. Why should I wait for her? Then she left. Sunny didn't dare to stop her. He hurriedly ran to inform the housekeeper. The housekeeper had been told by Ji Huaishan not to stop Yu Shu from going in and out. He asked if she took any luggage with her, and then let Sunny go back without worry. Yu Shu came out of the main gate of the right magistrate's palace. She looked around and found her direction. Then she walked towards Horse Street, where Wang Jilu was located. Today was the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. It was time to send off the poor and offer sacrifices to the poor. On the way, Yu Shu met 2 groups of troops that sent off the poor. They were dressed in fancy clothes, with oily hair and powdered faces. They held up banners and signs, and they were blowing and beating drums as they crossed the street. They attracted many passers-by to look at them. It was the first time she saw such a rare sight. She turned around and followed them. Horse Street was located in the busiest part of the northern part of the city. Most of the passers-by on the street were dressed in fancy clothes and were arrogant. Some people joked that if a sign fell and killed 5 people, 4 of them would be from the families of officials. Yu Shu entered Wang Jilu from the back door. Ah Xiang, who was doing rough work, was sweeping the floor. When he saw her, he quickly put away the broom and greeted, Miss, good morning. Yu Shu nodded her head. She looked around the empty backyard and asked casually, Where are the others? Ah Xiang stood up straight and said loudly, The shopkeeper and brother 6 are eating breakfast in front. Gong Qinshi and his wife went out to watch the puppet show. Xiaodai and Xiaoqing are in the room. Sister Xiuqing is making soup in the kitchen. Gui Qi and Gui Ba are in the wine cellar. The 2 accountants are not here. Yu Shu looked back at him. She was a little happy. She thought that he missed out one person. She deliberately asked him, What about Ah Ping who works with you? Ah Xiang scratched his head and looked at Yu Shu. He lowered his head and whispered something. Yu Shu didn't hear him, so she asked again. Ah Xiang's neck was red as he said, Toilet, toilet. Yu Shu laughed and waved her hand to let him go to work. She went to the 2nd floor and took off a bunch of keys hanging on her waist. She found her private room and opened it. She went in and closed the door. She added charcoal to the stove and took out the turtle shell from the bookcase. She sat on the stove and warmed it. Chapter 259. Back at Wang Jilu, Yu Shu was halfway through cooking the turtle board when Lin Fu knocked on the door. He stood outside and asked if she had eaten breakfast and if there was anything else. Yu Shu squatted by the stove and said through the door, I'm busy and need your help to do something. Miss, please speak. I heard that there are live chickens in the woodshed behind. Look for one that often crows in the morning and has a rosy crown. Put a bowl of chicken blood for me and I'll take it when I go back. Lin Fu did not ask what she needed chicken blood for, and left to carry out the order. He came back in a moment and said that it was ready. Yushu then let him go. Perhaps it was because of the strong fire in the stove that this piece of turtle shell burned faster. Yushu's forehead was covered in sweat. Looking at the cracks, she hurriedly picked it up and studied it. There was a small study room in her room. Mo Ju Quan memorized the hexagram, took it apart and put it back together. Finally, he had some clues. Looks like he's headed south. Yushu muttered to herself. She put the broken turtle shell aside and wrote down a few places in the south of the city that he might go to, but she couldn't write any more after a while. The area to the south was huge. The south of the city was also south, and Jiangnan was also south. She could not help but wonder if Jing Chen had already left Anling and returned to Mount Longhu in Jiangxi. When this thought came, Yushu could not help but feel inferior. If he really returned to Mount Longhu, then what was the point of her searching blindly? Miss, the kitchen made lily perch soup. This servant has brought it for you. A voice came from outside the door. There were two servant girls in Wang Jilu. The slow one was Xiao Dai and the fast one was Xiao Qing. Yushu put down her pen and paper, and went to open the door. She saw Xiao Qing carrying a wooden tray with a porcelain bowl in pink and green glaze on it. The lid was painted with a small cluster of plum blossoms, looking very exquisite. On the side was a small plate of the same color with some shallot foam. Xiao Qing covered the bowl with a handkerchief and handed it to Yushu. She removed the lid and said, "Be careful, it's hot." Yushu smelled the aroma of the fish and tasted 2 spoonfuls. It was indeed delicious. After drinking half a bowl, she suddenly put down the spoon and asked little Qing. According to the menu, this fish soup costs 20 taels of silver per dish. Xiao Qing said, "That's right. These Song River base were delivered fresh yesterday morning. There are only 20 of them in the fish tank." Yushu sighed and said, "Later, go tell the kitchen that I don't have to go through so much trouble every time I come back, steaming snacks and boiling soup. Just send tea." She was here to help Xue Rui with his work, not to enjoy herself. She had probably only eaten 17 to 18 taels of silver worth of pastries the last time. If this went on, she would have already lost over 100 taels of silver before she even started her business. If this restaurant was opened by her, she could eat whatever she wanted. But now she was also a worker, not a boss. Xiao Qing showed a troubled expression and said, "Miss, you don't know. This is what the shopkeeper told me. When you are here, you only need to serve them with fresh soup and delicious food. We can't neglect you." Yushu frowned and said, "Go and find old Lin. I will tell him." Yushu originally thought that Lin Fu wanted to please her, so he served her well. Who knew that when she called Lin Fu he actually explained, "Miss, you misunderstood. This is all young master's instructions. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to make decisions on my own." Yushu was speechless. She didn't feel that Xue Rui's way of doing things was very useful. Instead, she felt that he was a fool. Lin Fu looked at Yushu's expression and knew that she didn't buy it. He rolled his eyes and said, "Miss, you don't have to mind it. The dishes are expensive, and our cost is less than 30%. Moreover, you can taste every dish that the chef makes. If you find something lacking, you can improve it, right?" How could Yushu not discern that he was speaking pleasantries? But it wasn't appropriate for her to make things difficult for them because it was something that Xue Rui had instructed her to do. So she thought that she had to tell Xue Rui face to face, so she asked them to leave. She went back and took the cracked tortoise shell. She sat on the soft chair under the glass window and was lost in thought. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Yushu thought that it was Xiao Dai and Xiao Qing who came to bring tea. She said, "Come in." After a while, she felt that something was wrong. She looked up and saw young Master Xue standing at the door of the small study. She quickly stood up and said with a smile, "Why are you here at this time? I have something to tell you." With one hand behind his back, Xue Rui looked at her and said, "There is news of young Master Jing." Clatter. The tortoise shell in Yushu's hand fell to the ground. She hurriedly went forward and asked, "There is news? Where is he?" Seeing that she was surprised and happy, Shuerue's eyes flashed. He walked over her and picked up the tortoise shell on the ground. He turned around and sat on the soft chair that she had just sat on. He said, "On the morning of the 22nd of the 12th lunar month last year, the guards of the Xianqing Gate in the south of the city saw a young man in white go out of the city. He seemed to be carrying some kind of sharp weapon. It seems that he is young Master Jing. I have sent people to inquire along the way outside the city, but I don't know which direction he went. It is difficult to find him." Yu Shu's expression changed. The 22nd of the 12th lunar month was the morning when she found that Jing Chun was missing. Only the rusted sword disappeared with him. In this case, if the guard at the gate saw Jing Chun, then he went out of the city and left Anling on the same day. What Shuerue said next, Yu Shu didn't hear. There was only one thought left in her mind. Jing Chun, that heartless bastard, left her and ran back to Mount Longhu. Shuerue saw that Yu Shu's expression changed again and again. Obviously, she didn't listen to his words. He narrowed his eyes, raised the tortoise shell in his hand and knocked on her forehead. Yu Shu came to her senses because of the pain. She covered her forehead and looked up at Shuerue with dissatisfaction. "Why did you hit me?" Shuerue said, "If you have time to think about it, why don't you think about where swordsman Jing might have gone? I will ask someone to trace him." Yu Shu pursed her lips and said unhappily in her heart, "He has been gone for almost half a month. Can he still be found?" If she knew which family Jing Chun came from in Mount Longhu, it would be better. At worst, she could find him and ask him for an explanation. Why did he leave without saying a word? The key was that she didn't know where he came from. Shuerue discerned the sadness in her words, and he said indifferently, "I don't care if I can find him or not, but since I've promised to help you find him, then I'll surely look for him. Unless you don't want to look for him anymore, just tell me now, and I'll save myself the trouble." Yu Shu was silent for a moment, and then said in a low voice, "He should have gone south, in the direction of Shangxi." Shuerue nodded and said, "I know. I'll go back and tell them. You stay here, the tailor will come over in a moment. By the way, what did you want to say to me?" After he asked, he didn't hear her answer. He looked down and saw that her soul had already disappeared. He sighed and raised his hand to pat her shoulder. When Yu Shu remembered him again, he was already gone. She sat back on the soft chair and leaned her head against the back of the chair. She thought for a while and gradually realized that Jing Chun wouldn't just leave like that. But where would he go if he went out of the city? The tailors came in a short time with small samples of various kinds of fabrics and 2 thick picture books. Yu Shu followed them to measure her height and answered them absent-mindedly. Listening to them talking about the most fashionable styles, she picked up the picture books and turned a few pages. Suddenly, a yellow talisman floated out and fell on the ground. A tailor hurriedly bent down to pick it up and carefully blew it. He said to Yu Shu embarrassedly, "Miss, please forgive me. Yesterday I went to the temple to ask for the talisman, and when I came back, I put it here and forgot to take it out." Yu Shu looked at the yellow talisman, and her eyes lit up. Without saying a word, she stuffed the picture books to them, lifted her skirt and rushed out. "Hey, miss." The 2 tailors looked at each other, wondering why she suddenly ran away. Yu Shu ran down 2 streets before she managed to hire a carriage that was neither new nor old. She tossed a piece of silver to the driver and said, "Go to the Rising Cloud Temple in the south of the city." Sitting in the carriage, Yu Shu was a little out of breath. She rubbed her chest to calm her breathing, and when she finally caught her breath, she slapped her thigh again with a vexed look on her face. The tailor reminded her that she had been looking for Jing Chun for half a month, but she only went to a few places in the city that he knew, such as Body Training Hall and Huixing Street. She forgot that she had taken him out of the city once, to the Rising Cloud Temple in the south of the city. If Jing Chun did not return to Mount Longhu and left the city from the south gate, it was very likely that he had gone there. Along the way, Yu Shu was anxious. She was very afraid that she would not find him when she arrived at the place. If so, she really did not know where he was. The carriage ran for a long time. When it reached the city gate, Yu Shu got off and passed by. She got on the carriage again and continued walking. Outside the city, the carriage bumped and swayed to a small slope at the foot of the Rising Cloud Temple. Before the carriage stopped, Yushu couldn't wait to jump off, which attracted the attention of several pilgrims on the side of the road. Yushu went into the temple and asked around. She knew that if Jing Chun had regained his memory, he would definitely avoid the crowd, so as not to implicate others. However, if he had appeared here, someone might have seen him. The Taoist priests in this temple were aloof and did not like to talk to people. Therefore, Yushu had to ask them one by one in a kind voice, but she found nothing. She had seen many pilgrims in white, but none of them were as good-looking as Jing Chun, and held a sword in his hand. The more Yushu searched, the more anxious she became. After leaving the Taoist temple, she went to the nearby forest. Within a radius of more than 10 miles, it was a large wilderness, overgrown with weeds. She searched around the periphery of the Taoist temple, and then went further. At first, she could still see a few woodcutters. Later, as the sun set and the sky gradually darkened, there was no one nearby. Only the occasional sound of birds could be heard. Yushu was afraid that Jing Chun had the intention to avoid her, so she did not dare to shout. She only hated that her legs were not long enough, so she quickened her pace. However, because she ran too fast, she fell on the ground twice. She did not even notice that her hands were scratched. When she heard the faint howling of wolves in the distance, she was startled to realize that the sky had turned dark. The cold wind blew and woke her up a little. She shivered and turned her head to look at the road she came from. She saw the shadows of towering trees and birds flying past. In the darkness, she did not know where she was. Chapter 260. It's dark, and Yushu is still wandering in the woods in the suburbs. Perhaps she is unlucky today. After walking for 2 miles, she doesn't see anyone. She wants to use the 6 trigram lines to predict the direction, but she doesn't know where the few copper coins she brought with her are. The countryside is different from other places. There are wild beasts in the daytime, and wild wolves and dogs are everywhere. At night, it is even more dangerous. Yushu knows that she is lost. She calms herself down and quickens her pace. From time to time, she stops to identify the direction. The howling of wolves in the distance makes her uneasy. Yushu has only walked a few steps when she suddenly feels that something is wrong. A chill comes over her. She pricks up her ears and hears strange movements in the grass not far away. It seems that something is quickly running in her direction. This time, Yushu panics. She finds a direction and starts to run, hoping to see a short tree so that she can climb it. However, she is unlucky. The nearby woods are full of tall trees. None of them are easy for people to climb. The sound behind her becomes more and more obvious until she clearly hears the low barking of a dog. Yushu's face is full of fear. She wants to cry, but has no tears. She would rather be a wolf than a dog. As if she can smell the stench in the air, she runs forward without looking back. At this time, Yushu wishes she could grow 4 legs. However, she has been tired for the whole afternoon, and has little strength. After running for a short distance, she is out of breath and sweating profusely. Or maybe it is not her time to die. Suddenly, a cluster of fire appears in front of her. It should be someone lighting a fire. Yushu sees her savior. She thinks that the person who dares to light a fire in the woods at night is most likely a hunter. She doesn't know where she got the strength, but she screams help, and stumbles in that direction. Because she is running in a hurry, she can't see the road under her feet clearly. She trips on a tree root on the ground. Yushu falls forward like a dog falling on its face. Suddenly, she feels pain in her knee and lies on the ground. She feels dizzy and thinks that it is over. Woo-woo. After a few screams, Yushu was still lying on the ground. Her eyes were covered with sweat, and there was a taste of dirt in her mouth. Her heart was beating wildly, and there were sounds of running in the grass. After a while there was no more barking. Only then did she realize that she was saved. Yushu was paralyzed on the grass. For a moment, she was at a loss. She twisted her neck with difficulty, wanting to look back. She heard light footsteps, and a faint light flickered in her eyes. A pair of black boots stopped in front of her, and a calm voice came from above her head. "Young lady, get up. It's all right now." Yushu blinked her eyes and took a deep breath, holding back the sourness in her nose. She tremblingly reached out to grab the calf of the person in front of her. She grabbed the hem of his clothes and scolded in a choked voice. You bastard. She felt her legs stiffen. The person in front of her suddenly squatted down and hurriedly went to help her up. Xiaoyu? Yushu was helped to sit up from the ground. She grabbed the hem of his clothes and looked at the panicked person in front of her with her red eyes. Who else could it be if it was not the bastard Jingchen? Jingchen held Yushu's arm and helped her limp to the fire. He let her sit against the tree and squatted beside her. He put down the rusted sword in his hand and lowered his head to pinch her ankle. When he heard her gasp, he quickly lightened his movement and whispered, "Bear with it. You've twisted it." As he said this, he twisted her ankle and twisted it a couple of times. Crack. Yushu clenched her teeth in pain, but she didn't make a sound. She stared at the bastard with a gloomy face. They hadn't seen each other for more than 10 days. He was still wearing the white robe when he left, but it was stained with a layer of gray. His long hair was loosely tied behind his back. Because he was squatting, his hair was hanging on the ground. He seemed to have lost a lot of weight. His handsome eyebrows remained the same, but his cheeks were slightly sunken. Yushu felt annoyed and distressed. If she hadn't found this damn place, would he have starved to death in this forest? Does it still hurt? Jingchen pressed the side of Yushu's ankle and raised his head to ask. He met Yushu's complicated eyes. He looked at her and was stunned. Then his eyes flashed, and he turned his head to avoid her sight. He whispered, "Wait a minute. I'll find some water." As he said, he was about to get up. Yushu saw that he was trying to avoid her. She was furious. She grabbed his wrist and looked up at him. She gritted her teeth and said, "Why did you hide here without saying a word?" Jingchen lowered his head. His hair fell behind his ears and his expression could not be seen clearly. Yushu squeezed his wrist and said, "Say something." "I remember." As expected, Jingchen regained his memory. But Yushu was not happy at all at this time. She was full of anger. She sneered. "You ran away when you remembered? You didn't even say goodbye and just left? Did you treat everything I said to you as bullshit?" Jingchen noticed that her hand holding his was trembling. He couldn't bear to push it away. He wanted to say something but stopped. In Yushu's eyes, it seemed that he was more and more guilty. She was so angry that her teeth chattered. She grabbed his arm and stood up. She raised her fist and hit him on the shoulder. She had been holding this anger for half a month. If she couldn't vent it, she would really be angry. Jingchen didn't dodge. He punched her a few more times and just looked at her worriedly. His heart was full of regret. When she lost the strength in her hands and sat back, he gently pulled her wrist away and said in a low voice, "I'm sorry." Yushu had calmed down a lot at this time. Listening to his apology, she snorted and said angrily, "What did you do to me? Since you remembered, you should know that I lied to you. I lied to you all the way from Jiangzhong to Anling. I should be the one apologizing to you." Listening to this angry words, Jingchen shook his head and smiled bitterly. "You lied to me, but it was for my own good. If I knew the truth at that time, how could I stay by your side and implicate you? You knew that I was in trouble, but you still didn't leave me. Xiuyu, I'm sorry." Hearing this, Yushu couldn't help but feel sad for him and felt wronged for herself. She said, "Since you feel sorry for me, why did you sneak away quietly? You didn't even leave a word. Do you know how worried I was about you? Tell me why. Even if you have recovered your memory, you don't have to leave. I know you are fated to be in Kata Star, and you are unlucky. But we have been together for so long, and nothing happened to me. Besides, I have the adversity blocking stone, so you don't have to worry. Or if you have any difficulties, can't you discuss with me before leaving? Why do you have to hide here?" Seeing her sad face, Jingchen felt very guilty. After hesitating for a moment, he didn't want to hide it from her and confessed, "It has been 19 years since I was fated to be in Kata Star. When I was a child, I only did it once in a while, but it would implicate the people around me. Later, as I grew older, it became more and more frequent, especially at the beginning of the month. I still remember that a junior fellow apprentice once broke his leg when he was picking herbs on the cliff, because I sent him a meal. But this is not the most serious period. The most dangerous period of Kata Star is when the new and old meet each year. In the sect, every year during this festival, I will go to the mountain alone and stay overnight. I don't dare to have any interaction with anyone. At this time, even the yellow frost stone can't suppress the malevolent aura of the star. When Yushu heard this, she understood a little, but she still didn't understand. Then can't you tell me before leaving? Jingchun said helplessly. Little you still don't understand how dangerous this Kidu planet is. Do you know that the things that happened to you one after another were all because of me? If it weren't for me, you would have arrived at Enling smoothly and wouldn't have been nearly killed several times. You can consider yourself lucky. If I didn't leave that day, or left a message with you, I would have violated the taboo. Most likely, I would have brought you a fatal disaster. Even so, I think I still implicated you. Let me ask you, after I left, did everything go smoothly for you? In the face of Jing Chen's question, Yushu was speechless. Thinking back, she was indeed unlucky from the end of the year to the beginning. First, she was sick in the snow, then she almost didn't hand in the exam paper of the strange arts course, and then she was troubled by the Ji family. She really couldn't think of anything that could be called smooth. Seeing her hesitation, Jing Chen knew the answer. He sighed and said softly, "Who knew that you still came to find me? Xiaoyu, what should I do with you?" It was still a bad time. If he hadn't seen someone being chased by a beast in the forest, he would never have helped her. He would have stayed far away. He never thought that the person who came would be her. Yushu was no longer angry. It wasn't that she didn't understand things. Speaking of which, she couldn't blame Jingchen for hiding. She had long guessed that there would be a time when Keita Star would act up, so she had always been on guard. Who would have thought that there would be a big crisis at the end of the year? The yellow frost stone was useless, and Jingchen had run to the wilderness to suffer. Wasn't it for her? If she didn't have a good life, would he be comfortable? Looking up at Jingchen, she felt that he was getting thinner. Yushu regretted hitting him just now, so she asked in a muffled voice, "So you mean if I didn't come to find you, you would go back after hiding for a while?" No. Yushu thought that he would nod or answer yes, but he said no. The anger that she had just suppressed came out again. She held back from hitting him and asked, "What do you mean? If you don't go back to find me, where are you going?" Jingchen didn't dare to look directly at her eyes. He turned his head and hid his eyes. He clenched his fists in his sleeves and said slowly, "Xiaoyu, let's still be good brothers, okay?" Hearing him suddenly say this, Yushu understood what he meant. Her eyes widened for a moment, and she couldn't breathe. Her head was rumbling, and she opened her mouth, but she couldn't say anything for a long time. Jingchen couldn't help but look back at her, only to see that she was staring at him blankly. There was dust and mud on her face. She looked indescribably embarrassed, and her red eyes were filled with tears. Jingchen was startled and suddenly panicked. He reached out to comfort her, but just as he touched her shoulder, he was thrown away by her. She took 2 steps back, turned her head left and right, and bent down to pick up the rusted sword on the ground. She raised her hand and put it on his neck, saying in a trembling voice. Chapter 261. Yushu had thought about it before. After finding Jingchen, she would either scold him or beat him up. Jingchen might blame her for hiding it when she lost her memory. At the same time, he also had his own reasons for leaving. She just needed to make things clear. However, she never expected that this guy would say that he wanted to be her brother again. What did this mean? Yushu was not so stupid that she couldn't understand. What was a brother? It was a very, very good friend. At this point, the previous talk about boyfriend and girlfriend, whether they liked each other or not, all became nonsense. At that time, she used this kind of words to reject Shui Rui. Now she also heard it. How did she feel? She couldn't explain it clearly. Yushu's mind was a mess. It was inevitable that she was sad, but more than that, she was angry and hesitant. She pointed the sword at Jingchen, not because she was really sad and angry to the point of hurting him, but because this kind of unreasonable rejection made her unable to accept it calmly. Even if Jingchen had regained his memories and had many difficulties, he couldn't just casually deny their previous relationship. Xiaoyu. Jingchen tilted his head and looked at the rusted sword on his shoulder. There was a little more sadness in his eyes. "It's my fault. I didn't remember anything before, So I offended you and crossed the line. You should be angry with me. If cutting me with your sword can appease your anger, why not? Huh? Yushu was so angry that she laughed. If killing was not against the law, she really wanted to poke a hole in his body. Unfortunately, she was not so impulsive. She took the sword away from his neck, sat back on the ground, and stabbed the sword into the soil of the grass beside her. She sneered. I won't cut you. I just want to know why you suddenly changed your mind and said that you want to be my brother. I remember right. A month ago, you said to me that you liked me. So you don't admit it so soon? Yushu's words were too straightforward. Jing Chun was a little embarrassed. He remembered the scene in the forest in the city that day, so he lowered his head and said, At that time, I forgot a lot of things. I don't know if I can tell you. Jing Chun didn't know how to continue, but Yushu didn't intend to let him go. Can't you do anything to me? Can't you have romantic feelings for me? Tell me, what have you remembered? Is it that the Taoist priests of your Longhu Mountain are not allowed to talk about marriage? Or are you already married? Apart from these 2 points, she couldn't think of any other reason for Jing Chun to change his mind. Jing Chun shook his head. Yushu frowned. Then tell me why. Don't tell me you don't like me anymore after you regain your memory? Jing Chun's face turned slightly red as he listened to her saying that she liked him, but he didn't say anything. Yushu was a short-tempered person. Seeing that he couldn't get anything out of her, she reached out and pulled him to sit down beside her. She took 2 deep breaths and held back her anger. She said with a straight face, There must be a reason for everything. Tell me why first. If what you say makes sense, I will consider continuing to be your brother. Otherwise, we might as well break up. From then on, you can live your own life and I'll live my own life. I don't want to do it even if I die of old age. The words, I don't want to do it even if I die of old age, made Jing Chun moved. He turned his head and looked at Yushu's angry face. He felt very guilty and hesitated, but he still told her frankly. When I left the mountain gate, my master repeatedly warned me that before I found the person who broke my destiny, I was not allowed to move my Taoist heart. I was not allowed to have love or hate, not allowed to have selfish desires, and not allowed to have romantic feelings. It's because Kidu star is an ominous star that dominates the right and wrong of human relationships. It's in my destiny. Therefore, I've been practicing Taoism for more than 10 years. I've been controlling my heart with Taoism all year round. If my heart doesn't move, my body doesn't move. Everything goes according to my heart. That's why I can't have a romantic relationship with you. Otherwise, as time passes, it will eventually lead to a great disaster. Even with the adversity blocking stone in hand, I won't be able to escape. At that time, not only will you be implicated for no reason, even the people around you will be implicated for no reason. Xiaoyu, I know that you value relationships and righteousness. You also don't want to see Xiaoxiu and Dr. He implicated because of us, right? After listening to Jing Chen's words, Yushu was shocked. She had suffered at the hands of Jing Chen's Kidu star and knew how powerful it was. However, after being with Jing Chen for so long, she used the law of time of calamity to carefully guard against it. Every time she dodged it, it would be more daunting than dangerous. Slowly, her fear of the Kidu star lessened. She even became somewhat fearless. However, she didn't know that what she knew was only the tip of the iceberg. This thing was actually impossible to guard against. It was pervasive. At this moment, she no longer had the mood to be angry at Jing Chen's change of heart. Instead, she was afraid. If Jing Chen didn't recover his memory and didn't leave alone when the Kidu star's ominous aura was at its peak, wouldn't she have harmed Xiaoxiu and Zhao Hui's family? Thinking of this, Yushu broke out in a cold sweat. She leaned against the tree trunk in exhaustion. Seeing this, Jing Chen's face became even more ashamed. He raised his hand to comfort her, but when it was about to land on her shoulder, he retracted it. His eyes revealed a determined look, but his voice was apologetic. I've been in the forest for half a month and have calmed my Dao heart. I definitely can't do it again. I know this time I didn't keep my words and went against what I said in the forest that day. I'm willing to apologize to you. However, you and I can only be friends. As for love, that's absolutely out of the question. Hearing this, Yushu's heart was already half cold. She closed her eyes weakly and waved her hand at him, saying, "Don't say anything first. Let me think about it." The fire swayed between the shadows of the trees, illuminating Yushu's dirty and messy body. Her hair bun had long been loosened and hung messily on her shoulders. Some dead branches and leaves were stuck at the end of her hair. The mud on her face was gray and black because of her sweat. Her hands were rough and black. It could be imagined how she found her way here. Looking at Yushu like this, Jing Chen's chest tightened. He knew that his Dao heart was about to move, so he quickly looked away and silently recited the clear heart formula. After calming down, he picked up a dead branch beside him and added it to the fire. He also didn't say anything. The two sat quietly like this for a long time. With a low sigh, Yushu suddenly asked, "Then where is your life destroyer now? Are you planning to hide for a while and look for him?" Jing Chen stopped reciting and said, "I don't know where the life breaker is now, but after the full moon on the 15th, I have to go to the capital first." Go to the capital? Yushu sensed that there was something else in his words. "Why? Do you know anyone else in the capital?" Jing Chen slowly turned his head and said seriously, "Xiuyu, can you promise me that you won't leak anything about my fate and what I told you today to anyone else?" Yushu said self-deprecatingly, "Don't you know how tight-lipped I am? Otherwise, I wouldn't have lied to you all the way without you noticing. Don't worry. If I mention what you said to me today to a third person, I'll be a pauper for 8 lifetimes. There's no need to swear." Jing Chen shook his head and said without doubt, "I naturally believe you." Hearing this, Yushu felt a little better. She asked again, "You just said that you want to go to the capital. Why are you going to the capital?" Jing Chen's gaze was calm in the night. "You should know that there was a EZ in my dynasty 20 years ago. He was called Yin Hua." Yushu nodded. "Who doesn't know about Yin Hua Zi? I am the son of Yin Hua Zi and Princess Lu Yue in the past." Yushu widened her eyes and looked at Jing Chen in disbelief. She mumbled, "You said that you are the son of Yin Hua Zi and Princess He?" A long time ago, Yushu had heard of the love story of Yin Hua Zi and the eldest princess. One was a dragon among men, and the other was a proud daughter of heaven. Unfortunately, Yin Hua died young, and the princess died for him. It became a sad and beautiful story that was passed down to the later generations. Now Jing Chen told her that he was the descendant of that couple. No matter how she listened to it, it sounded like a fantasy story. Jing Chen nodded. He seemed to know that she did not believe him, so he reiterated, "I didn't lie to you." Yushu asked suspiciously, "Then why did you join the Taoist mountain gate?" Jing Chen said, "I heard from my master that my parents died young. Less than half a year after I was born, I was sent to the Taoist sect by the royal family of Daran. Because my sect's founding master and great ancestor were old friends, he took my life and offended the heavens. Thinking of the relationship between the seniors, the sect had promised to protect my life and help me restrain the ferocious power of Kidu Star until the life breaker appeared. I went down the mountain a year ago because the sect had predicted the birth of the life breaker and ordered me to go down the mountain to look for him. That's why I met you." This time, Yushu couldn't help but believe him. Back then, she had asked Taoist Qingzheng about planet K2, and that old man had told her that if it wasn't for someone with great ability helping to defy the heavens and change one's fate, with Jing Chen's fate, he wouldn't even be able to live to the age of 1. It wasn't strange that Jing Chen had such a strange background. Yushu turned back to look at Jing Chen again. She saw that he had been sleeping in the forest for half a month. Although his clothes were covered with dust and he looked haggard, his actions couldn't hide his bright nature. How could such a person not be the descendant of Yin Hua Zi? As she looked, Yushu suddenly remembered an important matter. Her expression changed, and she pressed down on Jing Chen's arm and asked nervously, "Oh right, I forgot to ask you. After you bid farewell to me and Yang, didn't you say that you were going to find the life breaker? But what did you encounter on the way? You were actually seriously injured and abandoned in the river. Who exactly did this to you?" Hearing this, Jing Chen frowned suddenly. As he thought, he raised his hand to press his throbbing forehead and said hoarsely, "I don't remember that part." "You don't remember?" Yushu shouted. Seeing that Jing Chen seemed to have an unbearable headache, She hurriedly lowered her voice, bent her knees, and squatted in front of him. She asked worriedly, "What's wrong with you?" Jingchen closed his eyes and said, "Every time I think of this part, I have a headache. I can't remember it no matter how hard I try. Before I went down the mountain, the headmaster told me to stay in Yang City for a full month, and then wait in Jianya City for the royal family to come and take me back to the capital. I only remember that after I bid farewell to you, I left Yang, and then I was saved by you on the boat. Only the part in the middle is missing. I don't know who hurt me and buried the needle in me." After knowing about Jing Chen's background, Yushu thought that he had been killed on the way. She was worried and wanted to figure it out, but Jing Chen had forgotten this part. Seeing that he was really uncomfortable, she did not ask any more but comforted him. "It should be that you have just taken out the needle and have not completely recovered your memory. Maybe you will remember it after a period of time." Jing Chen heard that her tone had softened and was no longer angry. He opened his eyes and looked at her worried face. He asked uncertainly. Chapter 262. "Xiaoyu, I've already told you. Are you still willing to be a brother with me?" Faced with Jing Chen's question again, Yushu did not know how to answer for a while. Her heart was stuffy, as if it was tied into a dozen knots, and she could not say anything about it. Although Jing Chen admitted that he liked her before, it was under the situation of her half coaxing and half deceiving. Their feelings were not fake. Perhaps at the beginning, she felt more pity for Jing Chen, but later, she really wanted to be with him seriously, especially after Jing Chen suddenly disappeared that morning. She searched outside for him in the cold for a whole day. If she was not sincere to him, how could she be so impulsive, anxious, worried and afraid? At that time, how could she have known that Jing Chen was not a monk, and he did not have a family, but he could not be involved in love? Otherwise, it would easily harm people's lives. Was the first relationship in her life that had just started going to end like this? Yushu was very unwilling. After all, she and Jing Chen had gone through hardships together. They were affectionate and loyal, and their lives were intertwined. Moreover, Jing Chen trusted her very much. He even told her everything that was related to his fate. Where else in this world could she find a man who was willing to risk his life for her and treat her with sincerity? But what else could she do? She could not ignore the life and death of the people around her for the sake of love. The price was too high, and she could not afford it at all. Sigh, Yushu sighed heavily, and casually pulled out the rusted sword that was inserted in the grass. Under Jing Chen's worried gaze, she stood up and chopped at the big tree behind her. The trunk shook slightly, and a few new leaves slowly floated down. "Xiaoyu, you're so annoying. You're a man and I'm a woman. How can we be brothers?" Yushu turned back and shouted at Jing Chen, even though she knew that she did not blame him. Jing Chen's face darkened as he said, "Indeed." Yushu glared at him and said in a muffled voice, "I said we can't be brothers, but I didn't say we can't be friends. How about this, before you find the life breaker, we'll be friends like before. If you have any difficulties, I'll help you. If I'm in trouble, you can't just stand aside and watch." Hearing this, Jing Chen's face instantly lit up. He nodded and said, "All right, we're still friends." Seeing him so happy, Yushu really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She rolled her eyes and said, "Do you still remember that you once wrote a promissory note to me? It said that you, Jing Chen, were saved by me and your life was preserved. In the future, when you regain your memories, you are not allowed to leave without my permission. If you break this promise, you will be a mangy dog in your next life." Jing Chen remembered this and did not go back on his word. He nodded and said, "I didn't keep my promise." Yushu waved her hand impatiently. "For the sake of my sake, this time it doesn't count. But if you dare to leave without saying goodbye next time, don't expect me to find you again. I'll just pretend that I don't know you. Whether you become a cat or a dog in your next life, it has nothing to do with me." Jing Chen's expression changed, and he said seriously, "If I have to, without your permission, I won't leave without saying goodbye again." Yushu was satisfied. She thought optimistically that there was still a long way to go in the future. As long as he did not run away, there was no telling what to do. Yushu's temper came and went as quickly as it came. She felt much better now, so she turned back to the main topic. I remember you once said that you can sense whether others will be unlucky because of you. Then you can sense it now and see if I have been killed by your Kidu star again. Jingchen said helplessly. You came to me at Kidu hour and talked with me for a long time. I don't need to see it to know that you are in trouble. Yushu frowned and said, Will it hurt Xiaoxiao and Aunt Huai? Jingchen could see what she was worried about. He shook his head and said, They will be fine, but you will be in trouble. But you don't have to be afraid. Now that I have regained my memory, I will definitely find a way to protect you. Yushu clapped her hands when she heard this, and her worry turned into joy. Yes, you are a Taoist priest from Mount Longhu. You are very capable. Her hexagram technique could predict one's fortune, but she did not have any copper coins with her now. Jingchen saw that Yushu's face was clear, and he was relieved. He said, I have learned a lot in the sect, and there are 3 that I am good at. One is astrology, the second is physiognomy, and the third is swordsmanship. I will find some water for you to wash your face first. I will make a decision after I read your physiognomy. Good at astrology and physiognomy? Yushu could not help but think of another person who was also good at it, but she did not know how much worse he was compared to Jingchen. You wait here, I will go get some water, Jingchen said. Seeing that he was about to leave, Yushu didn't even think about it, and pulled on his sleeve. She looked left and right at the dark forest. Thinking about the wild dogs that chased her just now, she was more or less scared and said, I'll go with you. Jingchen looked down at her legs and feet. Does your foot still hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore. Let's go. Yushu urged him, and she stuffed the rusted sword in her hand to him, and said, There are wild animals in this forest. It is safer for us to be together than separately. Jingchen saw that she was afraid, but he did not expose her. He took the rusted sword, held it tightly and said, Follow me. Okay. Under the night sky, the 2 walked slowly to the stream in the forest. Occasionally, there was a faint howl of a wolf in the distance, but it was not so terrible. Just as Yushu was looking for Jingchen near Ascending Cloud Temple, someone in the city was anxious because she did not return late at night. After Shui Rui went to Wangji Lu to tell Yushu about the news about Jingchen in the day, he went back and assigned people to look for him. In the afternoon, he went to Wangji Lu again. He wanted to talk to Yushu about the restaurant, but he was told that she suddenly ran out at noon and left after choosing the clothes. Shui Rui felt that something was wrong, so he asked 2 tailors carefully. After listening to their description of Yushu's expression when she left, he guessed that she went to find Jingchen. He could not sit still, and was afraid that she would be impulsive like last time when it snowed, so he sent people to the Ji family to ask if Yushu had returned. At the same time, he sent people to the guards in the south of the city to ask if she had returned. Finally, he heard from the guards in the south of the city that a girl dressed like Yushu went out of the city gate at midnight. When he got the news, it was already evening. The Ji family said that Yushu had not returned. Shui Rui felt that something was wrong, so he took a few people out of the city to look for her. He regretted telling her the whereabouts of Jingchen during the day, but not sending people to keep an eye on the girl in case she ran away. The night was dark, and a group of people held torches and shuttled through the forest in the suburbs. Young master, we've looked over there, but we didn't see her. 2 men came from the east and rode over to Shui Rui to report. Shui Rui frowned and raised his head to look at the stars. He looked to the east and west, and then he squeezed his legs on the horse's belly. As he moved forward, he pointed to the south and said, Go forward and look. Young master, if we go any further, we will enter the depths of the forest. There are often wild beasts, so I'm afraid it will be dangerous. The person who was holding a torch and giving advice was Gui Lu, the waiter of Wangji Tower. Shui Rui glanced at him and ignored him. He continued to walk into the depths of the forest. Gui Lu rubbed his nose and then followed with his 2 brothers. He didn't carry a stick with him, but he didn't show any fear. He cleared his throat and shouted, Miss you, where are you? Yushu and Jingchen walked back from the stream and reignited the fire that was about to be extinguished. Jingchen carefully looked at Yushu's face with the light of the fire, and saw that she was suffering from illness this time. He thought for a while and then explained to her, Fortunately, the baleful aura on Kidu star has passed its peak, and with the help of the adversity blocking stone, there was no major disaster. However, the ailments cannot be underestimated. Ailments come from the mouth and the heart. One must avoid them, and one must be extra careful to prevent a minor ailment from turning into a major one. In the future, you should temporarily abstain from eating meat and don't see blood. I will give you a secret Taoist prescription for you. When you go back, ask Dr. He to get the medicine and make it into a wax pill. Take it every morning. It will take at least 7 days, and at most half a month. After a minor illness breaks out, you will be able to get through it. Yushu nodded seriously and asked Jing Chen to repeat the Taoist prescription 3 to 5 times and memorize it one by one. Only then did she feel relieved. It was early in spring, and the night was cold and dewy. It was especially cold in the outskirts of the forest. Yushu sat by the fire. The front was warm, but her back was still cold from the wind. She couldn't help but sneeze a few times. Jing Chen saw that she was freezing, so he thought of a way to split the fire into 2 piles. He jumped up to the top of the tree and cut off a soft branch for her to sit on. Only then did she feel better. Endure it for 1 night. At this time, the city gate is closed and you can't go in. Mingfu will send you back early in the morning. Yushu sniffed and hugged her knees. Then when you go to the capital after the 15th, where can I find you? Jing Chen added fuel to the fire as he said, I will find you after I go to the capital. Only now did Yushu remember to tell him that she wasn't living at Zhao Hui's place right now. She was bored and was about to tell him about the wicked Ji family, who coveted her strange skills when she suddenly saw Jing Chen raise his head and stand up. What is it? Yushu also stood up with him. Shu. Jing Chen made a shushing gesture. He held his sword in one hand and pulled up his clothes with the other. He jumped up the tree trunk and jumped onto a branch. He looked into the distance and saw scattered flames in the distance. He knew that someone was coming. He listened carefully and faintly heard someone calling him. He frowned and jumped down from the tree, his feet firmly landing on the ground. What happened? Yushu asked in a low voice. Jing Chen looked at her and said, It seems like someone is looking for you. I heard them calling Miss You. Yushu was startled. The first thing she thought of was Shuirue. Other than him, who else could go out of the city in the middle of the night to look for her in the wilderness? Jing Chen asked, Could it be Dr. He and the others who saw that you didn't return and came out to look for you? Yushu shook her head. It should be older brother Shui. Jing Chen knew of Shuirue. His expression changed. He looked into the distance again and said to her, I can't interact with outsiders right now to avoid harming them. I will hide first. When they find this place, you can go with them. Yushu didn't finish what she wanted to say to Jing Chen. She was a bit reluctant, but she heard someone calling from the distance. She knew that she couldn't let Jing Chen meet them, so she stepped forward and held his arm, saying, I'm not living at Aunt Hui's house now. I moved to the right magistrate Ji family. I will explain to you later. If you return to the capital after the 15th, wait for me at the small courtyard on Huixing Street. I will go find you. Jing Chen nodded. He saw a leaf in her hair and couldn't help but reach out to pluck it for her. He gently said, Be careful. After saying that, he took a few steps back and disappeared into the dark forest without looking back. Yushu saw that he had disappeared and felt melancholy. Not long after, she heard the sound of horse hooves coming from afar. It gradually came behind her and a low shout reached her ears, Shu. Chapter 263. In the dark forest at night, wolves and dogs howled. When Shuirue saw the glow of a fire from afar, he brought along his men and swiftly rushed over there. When he saw the figure that was standing by the side of the fire clearly, he leaped off his horse and walked swiftly to stand before that figure. He first used his gaze to inspect her from head to toe, and when he didn't notice that she was missing an arm or a leg, the worry in his heart finally eased up. What followed after was a wave of rage, and he said with a gloomy expression, You ran into the wilderness by yourself. Do you intend to feed the wolves? Yushu looked at Shuirue, who came out to look for her in the middle of the night. Knowing that she was in the wrong, she lowered her head and whispered, I accidentally lost my way. Shuerue still wanted to say something, but a gust of wind blew over. When he saw Yushu shrinking her neck and shuddering, he frowned and raised his hand to untie the silk rope in front of his chest. He took off the cloak on his shoulders and wrapped one of his arms around her shoulders before draping it over her shoulders. Yushu's upper body suddenly warmed up. When her gaze landed, she saw a pair of hands tying a knot in front of her neck. She raised her head slightly and saw the fine wrinkles on the eyebrows of the person in front of her. She seemed to be able to feel the source of his displeasure. Her eyes slightly swayed as she softly said, "Big brother, I made you worry." Shuerue's fingers paused for a moment, causing the knot to become even heavier. After that, he took a step back and looked past her shoulder. As he gazed at the fire and the shadows of the trees behind her, his gaze flickered, and then he turned around and instructed the people he brought with him. "Extinguish the fire, we're returning." Gue Chi and Gue Ba nodded and went forward to extinguish the fire. Shuerue walked to the side of the horse and pulled the reins with one hand. When he turned around and saw that Yushu was still standing there without moving, and she was looking around for something, Shuerue intentionally said in a cold voice, "Why aren't you leaving yet?" "Oh." Yushu retracted her gaze from the direction where Jingchen had left. Grabbing the cloak on her shoulder, she jogged forward and watched as Shuerue mounted his horse. He extended an arm towards her, indicating that he wanted to ride with her. Could she walk back? Shuerue didn't seem to notice her hesitation and urged, "Come up and sit behind me. We need to go back as soon as possible." Yushu had no choice but to hold onto his arm. She raised her leg, intending to step on the stirrup, but Shuerue stretched out his other hand, and without any explanation, circled her waist and back. With a forceful pull, Yushu's feet left the ground. In a flurry, she grabbed onto his shoulder. She heard a faint chuckle, then her buttocks fell back onto the saddle. Immediately after that, the hand that was circling around her waist left her. "Sit tight." Shuerue grabbed the reins with both hands and squeezed the horse's abdomen lightly. Then the horse started to trot forward. His speed was not fast, which made Yushu, who suddenly felt a little dizzy from sitting so high, feel refreshed. Then Gui Lu and the others followed. One ran in front of Shuerue and lit a torch to find the way. The other two followed behind and didn't move forward. Yushu sat behind Shuerue with her legs together. Although she wasn't afraid of heights, she was afraid of falling. She wanted to find a place to support herself. But she was depressed to find that other than the person in front of her, she had no place to put her hands. She looked up and down and couldn't find a suitable place to grab. Should she hug his waist? She wasn't that thick-skinned. Should she pull his belt? She was afraid that he would pull it open. Finally, her eyes fell on his shoulder. Her eyes lit up and she put her hand on it. The moment she moved, Shuerue sensed it and turned his gaze to look at the hand on his shoulder. To his surprise, he saw that there were a few new scratches on the back of her hand that had just recovered from frostbite. He felt uncomfortable in his heart, so he silently turned his head around and didn't say anything. Yushu thought that Shuerue would ask her why she ran to the suburbs. She secretly thought of an excuse. But after waiting for a long time, he didn't ask. She thought that he was still angry. After thinking for a while, she felt that she was in the wrong, so she cleared her throat and took the initiative to say, "During the day, I suddenly thought of a place that Jingchen might go to. I was anxious, so I hired a carriage to leave the city. I didn't expect the forest to be so big and deep. I got lost after walking too far. Fortunately, you came to find me. Otherwise, I would have to spend the night on the tree." Yushu pretended to be relaxed. Who knew that once she said it, Shuerue would remember the scene when she went out to find someone in the heavy snow and froze in front of him. He could still clearly remember that pale face until now. Shuerue clenched the reins in his hand and ignored her. He was afraid that if he opened his mouth, he wouldn't be able to control himself and teach her a lesson. Yushu said a few more words, but when she didn't see Shuerue responding, she sensibly shut her mouth. She was exhausted from running around for the entire day, and she'd experienced happiness and anger one after another. Now that she'd calmed down, she only felt a surge of sleepiness, so she covered her mouth and yawned a few times while her eyelids twitched. Feeling the weight on his back, Shuerue pulled on the reins lightly and slowed down the horse's speed. He turned his head and looked at Yushu, who was sleeping quietly on his back. That lively face during the day was now suffused with a layer of gentle light under the moonlight. Her stubbornness was gone, and she couldn't help but look weak, making people feel pity for her. Shui Rui let out a short sigh and whispered, "Why do you have to do this?" The city gate was closed in the middle of the night. Fortunately, Shui Rui had informed the guards in advance, so they left half the gate open for him to pass through. Yushu lay on Shui Rui's back and slept for the whole journey. It was not until they returned to Wangji Tower in the south of the city that Shui Rui woke her up and asked someone to knock on the back door. The cook, Xiuqing, came to answer the door and helped the dazed Yushu up to the room on the second floor. She put her on the bed and lit the lamp to take a look. Yushu was filthy from head to toe, so she went outside to call for someone to boil water and prepare a bathtub. Shui Rui sat in the outer room and received the tea that Lin Fu passed to him. And then he said to the cook, "Let her sleep. Just give her a simple wipe, and then check if there are any injuries on her body." Okay. Xiuqing went inside again and closed the small door of the bedroom. Lin Fu stood next to Shui Rui and asked carefully, "Gongzi, I have asked someone to make the bed. You should go and rest. Let Xiaonyang take care of this place." Shui Rui looked at the door of the bedroom and felt that it was inappropriate to wait here. He got up and said, "You go down with me." Yes. Yushu slept until dawn the next day. When she woke up, her back was sore and her bones were cracking. She sat up and smelled a faint musk. She looked at her underwear, and her hands were wrapped with a few bandages. She then rolled up her trousers and saw that her ankles and knees were smeared with medicine. She vaguely remembered that it was the cook who took care of her last night. Yushu found a stack of banknotes under the pillow that she put away when she took off her clothes last night. She stuffed it back and was not afraid of losing it in the restaurant. She stretched. Yushu stepped on a pair of new embroidered shoes and walked to the table to pour a cup of tea. The tea was still warm. While drinking, Yushu recalled what happened last night. Her mood suddenly became complicated. After the night passed, they returned to the beginning. Jingchen was hiding, and the two became friends again. Yushu touched the amulet stuck in her underwear and digested what she heard from Jingchen last night. She concluded that K-Star often occurred at the beginning of every month. Every year, during the New and Old New Year's festival, there were murders. Even the Yellow Frost Stone could not stop it. Before finding the person who broke the life, Jingchen's Dao heart could not be moved. If it was moved, it would bring disaster and harm to the innocent. In addition, Jingchen was the descendant of Yan Hua-yi and the eldest princess. Forget it. It's fine as long as Jingchen is safe, Yushu muttered. She put down the teacup and looked around the room for her clothes. However, she saw a short cloak thrown on the recliner. She fixed her gaze, and the frown on Shui Rui's face flashed across her mind. "Miss, you're awake." Miss? Ah." Yushu suddenly turned her head and looked at the maid, Xiaoqing, who was holding a tray at the door. She regained her senses and said, "Oh, what did you say just now?" Xiaoqing said, "The hot water is ready. Have a bowl of porridge to warm your stomach first, then go take a bath?" Yushu scratched her head. She smelled a faint sweat on her body and felt her stomach growling. Thus, she went forward and took the bowl of porridge. She gulped it down but could not taste it, so she went next door to take a bath. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Yushu was soaking in a bathtub full of flower petals with white mist curling up in spirals. She sighed comfortably and muttered to herself, "Who said that nothing good happened these days? Didn't I recognize a big brother?" After saying that, she smiled. After taking a bath, Yushu changed into a clean dress that no one knew where she got it from. She sat on the bed with her hair down and stretched out her hand to let the maid apply medicine on her. Her claws were frozen in the front and broken in the back. They were already in a bad shape. The two little maids did not dare to use force when they saw it. They asked her carefully, "Miss, does it hurt?" Yushu teased them. "It doesn't hurt, but it's too ugly. Look at the red and swollen skin. Don't you think it looks like pig trotters? Or is it infected?" Xiaoqing and Xiaodai laughed. They realized that they had lost their manners, so they quickly lowered their heads and apologized. "Miss, don't blame us." Yushu smiled. All right, quickly finish applying the medicine and help me comb my hair. I'm starving. The two of them wrapped her palms and took a cotton cloth to wipe her hair clean. They tied it into a bun without any beaded hairpins. Yushu did not even look at herself in the mirror, and went downstairs to eat breakfast. When she arrived at the restaurant in the front, in the empty hall, Yushu saw Xue Rui sitting at a square table drinking wine. Her eyes widened. No one told her that Xue Rui did not leave last night. Xue Rui saw Yushu coming out of the door with no makeup on, and was surprised to see him. He raised his eyebrows and waved at her. Come and eat. You didn't go back last night? Yushu asked as she walked over and sat opposite him. She took a pair of chopsticks from the celadone stand. Xue Rui shook his head. I didn't leave because it was too late. Yushu said embarrassedly. It's all my fault. I caused you trouble again. Xue Rui actually didn't stand on ceremony with her this time, and he glanced at her out of the corner of his eyes and said, It's good that you're aware. Next time, you better remember to do something stupid again. Let's see if I'll still care about you then. Yushu snickered and cleverly picked up a piece of grilled, sparkling and translucent dried meat, and placed it in his bowl. Big brother, eat. Only then did Xue Rui look her in the eye. He picked up the piece of meat and ate it. After taking a sip of wine, he said, I've sent someone to inform the Ji family that my third younger sister asked you to stay overnight last night, so that they won't gossip. Yushu wasn't worried that the Ji family wouldn't be able to find her. She was more worried that they wouldn't be able to find her, and would go to Zhao Hui's house. She was relieved after hearing Xue Rui's explanation. She then heard him mention someone else, so she asked curiously, So you have a sister? Chapter 264. Yushu was not surprised to hear Xue Rui talk about his family. He had several half-siblings. Even the businessman Ji Hyotani had several wives and concubines. The Xue family was a big family. How could a man not have many children? These 5 children were considered few. On the other hand, Xue Rui had a younger sister, and this had exceeded Yushu's expectations. Because she'd known him for so long, yet she'd never heard him mention her. And she couldn't help but be interested in this little sister Jin Sun, that she'd never met. Really? She is only 1 year younger than me? Then I must meet her another day. Xue Rui nodded and smiled. He drank the remaining half of the wine and asked casually, You left the city last night. Did you find young hero Jing's whereabouts? Cough cough. Yushu choked on the porridge and coughed twice. She picked up a white handkerchief that was folded into a square on the side and wiped her mouth. She said, No, I was heading for the Ascending Cloud Monastery at first. Later, I strayed into the forest and lost my way without seeing anyone. Fortunately, I wasn't eaten by the wolves. Well, then I'll continue to send people to look for him. No need. Yushu looked up at Xue Rui and said half-truthfully, He must be deliberately avoiding me. There is no need to look for him. Xue Rui stared at her face and nodded. I know. Yushu did not know whether Xue Rui had noticed something. However, she could not explain to him about Jing Chen. She could only choose to avoid it. I almost forgot something. She cleverly changed the topic. She suddenly said, When are you free these 2 days? I looked at the restaurant's account a few days ago. I have some ideas to tell you. Xue Rui heard this and thought for a moment. He said, I have something to do today. Tomorrow. Is it convenient for you to come out in the morning or in the afternoon? Yushu said, Any time is fine. Xue Rui asked, Aren't you going to teach Ji Xingxuan divination? Speaking of Ji Xingxuan, Yushu smiled. She has no time to learn these 2 days. It doesn't matter. Xue Rui did not understand. Seeing her treacherous smile, he knew there was something fishy. He asked curiously, What ideas did you come up with this time? Lin Fu and the others left after serving breakfast. There was no one else in the front building, so Yushu was not afraid of being noisy here. She smiled and said to him, It's nothing. Don't you need 3 coins to perform divination with copper coins? I asked her to find them. Then, she rambled on about the method she taught Ji Xingxuan to choose the divination money. Xue Rui listened to her explanation and found it logical. He looked at her doubtfully and asked, Is it really that difficult to choose? Haha, of course it's to coax her. You really believe it? Yushu laughed. She shook the chopsticks in her hand and winked at him. Actually, as long as the 3 copper coins are used and have the same yin character, it's fine. I'm just finding something for her to do. I want to buy a few days and bully her at the same time. You. Shuirui shook his head and laughed. He knew that she did not have good intentions. But he could not hate her when she was so frank. After eating, they did not stay in the building for long. Yushu asked Shuirui to send her to the Ji family. As soon as she got out of the car, Yushu was stopped by Shuirui. Shu. Yushu turned around and moved to the side of the car. She saw Shuirui's hand reach out and put something in her hair. She raised her hand and touched it. The soft touch did not feel like gold or silver. Instead, it felt like a plant. Shuirui looked at her face that was illuminated by the cluster of golden yellow incense and revealed a bewildered expression. He smiled faintly, but there was a layer of mist between his handsome brows. Today is the 7th day of the Chinese New Year. Women should wear flowers to celebrate. Yushu looked at the smile on his face. She was in a trance for a moment. She gently touched the flower in her hair. She was happy. Thank you, big brother. Shuirui nodded. He looked at her a few more times. Then he waved his hand. Go. The 7th day of the Chinese New Year was the day of the Chinese New Year. As the name suggested, it was to celebrate the birth of a person. On this day, people would cut the ribbon and stick gold leaf to celebrate. There was a new batch of lanterns outside the Ji mansion. The 2 rows of trees at the entrance of the mansion were hung with flower ropes. Everywhere was colorful. Now everyone in the Ji family knew that a girl had come to the mansion. When the gatekeeper saw that Yushu had come back, he did not stop her from entering. Instead, he ran to report to the housekeeper. Yushu went back to the small courtyard where she temporarily lived, as if nothing had happened. The maidservant sang air was not in the courtyard. The door was not locked. Yushu pushed the door and went in. She first looked for Kim Bao. Yesterday, she left it in the room with a plate of snacks and a plate of water. She was afraid that it would run out. If Goldie was really bitten to death by cats and dogs, Yu Xiaoxia would definitely fall out with her. In the end, she quickly found Jin Bao sleeping under the pillow on the bed. Just as she was about to praise him, she saw a copper coin under the pillow from the corner of her eyes. She was puzzled that this little thief had changed from stealing silver to coveting small coins. Who would have thought that when she picked up the copper coin, she saw the words Xiao Qing Tong Bao written on it? Wasn't this the money that Ji Xingxuan had received for 60 years? Yushu sat on the edge of the bed with a strange expression. She looked at Kim Bao and looked at the copper coin in her hand. She thought it was most likely that Ji Xingxuan left this coin in her room the day before yesterday, and Kim Bao took it away. Otherwise, this little thief couldn't have stolen it from someone else's room. If so, then he really became a demon. Yushu casually stuffed the copper coin into her waist pouch and put a handkerchief under Kim Bao's head. She was careful not to wake him up and stuffed the copper coin into her sleeve. She walked to the door of the bedroom and stepped back. She looked at herself in the bronze mirror under the window and saw clearly that Shuirui was wearing on her hair. She couldn't help but secretly think that it was beautiful. She couldn't tell the name of the golden flower that looked like a small embroidered ball. She only knew that it was neither winter jasmine nor plum blossom. 3 to 5 flowers were fixed on the comb woven with green vines. Occasionally, there were 2 green leaves, which formed a bright flower that made people look more outstanding. After looking at herself in the mirror for a while, Yushu hummed a tune and went out of the bedroom. She went outside to look at the old locust tree in the corner of the courtyard. Originally, she wanted to splash a bowl of chicken blood on it, but Jing Chen told her not to see blood, so she had to think of another way. As soon as Yushu went out of the courtyard, she ran into the housekeeper who had heard the news and found her. "Miss Yu, our master wants to talk to you." Yushu planned to go see Aunt Chui first, and then go to Zhao Hui's house to find Dr. He to get the prescription. When she heard that Ji Huaishan wanted to see her, she was very reluctant to go, but she couldn't not give face to the old man, so she could only follow the housekeeper. This was the first time she saw the old man of the Ji family's tea room. Yushu stood downstairs, and Ji Huaishan sat upright on the armchair, playing with a game of chess in front of him alone. He also held a yellowed chess record in one hand. Yushu's sharp eyes saw a word and a half exposed on the cover. She guessed that he wasn't looking at a chess record, but the chess spirit scripture that used black and white pieces to predict the future. Great Master. Ji Huaishan didn't raise his head and asked, "You didn't come back last night?" Seeing that he already knew the answer, Yushu said, "I didn't come back. The young miss of the Shui family asked me to stay the night." Ji Huaishan said, "You are now living in my estate. Mr. Shui specially asked me to treat guests well. However, you are a girl. If something happens to you and something happens to you, wouldn't it make things difficult for me? Next time, before you go out, leave a direction and let people know where you are going. Do you hear me?" Yushu really didn't like the tone of this old man when he spoke to her, but she had acted improperly yesterday, so she deserved to be criticized by him. She faked a smile and said, "Don't worry, I will remember to tell you before I go out next time." Only then did Ji Huaishan raise his head to look at her and said, "If there's nothing important, you better not go out. Teach my granddaughter the 6 symbols as soon as possible, and then you can go wherever you want." Yushu thought to herself, "Originally, you don't have to care where I go." However, she said, "Great Master, don't be impatient. Everything has to be done step by step. Only slow work can produce fine work, right? What I taught Miss Ji was what Taoist Qingzheng taught me. If you think it's too slow, why don't I walk a few steps away and only pick the important parts for her to learn?" Ji Huaishan clearly knew that Yushu was arguing with him, but he didn't want to argue with a little girl. He looked at her coldly and said, "Teach her how you should teach her. Don't be crafty and play tricks." Yushu said seriously, "Great Master, don't worry. I will definitely take good care of Miss Ji. If she dares to be crafty and play tricks, I will be the first to tell you. It's up to you whether you want to hit her or scold her." Ji Huaishan snorted coldly and asked the housekeeper to bring Yushu out. He didn't want to see her, so he wouldn't be bothered. When Yushu left the door, she used her finger to tease Kim Bao, who had just woken up and stuck his head out of her sleeve. She thought to herself that this old man Ji better not look for her. Otherwise, she would stop him every time she saw him, and he wouldn't feel good. On the way back to Zhao Hui's house, Yushu first went to the big money house and exchanged the 2,000 banknotes given by the Ji family for money. She then exchanged it for a small bag of silver. She went to a few shops in the neighborhood and bought gifts for Zhao Hui and the rest. On the 7th day of the new year, the number of pedestrians on the streets was more than the previous few days. Men, women, old and young were all holding flowers and grasses in their hands. Their faces were full of smiles, as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. The peddlers and merchants once again showed their faces. Yushu saw that there were handmade flowers and grasses that were very beautiful, so she bought a few. Carrying a pile of things, she hired a sedan chair at the corner of the street, and Yushu returned to Zhao Hui's house. The courtyard door was wide open, and there was a long string of ribbons hanging from the tree in front of the door. The moment Yushu entered, she saw Shin Nanny and Yun Do standing on a stool and sticking flower paper on the window. She called out to them, and Yun Do jumped down from the stool in surprise and ran to the back to inform Zhao Hui. Madam, young master, Mrs. back." Shin Nanny, who was steady and had many children, came up to help Yushu carry her things and followed her to the backyard. Just as they passed through the doorway, a figure rushed over and shouted, "Jie." That person held her arm. Yushu freed her hand to pinch Yu Xiaoxiu's cheek. When she raised her head again, she saw the big-bellied Zhao Hui being supported by He Fangji as they walked out of the house. Zhao Hui's face was full of joy as she looked at her. She couldn't help but feel warm in her heart, and also a little funny. She had only been away from home for 3 days, but why did she miss her as if she had been away for 3 months? The few people chatted and laughed as they entered the house. Yushu sat beside Zhao Hui, and Yu Xiaoxiu stood beside her. "Xiu." She gave out the gifts she bought one by one. He Fangji gave out a Xianzhou bunny hair. Zhao Hui gave out a rhinoceros horn comb, and Yu Xiaoxiu gave out a pack of jade paper. She even bought Shin Nanny and Yun Do's gifts. Chapter 265. Yushu gave a copy of Jing Chen's prescription to He Fangji, and asked him to help her make the pills. He Fengji looked at the prescription and was greatly shocked. He repeatedly said, "Wonderful." He asked Yushu where she got it, and also asked for the name of the medicine. Yushu lied and said that it was a secret prescription given to her by her previous master. She made up the name of the medicine and called it Wan Yin Dan to fool him. However, this also made He Fengji more cautious. After thinking for a while, he sighed and said, "Your master must be an expert. Although this medicine doesn't cure the illness, it has the miraculous effect of nourishing the spirit and blood. It's also gentle and harmless. It can be considered a good medicine for maintaining one's health. It's a pity that there are a few medicinal ingredients that are very hard to come by. It's not that rich people can't afford it, otherwise I would be thick-skinned enough to ask you for this prescription for the patient." Hearing that doctor he was acting like a medical fanatic again, Zhao Hui reached out and hit him. She said in a bad mood, "I already said it's a secret prescription. You don't have to worry. The child was given to you because he doesn't treat you as an outsider. Why are you so muddled?" Doctor He smiled bitterly. "I'm just saying, how can I not understand?" Yushu knew that He Fengji really had the heart of a doctor. However, this prescription was given by Jing Chen. Looking at how much He Fengji treasured it, it must be a secret medicine of the sect. She didn't answer He Fengji's question and said, "I don't know whether the medicine is good or bad. It's just that I've been overworked recently and felt that my body wasn't feeling well. I thought of this and brought the prescription to Godfather. If you think there's nothing wrong with it, then make 100 or so pills for our family to eat. Whether they're sick or not, it's better to take care of them." Having said that, he took out 2 banknotes from his pocket and gave them to He Fengji, saying, "Previously I was invited to do some divination and received a big red packet during the new year. I can use it to buy some medicinal ingredients to make these pills. Godfather, if it's not enough, please give me some more." How could it not be enough? When Yushu came, she had already inquired about the price of the expensive medicine. She would only give more to He Fengji. She didn't want the couple to think too much, and was embarrassed to accept it. Even so, when Zhao Hui saw Yushu take out the money, she still secretly glared at He Fengji, as if to say that if he dared to accept it, she wouldn't let him off. He Fengji looked at the mother and daughter, feeling that she was stuck in the middle, and it didn't make sense whether she accepted it or not. Yu Xiaoxiu sat on the side and fed Kim Bao. He watched the adults talk and didn't interrupt. Seeing Zhao Hui's expression, Yushu rolled her eyes. She took back the banknotes and reached out to He Fengji. She pretended to be unhappy and said, "Father and mother don't know me. It's fine if you don't want to be filial to me. Godfather, give me the prescription. I'll go out and find someone to make it. I'll bring it back when it's made into medicine. It will save you some trouble." Hearing this, Zhao Hui was angry and laughed. She slapped Yushu's palm and scolded with a smile, "You're such a troublesome girl." In the end, Yushu still gave the money to He Fengji and asked him to make the medicine. She said that she would come home to get the medicine after 3 days. After that, Zhao Hui asked about Aunt Chui's illness. Before leaving the Ji mansion, Yushu went to see Aunt Chui. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiu's concerned expression, she said, "My mother took the medicine and her body is much better. However, the doctor told her to stay in bed for a few more days." Zhao Hui wanted to say something but hesitated. "Are you going to spend the 15th of this month with the Ji family?" Yushu wanted to say that she would come back, but she remembered that there was still Aunt Chui in the Ji mansion. It wouldn't be good to leave her mother for the Mid-Autumn Festival. She looked at Yu Xiaoxiu and said to Zhao Hui, "I'll bring Xiaoxiu over to accompany my mother." Zhao Hui nodded and said, "Then you can come home on the 14th. We'll celebrate your birthday in advance." Yushu was at a loss. "Birthday? For me?" Zhao Hui was also confused. "Hey, isn't it? I heard from Xiaoxiu that you were born on the 15th of the first month." Yushu turned to look at Yu Xiaoxiu. Seeing him looking at her strangely, she immediately understood and quickly laughed. Yes, it's that day. Her horoscope was not accurate and she had never cared about it. Now that they mentioned it, she remembered that the 15th of the first month was indeed her birthday. Coincidentally, it was the reunion festival. In fact, Yushu had no interest in celebrating her birthday. However, seeing Zhao Hui's excited expression, she didn't want to spoil her mood, so she agreed to go home on that day. Yushu had lunch at Zhao Hui's house before leaving. Yu Xiaoxiu sent her to the door reluctantly. Yushu promised to take him back to see Aunt Cui in a few days to get the medicine. On the way back, the sky was still bright. When they passed a small bridge, Yushu took out the universal treasure from her waist and threw it into the river. Not to mention whether this 60-year-old wish money was a treasure or not. She didn't have a use for it. She didn't want it to fall out of her body and be regarded as a thief by others. If that happened, she wouldn't be able to explain herself. When night fell, Yushu returned to the Ji family's small courtyard. The maid Sunny was sweeping the floor. Seeing her, she greeted her timidly and ran out with the excuse of making tea. Yushu went back to the room and let Kim bow out of her sleeve. This afternoon at Zhao Hui's house, she asked Yu Xiaoxiu to give it a bath. She had wounds on her hands. She coaxed them by saying it was frostbite and gave them medicine. Before leaving, Fangji gave her a bottle of hand oil to apply. Later, Sunny brought tea and dinner into the house. Yushu had eaten at Zhao Hui's house, so she asked her to send it back untouched. At night, Yushu sat in front of the table to do a divination. She threw 3 copper coins clanking. She couldn't guarantee that it was accurate. She wrote down the divination on a piece of paper and asked her about her recent fortune. It was not unexpected that she had an ominous sign that water and fire could not help each other, and that the official ghost had curbed her brother. She also vaguely revealed a trace of an illness that was difficult to cure, and there was no medicine that could cure it. This was exactly what Jing Chen had guessed after observing her facial expression and movements. What was interesting was that her 6 recombinant lines also revealed another piece of information. Her illness was caused by someone. The first thing that Yushu thought of was that the Ji family wanted to harm her. The position of the old locust tree in the yard could explain something. All the people in the Ji family didn't have good intentions towards her. Let's wait and see. Yushu sneered and put away the divination money. Let's see what they'll do after the astrology exam paper is marked. The next morning, Yushu got up and washed up. She saw that the flower she picked last night in front of the dressing mirror was a little withered. It was not as beautiful as it was yesterday. She sighed in her heart and couldn't bear to throw it away. She suddenly had an idea. She put the brush in the box and put it in her arms. "Miss, are you going out today?" Sunny asked when he saw Yushu coming out of the room. Yushu's footsteps paused at the door. Recalling the conversation Ji Huaishan had with her yesterday, she turned to the maid and instructed, "I need to make a trip to Autumn Osmanthus Lane in the south of the city. If your young miss comes looking for me, have her wait until nightfall. If she doesn't come, then forget it." After saying that, he left the room with the gold treasure. When she arrived at Wangji Tower, Shui Rui hadn't come yet. Yushu went to the room on the second floor of the backyard and put Kim Bao on the soft couch. She took out the flower from the pen box in her arms and tied one end with a rope. She hung it upside down in the corner of the bookshelf to dry. She planned to make it into a dried flower and keep it for a long time. After doing this, she heard a scream outside the room and the sound of a cup falling to the ground. She hurried out of the study and saw Xiaodai huddled at the door. She pointed at Kim Bao, who had jumped to the ground, with a trembling hand. Old rat, help! There's a rat in the girls' room. Brother Liuzi, stop screaming." Yushu walked forward and bent down to pick Jin Bao up. She stroked the frightened little thing. Xiaodai was dumbfounded and forgot to scream with her mouth agape. Where's the rat?" Gui Lu rushed to the door. He held the door frame with one hand and took off his shoes. He looked around the room for traces of the rat, and accidentally fell into Yushu's hands. Then Gui Qi, Gui Ba, and Lin Fu also ran up. Yushu saw a group of people crowded in front of the door. She helplessly held up Kim Bao, who was frightened and curled up into a ball, to show them. Seeing their stunned expressions, she smiled and said, "This is not a rat. It's a small animal I raised. It doesn't bite." Kim Bao's appearance was still very different from a rat. However, it buried its head in Yushu's palm and refused to show its head. Several people in front of the door stared at each other. They couldn't believe that a girl like Yushu would raise a rat to play. Yushu was worried about how to explain when Shuirue came. What are you all doing here? Gongzi. The people in front of the door dispersed to the two sides, revealing Shuirue's figure. The weather was warm today, and he was wearing a bamboo cardigan with a round collar. Inside, he was wearing a tight-fitting robe with a blue satin belt tied around his waist. His figure was healthy and charming, and he seemed to have the temperament of a scholar. Kim Bao scared him. Yushu helplessly pointed at Kim Bao in her hand for him to see. Shuirue understood and said to the people on the side, "This is Miss Lotus's pet. It's not a rat. It's clean. Don't make a fuss when you see it in the future. Okay, clean up the things on the ground. Don't stab someone." After Shuirue spoke, the people in front of the door dispersed. Lin Fu asked Guiqi to help Xiaodai clean up the broken cups on the ground. He served tea and fruits and then left. After a small commotion, Yushu and Shuirue sat down in the study and talked about what they talked about yesterday morning. Shuirue asked, "You said you have something to tell me about this restaurant's accounts. What is it?" Yushu said, "Answer my two questions first. I'll tell you. Don't think I'm smart." Seeing that she was keeping him in suspense, Shuirue was even more interested. He said, "Ask." Yushu looked outside the door and said, "What's the background of the people you hired in Wangjilu? For example, that shopkeeper Lin. Did you pick him from the residence, or did you hire him?" Shuirue understood the meaning behind her words. He wasn't afraid to tell her. Lin Fu is a servant of our Shui family. He was originally doing some business outside. He was specially sent here for me to open this restaurant. He's a trustworthy person. If you say it like that, I know. Yushu was originally worried that this Lin Fu was using buying to fill his own pockets. But after listening to Shuirue's words, she knew that she was worrying too much. She put this aside and asked, "Are you going to make one copy of this restaurant's account book or two copies?" When Shuirue heard this, he was surprised at first. Then he smiled. His eyes looked at her. He didn't answer but asked back, "You know that there are two accounts in business." Chapter 266. Yushu and Shuirue made it clear that this account book was the inside story. In order to avoid heavy taxes from the government, there were two accounts, one for external purposes, and one for internal purposes. I did some calculations the other day. According to Wang Jilu's wine list, the two accounts together can reduce at least 50% of the tax, which is equivalent to about 20% of a month's profit. If the business is booming, this 20% is not just a few hundred taels of profit. I see that it is not as if you do not know about this business. I told you about it because I wanted to ask you what are your plans. Are you going to abide by the law? Or are you going to push the boat with the current so that I can have an idea? Facing Yushu's question, Shuirue was not in a hurry to answer. After drinking half a cup of tea, he deliberated and said, "I originally wanted to wait for this restaurant to open for a month or two before mentioning this matter to you. But since you took the initiative to ask today, I might as well tell you in advance. I originally planned to make two accounts, but not to avoid taxes, but to prevent people from being jealous." Ha! Hearing this, Yushu could not help but laugh and said bluntly, "You have not even opened for business, and you are already worried about other people's jealousy. What if you lose money?" Hearing this jinx, Shuirue glanced at her and said, "This business of mine, only profits and no losses." Yushu laughed dryly and did not say goodbye to him. She asked, "Then have you found someone to do the accounts?" Shuirue shook his head and said, "I have not found a suitable person. Making fake accounts is much more difficult than making real accounts. The two accountants I found are not proficient in this field, and I am afraid that there will be a mistake. It is also not appropriate to go outside to hire someone, in case the private accounts are leaked and be used against by others. I am worrying about this matter. Do you have any good ideas?" Yushu thought for a moment and said, "How about I recommend a person to you?" Shuirue asked curiously, "Where is the person from?" Yushu raised her hand and pointed at her nose. "It's me." Shuirue laughed and said in delight, "Don't try to tease me. Making accounts isn't the same as making calculations. You've only studied at the Taiheng Trading Company for a few days, So how could you possibly know how to make false accounts? When Yushu saw that he didn't believe her, she felt depressed. If she didn't want to help him, she wouldn't have done this. How do you know that I can't? Yushu slapped the table and interrupted his laughter. I have a ready-made account right now. It's the one you showed me a while ago. It's the cost of building this restaurant. Give me 1 day. Tomorrow, I'll make another account for you. Then you can decide whether I can do it or not. Shui thought she was trying to be brave. He didn't want to discourage her, so he smiled and said, Okay, you can try. Shui didn't have lunch at Wangji Tower and left. It wasn't that he didn't want to stay for lunch, but Yushu took his words and went into the study to calculate the accounts. He didn't want to be alone, so he left after a while. Yushu didn't come out of the restaurant until dusk. She locked the account in the cabinet and didn't take a single one with her. She went back to the Ji family. As soon as she entered the courtyard, she heard from Sunny that Ji Xingxuan came to see her in the afternoon. Sunny learned what Yushu said before she left. Miss Minglan also said that she will come back after dinner. Okay. Yushu was a bit surprised. She thought that the 3 copper coins would make it difficult for Ji Xingxuan for at least 3 to 5 days. In less than 3 days, she already found all of them? She sat on a chair to rest and put Kim Bao on her lap. Yushu ordered Sunny, Go tell the kitchen that they don't need to bring me dinner. I already ate outside. Yeah, Sunny said, glancing fearfully at the thing on her leg and running away. Yushu went into the room and found a book of Yishu. She lay on the couch in the living room and flipped through it. Her mind was thinking about the unfinished account for the day. It was quiet outside. The sound of footsteps was very obvious. The curtain rustled. She didn't look up for a long time when she heard a displeased female voice say, Miss Yu, our young miss is here. Yushu covered her mouth with the book and yawned. She turned her head to look at the master and servant pair who came in. Ji Xingxuan was still the same. She had her face covered and looked like a thief. The maidservant was holding a tray with soup bowls on it. Did you find the 3 coins for divination? Ji Xingxuan nodded and walked straight to the couch. She stretched out her hand and showed her 3 old copper coins in her palm. There were also a few fingers wrapped in gauze. There was a strange smell of medicine. It was obvious that she had suffered. Yushu, the scoundrel, was amused and didn't have any sympathy. She pretended to pick up the 3 copper coins and examine them. She put them back in her palm and asked, Did you personally find the 1,024 copper coins? Yes. It was hard to tell whether Ji Xingxuan was happy or angry. Only her reddened eyes revealed that she hadn't slept well for the past 2 nights. Did you pick out the 3 coins according to Taoist Qing Zheng's method? Yes. Yushu squinted her eyes and smiled. She deliberately stepped on her sore spot. How many times did you throw them? Ji Xingxuan's eyes flashed and she said in a low voice, 8 times. Choosing 3 coins from the 1,024 copper coins would take at least 500 times. If the last 2 times didn't get 3 coins, they would have to throw them again. 8 times would be less than 5,000 times. Haha, you only threw 8 times ah. I thought you would throw at least 10 times. You're really lucky. Yushu didn't hide the gloating expression on her face. Ji Xingxuan's maidservant, Yin He, glared fiercely at Yushu and slammed the tray in her hands on the table. She picked up the bowl of soup and handed it to Yushu. She coldly said, Miss Yu, our young miss wants to thank you for your advice. She specially ordered the kitchen to make chicken soup for you. You should drink it while it's hot. Yushu was amused again. She looked back and forth between the bowl of chicken soup and Ji Xingxuan and thought, what kind of show is this? Is she repaying evil with good? There's no need for chicken soup. My body is very healthy, so I don't need nourishment. Let your young miss drink it later. I think she has lost weight in the past 2 days. Her wrists are very thin. As Yushu spoke, she reached out and pinched Ji Xingxuan's wrist. She clicked her tongue twice. Ji Xingxuan calmly broke free and said, I found the divination money. You should continue to teach me. Yushu said, Of course I'll teach you. Tonight, I'll first teach you how to make a divination. This is the first step of the 6 lines divination technique. Ji Xingxuan saw that she was lying on the horizontal couch with no intention of getting up. So she asked Yunhee to bring a stool and sit beside her. Yushu looked at her and didn't say anything. In any case, she had been happy today. She put the book in her hands to the side, put on a serious expression, and said to her while lying down, "The 6 lines divination technique is different from the other copper coins. It needs to be thrown 6 times in a row to get the divination. The 3 divination coins all have 2 sides. When you throw one back up, it's recorded as single, which is called xiaoyang. When you throw 2 back up, it's recorded as open, which is called xiaoyin. When you throw 3 back up, it's recorded as heavy, which is called old yang. When you throw 3 back up, it's recorded as cross, which is called old yin or taiyin." At this point, Yushu suddenly stopped and asked Ji Xingxuan, "Did you remember what I just said?" Ji Xingxuan nodded. Yushu waved her hand and said, "Repeat it." Ji Xingxuan repeated what she said. She didn't say that every word was correct, but the key points were all there. Yushu nodded with satisfaction and said, "That's right. Don't make me repeat the next sentence twice. Next, there are 8 parts to the universe. The first 6 lines divination is also divided into 8 types. According to the 6 times you throw each time, they are 3 consecutive, 6 broken, yang meng, overhand bowl, middle empty, middle full, upper flaw, and lower broken. This 3 consecutive means that 3 out of the 6 times you throw 6 times in a row are single, which makes a qian hexagram. These 6 breaks were 3 times to get the earth hexagram. This yang meng was the first single time. The second and third times were the zhen hexagram. Seeing that Yushu's explanation was getting more and more complicated, Ji Xingxuan did not dare to be careless. She secretly noted it down as she asked Yunhee to bring a pen and paper. Then, she brought over a coffee table and hurriedly jotted it down on a piece of paper. After Yushu explained the method of the 6 lines divination once, she stopped and asked her, "What I just said, repeat it." Ji Xingxuan repeated it once. Occasionally, there would be 1 or 2 mistakes, but Yushu would interrupt her, point them out, and correct her. Once or twice, Ji Xingxuan couldn't help but look at her in a different light. At the end of her explanation, Yushu asked for the piece of paper that Ji Xingxuan used to record it down. She scanned it and handed it to her, saying, "Practice makes perfect. When you go back, throw all 8 types of divination 200 times, then come back to me." Hearing this, Ji Xingxuan, who had just started to look at Yushu in a different light, suddenly stopped. Yunhee said unhappily, "Are you purposely making things difficult for our miss? Can't you see that her right hand is already injured? How can she continue tormenting it?" Yushu said coldly, "If your right hand is injured, then use your left hand. It's up to you whether you want to throw or not. It's not like I'm the one learning. I'll say the unpleasant things first. When I first learned the 6 lines, Taoist Qin Zheng made me throw more than 10,000 times before he started to teach me properly. What she said was true. It was just that she had thrown chess pieces and not copper coins." Ji Xingxuan looked at her expression and felt that she was not lying. She hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "I'll throw." Yushu yawned and sat up from the couch. She put on her shoes, took her book, and silently went to her bedroom. With a bang, she closed the door and went to sleep. No wonder she's a concubine's daughter. She doesn't have a good upbringing. Yunhee muttered and turned her head to say to Ji Xingxuan, "Young miss, let's go back." Ji Xingxuan put away the recording paper and stood up. She glanced at the cold chicken soup on the table and said to her, "Pour it." "Yes." Yunhee's eyes flashed with disappointment. She put the soup bowl on the tray and carried it away. After the master and servant left the small courtyard, Yunhee asked, "Young miss, didn't you make an appointment with Miss Xiajiang to visit her tomorrow? It wasn't easy to find the divination money these past 2 days, but that lass is making things difficult for you. Are you still going out tomorrow?" Ji Xingxuan said, "We can put aside the matter that Miss Yu asked us to do for now. We must go to Xiajiang's residence." "Oh." As they walked through the garden, Ji Xingxuan suddenly turned her head and asked, "What did you secretly put in the chicken soup?" Yunhee paused and then stuck out her tongue, saying, "It's not much. It's just a little laxative that will make her have diarrhea for 3 days. It's for young miss to vent her anger. Who knew that she wouldn't drink it?" Ji Xingxuan shook her head. Don't do this next time. Don't delay serious matters. Chapter 267. Ji Xingxuan woke up early in the morning and took a sedan chair to the Xia family's guest house. After the guard announced her arrival, she was invited to the West Garden reception hall to wait for tea. Ji Xingxuan sat on a round chair with her hands on her knees. Her fingers, which were wrapped in white muslin, held a tong bao between her fingers. She gently rubbed it against her fingers. It was hard to tell what she was thinking. As soon as she heard the voices outside, she raised her head and saw a beautiful figure walk in from the side of the wide-open vine-patterned door. It was a young girl of about 16 years of age. Her features were delicate and beautiful. Her black hair was curled into a graceful style. She wore a yellow dress with a butterfly gown. Sister Xingxuan, it rained for a while this morning. I thought you wouldn't come. The girl spoke in a crisp voice. There was a hint of coquettishness in her voice that made one's heart ache. Ji Xingxuan put the tong bao into her sleeve and stood up. She smiled and said, "How could I not come when I have an appointment? Min Min, are you feeling better?" The young girl who had just entered the door was none other than the fifth daughter of the Xia family, Xia Jiangmin. The weather has been warm these past 2 days. I feel much better. Xia Jiangmin smiled as she walked over and intimately held onto Ji Xingxuan's arm. She led her up and down the short couch at the head of the hall. She saw the muslin on her hand and quickly raised it in front of her face. She asked in surprise, "What happened to your hand?" "I was playing the zither the day before yesterday. I got distracted and hurt myself." "Why were you so careless? Did you apply medicine?" Xia Jiangmin asked a few more questions out of concern. Ji Xingxuan cleverly changed the topic. "Have you read the 2 books I brought you last time?" Xia Jiangmin nodded happily. "I've read them. That Green Suahai opinion is very interesting. I was still reading it before you came. I haven't been feeling well recently. Father wouldn't let me go out. Thank you for bringing me books to relieve my boredom. I'm glad you like them. I still have 2 more volumes. I'll give them to you after you've finished them." "That's great." The 2 girls chatted for a while. After a pot of tea, Xia Jiangmin couldn't sit still anymore. She suddenly pulled Ji Xingxuan's sleeve and said, "Sister Xingxuan, I've been cooped up at home for a long time. I want to go out for a walk. Can you accompany me?" Ji Xingxuan hesitated. "Didn't Mr. Xia Jiang forbid you from going out?" Xia Jiangmin hurriedly said, "Father doesn't allow me to go out alone. I have recovered from my illness. With you accompanying me, he will definitely agree, okay?" Ji Xingxuan smiled warmly and nodded her head indulgently. Xia Jiangmin cheered and pulled her to see her father. After asking for instructions, Xia Jiang's father agreed. He entrusted a few words to Ji Xingxuan and asked someone to prepare the sedan chair. As soon as they left the gate of the guest house, Xia Jiangmin's face was obviously much brighter. Ji Xingxuan asked her where to go. Xia Jiangmin scratched her chin and suggested, "There's nothing interesting in the north of the city. Let's go to the south of the city. I know a tavern that sells rice wine. It's very delicious. I'll take you there to have a taste." Okay. Ji Xingxuan didn't feel disappointed. So, the 2 sat on the sedan chair and went to the south of the city. Inside the sedan chair, Xia Jiangmin fumbled in her sleeve for a while. She took out a sealed letter, brushed it and put it back. Speaking of which, Yushu had boasted in front of Xue Rui yesterday that she was going to make a fake account book for him to take a look. This morning, when she arrived at the building of forgetting machines, she continued to make fake accounts like she did yesterday. Xue Rui showed up at Wang Jilu during lunch. Yushu was called to his study downstairs by Xiaoqing. When she entered the door, she stuffed an account book into his hand. She took the tea from Xiaoqing and leisurely sat on the side waiting for him to read it. "It's done so quickly?" Xue Rui opened her new account book with a joking mind. After flipping through 2 pages, he couldn't laugh anymore. Gradually, his face revealed a little surprise. After he finished reading the account book that was less than half written, he couldn't help but admit that she had some skill in accounting. If he hadn't seen the actual account book before, he would have thought that the book in his hand was the cost of building Wang Jilu for 2 months. However, the total amount was wrong by more than half. He really didn't know how she managed to stuff such a large amount of money into it. Yushu waited for him to flip to the last page before she confidently said, "In fact, there are only 3 ways to fabricate an account. Conceal, coax, and cheat. Conceal the income, coax the cost, and cheat the outsiders. The most important thing is to know how to make a fuss about the cost. If this fuss is done well, then outsiders won't be able to tell the truth. I'm doing this account book purely to coax the cost. As for the income, I'm just adding it in to show you what it looks like. If you think it's good, then rest assured and leave this matter to me. When the restaurant opens, I'll make another account for you to look at in the first month. At that time, you can decide if you want to use it or not." Shui Rui silently put down the account book and turned to stare at her. Yushu felt uncomfortable being stared at by him. She frowned and said, "Why are you looking at me?" "I'm looking at what's in your head. Tell me, is there anything you don't know?" Shui Rui joked. "Haha." Yushu laughed and waved her hand. "I don't know much. I'm just proficient in one skill. It's just a change in form but not in substance." Shui Rui heard her modest words, but looking at her arched eyebrows and curved eyes, it was clear that she was proud of herself. He found it very interesting, so he didn't expose her. Instead, he straightened his expression and asked, "If the actual accounts and details are handled by 2 accountants, and you're only responsible for the fake accounts, how much time do you have to spend on this every month?" Yushu thought for a moment and said, "If you want me to do it, I'll sort it out every 10 days. At most, I'll spend 3 days a month to finish it." Shui Rui saw that her tone was relaxed. After thinking for a moment, he said, "All right, I'll leave this matter to you. You just need to show me the fake accounts. In the future, I'll reward you every month." Yushu frowned and said, "It's my duty. What reward do I need? It's not like I'm not getting paid. It's 80 taels a month." Originally, she had good intentions. If she took his benefits, it would seem like she wanted something from him. Shui Rui shook his head and said, "One matter is another. I didn't invite you here for you to do the accounts." Yushu blurted out, "I'm also not doing the accounts for your reward." Hearing this, Shui Rui's eyes flickered. He put one arm on the tea table between the 2 of them and asked her with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Then why are you doing this?" "Of course it's because..." Halfway through her words, Yushu suddenly stopped. For some reason, she felt that the words she was about to say would sound weird. She swallowed back the words, "I miss you," and said with a displeased expression, "Why do you have so much nonsense to say? I don't want it, so I don't want it. In any case, I won't be working here for more than a few months. We agreed on the deed. After the grand examination's results are released, if I'm chosen by the Imperial Historian's Library, I won't be working here anymore. At that time, you can find whoever you want. I don't care about you." As soon as the words left her mouth, Yushu knew that she had gone overboard. Seeing that the smile on Shui Rui's face had faded, it was too late for her to take back her words. She awkwardly picked up the teacup and took a sip. Before she could taste the flavor, she heard Shui Rui say, "I know. Go ahead and eat." "You're not eating?" Was he angry? "I still have something to do later. I won't stay." Oh. Sure enough, he was angry. Knowing that she had been kicked out, Yushu resentfully stood up. When she walked to the door, she realized that she was still holding the teacup in her hand. She braced herself and went back to put it down. At the same time, she stole a glance at Shui Rui. When she met Shui Rui's eyes, he looked at her openly, but his face was not as gentle as before. "Is there anything else?" "No, nothing." Yushu gloomily walked away. She didn't understand why he was angry. She was just too quick with her words, but she didn't say anything wrong, right? Shui Rui looked at the figure in front of the door and raised his hand to rub his faintly aching forehead. He secretly told himself not to lower himself to her level, or else he would be angry in the future. On the 6th day of the Chinese New Year, the 2 tailors were called over by Shui Rui on the 9th day of the Chinese New Year. After eating lunch, Yushu saw the tailors. First, they measured the figure, shoulder collar, chest, waist, back, and legs. Then they took out a picture book to choose a style for Yushu. Both of the books were for spring. There was also a small box of cloth samples. Now that Yushu was a little rich, she was willing to spend some time on the appearance. So she carefully looked through the books, but she couldn't close her eyes. When she reached the last page, her eyes suddenly lit up. She pointed to the clothes of the little person in the picture and said to the tailor, "I think this is good." The tailor came forward and looked at the picture. They looked at each other and honestly said, "Miss, this style of clothing was made in the early years. It was specially made for young ladies who like to wear men's clothing when they go out on horseback. Nowadays it is no longer popular. If you want to wear it when you go out on horseback, the first few pages have a nice skirt and a butterfly shirt. Can I show you?" The clothes in the picture were indeed modified from the Hu style. The lapel was facing the front, the shirt was knee-length, the pants were tight, and the boots were hooked. It looked very valiant. If there was a flaw, it was not as delicate as a woman. It looked too capable and experienced. Yushu didn't care what the tailors said. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. In addition, she originally planned to buy a horse and learn how to ride it. So, she immediately decided to make 3 sets of clothes in different colors. She asked the tailors to write down the parts that needed to be changed one by one. Later, she added 2 sets of formal skirts and embroidered shoes. Then she asked the tailors to pay. Shui Rui must have taken her face into account, so he didn't pay for her in advance. Yushu had already prepared cash. She happily went into the room and took out 2 silver ingots as a deposit. As for the rest, she will get it when the clothes are ready. Before she left, she didn't forget to ask the tailors to bring back a few picture books for boys, so that she could pick some clothes for Yu Xiaoxiu. When she returned to the Ji mansion that night, Yushu first went to see Aunt Chui. She gave her 2 silk flowers that she bought on the street. She wanted to make her happy on behalf of Yu Xiaoxiu. But Aunt Chui asked her where she got the money. Yushu knew that this woman was sharp. If she dared to let her know that she had money, she wouldn't know what she would do. So, she said that it was given to her by Zhao Hui. Aunt Chui knew that Yu Xiaoxiu was now living in someone else's house. 2 days ago, she heard from Yushu that Yu Xiaoxiu had a godmother. So, she didn't give Yushu a good face. "You're lucky to know your mother. That person casually gave you a dime or 2 and you can't tell the difference between north and south. You're their daughter for nothing." Seeing that she didn't know what was good for her, Yushu was too lazy to reason with her. She put down the things and left. Aunt Chui was so angry that she scolded her behind her back, but Yushu turned a deaf ear. Chapter 268. In the blink of an eye, it was the 14th day of the first lunar month. Yushu left the Ji family early in the morning. The day before yesterday, when she went to Dr. He to get the medicine, she was told by Zhao Hui that she should go there earlier today, because they wanted to celebrate her birthday 1 day earlier. Ji Xingxuan had thrown enough 6 lines and 8 images yesterday, so she learned the first step of starting a hexagram. Yushu then taught her the installing hexagram of the 6 lines, but she only talked about the 2 steps of Na Jia and Shering. She didn't explain the other 2 steps of using the hexagram palace and using the spirit. This time, Yushu didn't let her throw a copper coin, so she taught her half-baked skills. She told Ji Xingxuan to go back and install 200 hexagram and find something for her to do to free up a few days of free time. From afar, Yushu saw Yu Xiaoxiu standing in front of Zhao Hui's house waiting for her. She called him, and the child ran over happily. He was happier to see Yushu than anyone else. "Sister, have you had breakfast?" "No, is there any food at home?" "And Aunt Hui asked the chef to make you sweet red bean porridge and a pot of eggs. She's waiting for you to eat." Yushu was pulled home by Yu Xiaoxiu. They first went to the backyard to see Zhao Hui. In the central room, Fangji was taking Zhao Hui's pulse. When he saw the 2 children coming in, he smiled and asked them to sit down. Because it was inconvenient for Zhao Hui to move, the whole family moved the dining table into the room for breakfast. Under Zhao Hui's expectant gaze, Yushu drank 2 bowls of porridge and swallowed 3 eggs. There was a saying in the Da and dynasty that boys didn't know their birthdays, but unmarried daughters had to drink sweet bean porridge on their birthdays to symbolize a happy marriage in the future. Boiled eggs in the middle of the night symbolized having many children, and the more they ate, the better. After breakfast, Zhao Hui sent He Fangji and Yu Xiaoxiu out. She had Yin Do bring a new set of clothes out from the room, and pulled Yu Shu to her side. The darker blue cloth matched Yu Shu's skin that wasn't too pale. Yu Shu really liked how Zhao Hui treated her like her own daughter. She sweetly said, "Thank you, godmother." Then she carried the new clothes into the room to change. The clothes that she had measured at Wangji Tower the other day weren't ready yet. Today, she was wearing the new clothes that Zhao Hui had made for her during the new year. After changing into the new clothes, Zhao Hui added a white jade hairpin to Yu Shu's hair. She said it was a gift from Dr. He. "This is great. You're becoming more and more like a girl. Tomorrow, you'll be a 16-year-old girl." Zhao Hui lovingly tucked Yu Shu's hair. She felt very sorry for this child who had such a twisted fate. Every time she saw her, it was like seeing herself in the past. She had no one to rely on, and could only work hard to live by herself. In the past, her life was hard, so she couldn't do much for her. Now everything was better. As an elder, she wanted to do what she could. When it was almost noon, Pei Jing also came, but he was empty-handed. Zhao Hui laughed at him. "Why is sworn brother being so stingy today? You didn't bring anything for the child's birthday. Did you only bring a mouth?" Pei Jing laughed. "Who said I didn't bring a gift? Isn't this the one?" As he said this, he took something from the back of his waist and handed it to Yu Shu. "Take this. Don't say that uncle doesn't treat you well. I put in a lot of effort for this gift." What was handed to Yu Shu was a slender horsewhip wrapped in red leather. When Yu Shu saw it, she was confused. He Fangji and his wife also didn't understand. Yu Xiaoxiu was the smart one. He clapped his hands and stood up, excitedly saying, "You want to give Jiejie a horse?" Pei Jing reached out his hand and patted his head, smiling. "Isn't that right?" Yu Shu had been thinking of buying a horse for a long time. Before the new year, she asked Pei Jing about buying a horse. Pei Jing paid attention, and happened to have some connections. A few days ago, when he heard that Yu Shu was celebrating her birthday, he took this opportunity to give her a gift. When the others heard this, they were dumbfounded. It was because Pei Jing, this uncle, was more generous than his own father. Our Taiheng Chamber of Commerce is in charge of a few horse dealers. A few days ago, they sent a batch of good horses to the capital. I rushed to pick and chose a gentle mare for you. It's just 3 years old. I originally wanted to bring it over this morning, but because it's pregnant, I had to give it up. You can bring it back in 2 days. This gift was too generous. Yu Shu was embarrassed to accept it. A horse that was sent to the capital to be sold must not be cheap, especially a mare that could be matched. If it wasn't 200 or 300 taels, it would be considered touching the horse's butt. Although Zhao Hui and He Fangji also felt that this gift was too generous, they didn't want to interrupt. Pei Jing was a smart person. He saw through their thoughts and said to Yu Shu, "What? You don't want to accept uncle's kindness? Silly child. Can't you see that uncle is trying to curry favor with you? When the Dian rankings is released, there will be many people fighting for a great fortune teller of your age. At that time, uncle won't be able to curry favor with you even if I want to. Isn't it better to do it early?" When Yu Shu heard this, she immediately smiled. She didn't know Pei Jing's character. Even if what he said was true, the affection in his words was not fake. If she continued to refuse, it would seem that she was not magnanimous enough. "Thank you, uncle." "Haha, that's right." Seeing that they were willing, Zhao Hui didn't interrupt. Yu Xiaoxiu was the happiest. He sat next to Pei Jing and kept asking about the horse. Yin Do went to the kitchen to take a look and came back. She told them that the food was ready. He Fangji looked at the sun outside and asked Yu Shu, "Why haven't I seen shopkeeper Chow yet? I didn't say the wrong date, right?" In order to give Yu Shu a lively birthday, Zhao Hui wanted to invite more people. However, there were not many people in Enling. After thinking about it, there were only a few. She invited Pei Jing and waited for Yu Shu to invite Chao Zixin. "Tell him it's today." Yu Shu stood up and looked outside. "You guys go to the living room first. I'll go out and take a look." After paying the bill on the 9th day, Yu Shu didn't see Shui Rui for a few days. Wangji Lu will officially open tomorrow. Shui just showed up at the restaurant yesterday afternoon. He came in a hurry, told Lin Fu a few things, and then left in a hurry. Yushu only had time to say a few words to him. One was to say hello, the other was to say that she invited him to come on the 14th day of her birthday at Zhao Hui's house. Shui agreed to be there. But now it was almost time for lunch, and he still hasn't appeared. Yushu waited outside the door for a while. She saw a shadow of a horse running from the street. The person who stopped in front of the door was Lao Chui, who usually drove the carriage. He panted and called Yushu, then greeted. Greet Miss on your birthday. Yushu saw that he came alone and guessed that Shui had something to do and couldn't come. Sure enough, Lao Chui panted and said, Eldest young master asked me to bring a message. He can't come today, so Miss don't have to wait for him. Yushu was a little disappointed, but she didn't show it. I know, Lao Chui, come in and sit. The food is ready. Join us and have some fun. Miss is kind, but I still have something urgent to do. Lao Chui hesitated for a moment, then looked around and saw that there was no one. He moved forward and whispered to her. To tell Miss the truth, young master really can't leave today. The 9th prince returned to the capital the day before yesterday. This morning, he received the order from Guifei to leave the palace to meet his relatives. Everyone in the family is here to welcome him. This inside story stunned Yushu. The 9th prince? Which one? Also, eldest young master told Miss to go to Wangjilu as early as possible tomorrow. You can't be late. I will leave now, you can go in. Lao Chui hurriedly left after bringing the message. Yushu stood alone at the door for a while. She thought that the 9th prince should be the son of the Guifei of the Shui family. Sister, is brother Chao here? Yu Xiaoxiu's voice sounded behind her. Yushu stopped thinking, turned around and walked towards the courtyard. No, Lao Chui just came to bring a message. He can't come today. Yushu stayed at Zhao Hui's house until the afternoon. Zhao Hui wanted to ask her to stay for dinner, but Yushu found an excuse to decline. Zhao Hui was afraid that she would be late, so she didn't ask her to stay. She packed a few eggs, a box of mooncakes, and a pot of rice wine for her to bring back to Aunt Chui. Yu Xiaoxiu walked Yushu out of the house. He stopped at the street corner, took out a small bag from his arms, and handed it to her shyly. Here you are. Oh, you also prepared a gift for me? Yushu took it with a smile. There seemed to be some strips in the bag. When she opened it, she didn't expect it to be 5 or 6 polished charcoal pens. Looking at the thickness, they seemed to be burnt willow branches. It was rare that none of them were cracked. The pen head was also carefully sharpened. The pen body was also covered with a delicate cloth cover to prevent fingers from getting black when holding the pen. Ah, you made this? Seeing the surprise on Yushu's face, Yu Xiaoxiu shyly said. In the beginning, I burned a lot, but it wasn't good, so I asked Uncle He for help. The cover was sewn by Yin Do. I know you don't like to use a brush, and your writing is slow, so it's fine to use this occasionally. Big sister, don't always study late at night. Go to bed early. Uncle He said that staying up late is not good for your health. Hearing this, Yushu's heart was greatly comforted and she almost cried. She felt that the bag of charcoal briquettes in her hand was the best gift she had received today. She wouldn't exchange it for 10 horses. Yushu couldn't help but hug Yu Xiaoxiu and said, Good little brother, big sister really likes the gift you gave me. I will use it well. Yu Xiaoxiu was hugged by her in the middle of the street. He awkwardly twisted his body and said, You should quickly learn how to use the brush. How can my writing be seen? Yushu giggled and patted his shoulder. She let go of him and promised, Tomorrow, I will buy a calligraphy book to practice. The siblings cuddled for a while more before saying goodbye. Yu Xiaoxiu waited until Yushu disappeared at the corner of the street and turned back. Yushu, on the other hand, changed direction at the next street. Taking advantage of the daylight, she walked towards the south of the city. Along the way, she passed by the market and entered a few shops. She carried more and more bags, big and small, in her hands. By the time she returned to Xing Street, she could no longer carry them all. She walked into the alley with familiarity and stopped in front of a tightly locked courtyard door at the end of the alley. There was no one around, so Yushu took the key from her neck with one hand and opened the door. She pushed the door open with a squeak, then closed the door with a backhand and unlocked the latch. The small courtyard that had not been lived in for a long time was cold and cheerless. Yushu went into the big house and put down the bags. She choked on the dust and waved her hand in front of her nose. She frowned. Tomorrow, Jing-chun would be back, so she had to clean up the place first. Chapter 269. The 15th day of the first month, the Lantern Festival, was also a good day for the opening of Wangji Lu. Early in the morning, there were signs in the Ji residence. The lanterns in the garden were all replaced with a new cluster of bright red, indescribably festive. Even outside the small courtyard where Yushu lived, there were 2 lanterns hung to match the occasion. Yushu left after leaving a message. She had a lot of things to do today. First, Wangji Lu opened at noon. She didn't know how long she would be busy. In the evening, she still had to pick up Yu Xiaoxiu to accompany Aunt Cui for the festival. If she had time, she wanted to go to Huixing Street again. Maybe Jing-chun would come back tonight or tomorrow morning. Horse Street was crowded today. The tea houses and shops on the nearby streets all opened today as if they had made an appointment. On the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year in Anling City, the night was not allowed, the peddlers were not allowed, and the noise was not allowed. The small merchants and peddlers from the south of the city all wandered to the north of the city. Stalls were set up one by the roadside. All kinds of colored lanterns were hung out. There were also people making glutinous rice balls and selling sugar figurines. At this time there was not much noise, but it would be more lively if the lanterns were lit at night. Yushu deliberately passed by the front door of Wangji Lu. She was not surprised to see that there was a long horizontal plaque made of red silk on the elegant door outside the building. It was decorated with colorful flowers and attracted a lot of attention from passers-by. However, the door was not opened. Going around the back door, it was a mess. The originally empty backyard was filled with sundries. Lin Fu was instructing Gui Lu and a few temporary hired helpers to carry things up and down. When they saw Yushu, they all put down what they were doing and greeted her. Yushu motioned for them to continue working, then turned around and entered the kitchen at the back of the building. Xiuqing and 2 cooks were preparing the desserts that would be used today. There were 7 or 8 steamers on the 2-foot-long stove, and white steam was rising from them. In the front building, the tables and chairs were orderly. There were 15 to 16 jars of old wine behind the counter. Xiaodai and Xiaoqing were pasting colored paper on the stairs. It was 7 feet high from the ground. There were nearly 100 colored lanterns hanging vertically and horizontally above their heads. They were all square holes made by the palace. Yushu knew that the small black and black words on them were puzzles. This was a gimmick for today's opening. Anyone who could solve the puzzles by picking up the lanterns would be exempted from paying for a table of food and wine. This move by Shuirui was impressive. Both the front and back of the building were making final preparations for the opening at noon. Everyone was so busy that Yushu was the only one who was free. Seeing that there was nothing for her to do, Yushu went to the 2nd floor. Yesterday, she went to Zhao Hui's house for her birthday, and left Kim Bao with Yu Xiaoxiu. She was afraid that it would run around when there were too many people today. Just as she took the account book and sat down at the desk, Xiaoqing knocked on the door. She said that the hot water was ready and asked her to take a bath and change clothes. She also said that the tailor sent the new clothes yesterday afternoon. Miss didn't come yesterday. The clothes were placed in the room next door. Let me bring them over for you to take a look. The stitches are very meticulous. Hearing this, Yushu was stunned and asked her to bring the clothes to this room. Xiaoqing went to carry a pile of neatly folded clothes and put them on the bed. Yushu shook them out and looked at them one by one. They were even more exquisite than the paintings that day. She couldn't help but like them. She asked Xiaoqing to send someone to bring the hot water up. She washed and changed her clothes. After taking a bath, Yushu sat in the elegant room. She wore a clean white undershirt and a cotton-padded jacket as she sat in front of the pear mirror. Her face was pink from the hot water. She didn't know if it was the effect of the pills she took these days, but the yellowish color on her face faded and her skin became smoother. Other people couldn't move their hands away. So Xiaoqing went to the back of the building to ask Madame Bai to comb her hair. Miss, how do you want to dress up? Madame Bai looked delicate and quiet. She spoke in a gentle voice. Yushu thought that she would be wearing Hu clothing later, so she said, let's do a simple and clean style. There's no need for too many buns. Madame Bai understood. She saw that there weren't many hairpins on the dressing table, so she used a comb to comb her freshly dried hair. She said, then let's tie it into a bun. I'll use a silk ribbon to tie a hairband for Miss and a white jade hairpin. You don't need to wear something like silver red and emerald. You'll look good. Yushu didn't understand these things, so she casually agreed. She would only say that it was beautiful after her hair was tied up. Her facial features weren't exquisite, but she had a standard oval face. If she really followed the example of a noble young lady from a prestigious family, she wouldn't look good without the cloud and flower hairpin in her hair. Instead, she would naturally reveal her forehead and face. Her facial features were clear, and she looked more elegant. She then changed into a pair of Hu clothing and short boots. She had a narrow waist and flat shoulders. When she stood in front of the mirror, she looked even more spirited. Her hands and feet were slender, and she was 3 points taller than a woman. Her facial features were bright, and she looked 3 points better than a man's. Xiaoqing held a teacup and stood on the side. She looked at Yushu and blushed slightly. Madame Bai also felt embarrassed to stare at Yushu for too long. She dabbed some black powder on her face and slightly fixed the shape of her eyebrows before excusing herself. At this time, someone spoke from outside the door. Miss, have you finished packing? Young master is here. Please go downstairs to see him. Yushu was rubbing the snake oil ointment on her hands when she heard Shui Rui's arrival. She replied, I'll go down now. Eldest brother, you're here. In the small hall downstairs, Shui Rui was listening to Lin Fu's report. When he heard the voice, he turned his head and saw the sunlight shining through the door. Yushu walked in, looking neat and tidy. She wore a dark green brocade dress with narrow sleeves and a long lapel collar. The dress hung straight down to her knees, revealing a pair of thin magnolia trousers. The trousers were tightly tucked into a pair of small leather boots. With her back in the sunlight, her slender and tall figure could be seen clearly. Her fine black hair was tied up, her face was bright, and her eyebrows were strange. She looked like a noble lady who had walked out from the murals of the previous dynasty. Even though Shui Rui had seen all kinds of women until now, his eyes could not help but be dazzled by her. Yushu didn't notice the unusual expression in Shui Rui's eyes. She walked over and even stood in front of him, and then she straightened her collar and praised. The craftsmanship of those 2 tailors you found is really excellent. This dress fits me very well. Shui Rui smiled and regained his senses. He picked up his teacup to conceal the trace of excitement in his heart and said, It's good that you like it. I'll find them next time. Have you eaten breakfast? Yushu sat down on the armchair on the other side of the tea house and replied, Yes, I ate on the way here. Shui Rui said, I'll ask them to prepare the dishes. You can eat later. The kitchen will be busy at noon, and will not be able to prepare. Yushu agreed. Shui Rui looked at her and said, Yesterday, I did not attend your birthday banquet as promised. Are you unhappy? Yushu smiled. How can you be so petty? It's not like you did not come on purpose. Shui Rui nodded. Old Chui must have told you that the 9th prince has returned to the capital. Yesterday, he left the palace and came to our residence. It is inconvenient for me to leave. Yushu was curious about the 9th prince. Hearing him mention it, she took the opportunity to ask, Has the 9th prince been away from the capital for a long time? How come I have not heard anything about him in the capital? Shui Rui poured a cup of tea and handed it to her. He said, It is not strange that you do not know. The 9th prince is the son of the imperial concubine. He is actually my cousin. Because his body was weak when he was a child, he was often troubled by ghosts and gods. So he was sent to the holy land of the Taoist sects in the mountains to cultivate. He only returns to the capital once every 3 years. He does not show his face often. So not many people talk about him. Oh, I see. After hearing about the 9th prince, Yushu could not help but think of Jing Chen. Both of them were sent to the Taoist sects to save their lives. The ninth prince could still come back to see his relatives once every 3 years. However, Jing Chun stayed for 18 years. It was not easy for him to leave the mountain. On the way back to the capital, there were many twists and turns, and he almost lost his life. She did not know if the ninth prince and Jing Chun were from the same Taoist sect. "Young master, the meal is ready." Yu Shu just thought of something when she was interrupted by the voices outside the door. She collected her thoughts and followed Shui Rui to the next room to eat. When it was almost noon, there was a sudden sound of gongs and drums on Horse Street. The people on the street were attracted by the noise and gathered in the middle of the street. They gathered outside a newly built restaurant to watch the bustle. There were gongs and drums in front of the door. There were dragon and lion dances and embroidered balls flying. There was a long string of firecrackers hanging in front of the door. It was obvious that the restaurant was going to open today. Yu Shu and Lin Fu stood at the door and watched as more and more people gathered outside. When it was almost time, Lin Fu reported to Yu Shu and went to the door to speak. He had a loud voice. He first thanked the villagers for their support and asked Xiao Qing and Xiao Dai to bring the plates out to distribute the happy points to the onlookers. He then took the opportunity to say a string of auspicious words to win the hearts of the people. Finally, he shouted loudly, "It is the auspicious time. Let our chief steward burn the red incense." Yu Shu knew that it was her turn to show up. She took the incense from Gue Lu's hand, and a little smile hung on her face. She walked out of the door unhurriedly and stood in front of the long string of red incense in front of the door. The onlookers outside the restaurant were guessing which family in the north of the city was behind such a big restaurant when they saw a young girl dressed in a strange outfit walk out. They were startled at first, but then they realized what was going on. They saw her raise her wrist high, and then they heard the sound of firecrackers exploding in their ears. The sky full of wedding smoke blinded their eyes. When the sound of firecrackers died down, they turned their heads to look, but the figure had already disappeared. The red silk plaque on the door had been uncovered, revealing the words Wangji Tower, written in calligraphy. Yu Shu lit the firecrackers and took off the plaque. She turned around and went in. If it was not for Shui Rui's inconvenience to show up, she would not have the chance to do such a glamorous job. Lin Fu took over Yu Shu's position in front of the door and welcomed them with a smile. "Guests, please come in. Our Wangji Lu has an auspicious opening today, and it is held in the Upper Yuan dynasty. Those who can guess the lantern riddles will be exempted from all drinks." Hearing that, the people outside the restaurant looked at each other, and after a while, they all rushed into the restaurant. Let's not talk about how they were dazzled by the exquisitely carved tables and chairs, bowls and saucers, as well as the rare glass screen when they entered Wangji Tower. In short, the 20 tables downstairs were quickly filled, and there were still customers coming in. Yu Shu stood at the entrance to the rear hall, and watched for a long time before she let down the curtain, and went to the rear courtyard to report to Shui Rui. She just happened to miss 2 young misses who held round fans in their hands, and covered their faces as they walked in with their maidservants. "2 young ladies, there are no seats downstairs. There are private rooms on the 2nd floor. Shall I lead you up?" Min, I think there are too many people here. Why don't we go somewhere else?" Ji Xingxuan liked peace and quiet. Seeing the noise here, it was hard for her to not like it. She frowned and turned to ask the person beside her. Xia Jiangmin smiled. "I just heard from the people on the street that this restaurant is opening today. If you answer the lantern riddles correctly, you will be exempted from the meal. With such a good thing, why go elsewhere? Let's just stay here. Waiter, bring us upstairs." Chapter 270. At this moment, Xia Jiangmin was depressed. Ever since Xia Jianghalang came to the capital, she had been confined to the guest house. She was not allowed to step out of the main door. With great difficulty, she endured until the new year, when Xia Jianghalang granted her permission to meet outsiders. On the 9th day of the new year, she went out with Ji Xingxuan and secretly ordered her personal maid to deliver a letter to Huixing Street. When she came back, she was told that the family had moved away before the new year. The worst news was that they had left the capital. Xia Jiangmin had nowhere to find them. After returning home, she choked for 3 days. If she was not afraid of being seen by Xiajiang Helong, Ji Xingxuan sent someone to invite her yesterday, she would not have the energy to go out. Coincidentally, when she walked to Horse Street, she heard passers-by talking about the opening of the restaurant. She was in a good mood and pulled Ji Xingxuan to join in the fun. In a private room on the second floor, the two women sat down and looked around. They were very satisfied with the elegant and pleasant environment. What signature dishes do you have here? Ji Xingxuan asked. Today, she was the one who invited Xia Jiangmin out. Naturally, she had to be the host. The waiter said, "There are many signature dishes. Cold, hot, meat and vegetable. Whatever you have eaten outside, we have it all in Forgotten Plain." Haha, what a big tone. Xia Jiangmin smiled and suddenly interrupted. She took out a pair of ivory chopsticks from the small rack and tapped them on the table. "Let me ask you, is it true that your restaurant is offering lantern riddles today? If you get it right, you'll get free food." The waiter said, "It is true. Look at the lanterns above your head. There are ready-made riddles on it. However, you can only answer once per table. It is limited to 50 taels of food and wine. If you answer correctly, you will have to pay for it." "Hey." Xia Jiangmin frowned. "What if I order too much?" The waiter said, "It doesn't matter if you order too much. If you exceed 50 taels, there will be one question for each dish. If you answer correctly, you will have free food." "Interesting." Xia Jiangmin smiled again and turned to ask Ji Xingxuan. "Jiejie, what do you think of the riddles?" 8 or 9 out of 10. Ji Xingxuan's expression was calm as if she didn't know how to be humble. However, she didn't sound arrogant at all when she said this, as if it was nothing out of the ordinary. Xia Jiangmin's eyes brightened and she happily said, "Jiejie is awesome. I am also good at guessing riddles. Let's have a good meal today." Her eyes flickered. She put down her chopsticks and said, "Waiter, pick 20 of your restaurant's best dishes and bring them up, no matter the price." The waiter looked at their attire and knew that they were rich and respectable. He was not afraid that they would renege on the bill later. He said, "I will go and order the dishes. Miss, please wait for a moment." Seeing how excited Xia Jiangmin was, Ji Xingxuan frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. Yushu went downstairs and returned to the backyard. She knocked on Shui Rui's door and went in to explain the situation outside. Finally, she teased him. "I think there are a lot of people in this banquet who have some knowledge in their bellies. Just wait for today's big payout. You'll have to pay a few thousand taels of silver." Shui Rui flipped through the book in his hand and said, "The more you lose, the more you will earn in the future." Yushu also understood this logic and didn't say anything more. She looked at the heavy book in his hand and asked curiously, "What are you reading?" "The files of the Supreme Court over the years." Shui Rui paused and added, "They are all unjust cases." Yushu rested her chin on one hand and said with interest, "If you didn't mention it, I would have almost forgotten that you are an interrogator. Let me ask you, up until now, how many cases have you solved?" When Shui Rui heard this, he knew that she was a layman. He raised his head and looked at her with a smile, saying, "Most cases are handled by the Yamen and the Ministry of Justice. We, the Supreme Court, are in charge of the trial. Since I entered the Supreme Court, I have handled more than 10 cases, but when it comes to solving cases, I have only solved 2. You mean you don't solve cases? That's not right. That time when someone died in the Taisher Library, wasn't it your Supreme Court that investigated the case?" Speaking of this, Yushu couldn't help but think of the sisters of the Xia family. She felt pity for the young Xia Jiangying who died young. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener heard it. Shui Rui said thoughtfully, "There are also situations like this. Every time there is a major case, the emperor will directly assign the Supreme Court to investigate. Speaking of which, that was the first case I tried, but in the end, Yushu knew that there was an inside story to Xia Jiangying's case. At that time, in order to solve Xia Jiangying's case, Shui Rui would look for her every 2 or 3 days, and even suspected Xia Mingming. Later, for some reason, there was no news. On the day the case was solved, Shui Rui didn't appear in court. Instead, he was drinking at the tavern across the street, and she met him. Hearing Shui Rui stop halfway, her eyes flashed and she deliberately said, Wasn't that case closed? Wasn't the demon who killed Xia Jiangying beheaded in the end? Shui Rui slowly nodded his head. That's right. Yu Shu still wanted to say something, but there was a knock on the door outside. Lin Fu's voice said, Gongye, Shi Ziyi and Feng Gongzi are here. They have been invited to the private room on the second floor of the backyard. Shui Rui stood up, brushed his clothes and said to Yu Shu, let's go. Come with me to meet people and ask for help. The moment Yu Shu heard this, she knew that it was Shui Rui's group of nobles that had arrived. One of the reasons why she was persuaded by Shui Rui to come and help in this restaurant was because she wanted to get acquainted with the nobles of the upper class. Now she didn't have stage fright, so she stood up and followed him. There were actually 2 courtyards at the back of Wangji building. One was a building for guests to stay at night, and there was a small courtyard at the back for horses and maids to live in. Yu Shu and Shui Rui each occupied a private room in the backyard for resting on weekdays, and the rest were used to entertain guests. Unlike the private room at the front of the tavern, this guest room had a bed and quilt, and the hall was more spacious. It was not a problem to accommodate a dozen people. Shui Rui brought Yu Shu up to the second floor, and they walked along the fenced corridor to the end before they stopped outside the door of an elegant room. The 2 guards who were guarding the door were not from the Forgotten Mechanism Tower, but they recognized Shui Rui. They greeted him respectfully and allowed him to open the door. Shui Rui didn't even knock on the door and directly pushed it open. Yu Shu walked behind him. She heard the laughter inside, and then there was a succession of congratulations. Congratulations, Brother Rui. Your tavern is finally open. Isn't it? I heard him say 2 years ago that he was going to open a good place, but who knew it would be delayed until now? There was no lack of women's chuckles in these words. Yu Shu took a step sideways and saw the group of people sitting on the big round table with brocade. She had seen almost all of them. Needless to say, Feng Zhaomiao was the youngest son of General Feng's family. The gentle-looking one was the young master of Grand Secretary Qi's family in Hanlin Academy. The one with narrow eyes was the only son of Count Zhongyong. Then there was Prince of Xiang's heir, Lu Jiong. As for the other 3 girls, she had seen 2 of them at the gambling fair in Dinghua House, and the last one, if she was not mistaken, was the princess of Prince of Xiang's mansion. She had also seen her on the last day of the magical skills examination when she visited Prince of Xiang. In addition, there were 2 people she did not know, a man and a woman, sitting in the middle, especially the plain-looking young man, who was no more than 16 or 17 years old. Looking at his seniority, he sat even higher than Lu Jiong. This must be the 9th prince, Yu Shu thought. Isn't this Miss Lianfang? The one who first called out to Yu Shu was not Feng Zhaomiao, but that heir Lu Jiong. When everyone in the room heard his voice, they then turned their attention to Shui Rui, who walked in behind Yu Shu. Each of them had a scrutinizing look on their faces. Among the people at the table, there was a change in the expression on their faces for a moment, but it quickly floated back up. Shui Rui moved to the side and shielded Yu Shu with a hand to go forward and introduced her to everyone at the table. Since we all know each other, there is no need to introduce her. It's just that you people are full of evil tricks and love to cause trouble. Let me say something clear first. This is my younger sister. When I am not around and you all come, if you bully her when she is young and make fun of her, don't blame me for settling accounts with you later. His words sounded like a joke, but everyone at the table understood the meaning behind it. He wanted them to take care of her. In the blink of an eye, their faces became friendly towards Yu Shu. They put down their arrogance and greeted her with a smile, giving face to Shui Rui. However, there was also someone who disagreed and said with a smile, Brother Rui, they all know this young lady, but I don't. I think that 9th brother, who has just returned to the capital, also doesn't know her. Why don't you introduce us? Which family's daughter is this? She looks somewhat familiar. The one who spoke was Royal Princess, Shiwen of Xiang Imperial Household. She was currently looking at Yu Shu with her head tilted. Her small face was white and rosy, and anyone who saw it couldn't help but like it. Shui Rui looked at her, and was thinking about what to say when Yu Shu took over the conversation. She smiled at the unfamiliar youth and bowed to Royal Princess Shiwen, saying, Greetings, Your Highness, greetings, Royal Princess. I'm not the young miss of any family, I'm just a commoner. Your Highness, have you forgotten? I once met Your Highness at Dinghua Hall. My surname is Yu. Yu Shu understood that this royal princess Xiwen didn't know her, but she couldn't pretend that she didn't know the royal princess. In addition, the ninth prince was sitting on the side, so it was more appropriate for her to speak than for Xue Rui to speak for her. She wasn't stupid enough to think that she could really sit on the same level as this group of proud sons of heaven. She still had to have scruples. Seeing that she answered, Xiwen didn't have a place to say her prepared speech, so she turned her head to talk to the young miss next to Lu Jiong. The ninth prince seemed to be a man of few words. He only nodded at Yu Shu and then turned his gaze to Xue Rui saying, "Everyone sit." There were 2 empty seats on the table, but they were not together. One was next to the ninth prince, and the other was next to Feng Xiaomiao. Xue Rui hesitated to ask someone to add another chair, but Feng Xiaomiao had already waved to Yu Shu and whispered to her, "Lotus room, lotus room." Yu Shu directly walked over and sat next to him. When Xue Rui saw this, he also sat next to the ninth prince. He looked up and saw that Feng Xiaomiao was covering his mouth with one hand. He didn't know what he was whispering to Yu Shu. What was Feng Xiaomiao talking to Yu Shu? In fact, it wasn't a big deal. It was just that during the examination of the strange techniques, Yu Shu went to Taisher Shu Garden to find him. She wanted to enter Prince Xiang's mansion through him, but Feng Xiaomiao suggested that she go to Xue Rui. In the end, Yu Shu didn't go there. "I'm sorry. If you said that you didn't plan to find Brother Rui that day, I would have taken you directly to Prince Xiang's mansion. I didn't delay your business, did I?" The young master of the Feng family was a temperamental person. If he was pleasing to the eye, he would do anything. If he was not pleasing to the eye, he wouldn't even say a word. Yu Shu sneaked into the treasure house of Taisher Shu Garden with him. When she heard that Feng Xiaomiao inadvertently mentioned his worries, she casually comforted him and solved the knot in his heart. Because of this, Yu Shu entered his eyes. When Yu Shu heard Feng Xiaomiao apologizing to her for that inexplicable matter, she had a better impression of him. She shook her head and imitated him to answer in a low voice. "No, later Xue Dage took me to see Xiang Wangye. How was your answer in that subject?" Chapter 271. Xue Rui and Yu Shu are accompanying a group of people in a private room at the back of Wangji Tower. Dishes and wine are served one after another. Lu Jiong thinks it's boring to just eat and drink, so he proposes to play a drinking game. He asks Xue Rui to bring 10 jars of wine over and change them into big cups. Feng Xiaomiao agrees. Seeing this, Xue Rui knows that this group of people wants to draw lots. He is not afraid of anything, but he has to take Yu Shu into consideration. Others don't know Yu Shu's background, but Xue Rui knows it very well. He thinks that she doesn't know a word before, but now she has to play with elegance. What's more, this group of people play without limits, and she will get drunk. So he cleverly takes the lead before they make a scene. He asks someone to get the dice and coaxes this group of people to play dice token, without using poetry. Some people are willing, but some are not. They are all suppressed by Xue Rui's sneer. "You usually read the 4 books and 5 classics all day and recite poems. Don't you find it a headache? Today, if you want to play, let's play more relaxed. If not, let's play with luck. If you want to admit that you are unlucky, leave first. Otherwise, don't blame me for making you drink later." Everyone present at the table refused to admit defeat, and none of them were willing to admit that they were unlucky. When they were provoked by Xue Rui's words, their interest was aroused, and all of them urged for the competition to begin quickly. There were even some who laughed and said that they would teach Xue Rui a lesson later. Yu Shu heaved a sigh of relief in her heart when she saw that she didn't have to play around with words, and she guessed that Xue Rui was trying to excuse her. So she seized the opportunity when Xue Rui wasn't paying attention to send a grateful gaze over. Xue Rui smiled lightly when he saw this, and he said in his heart, "How could she suffer a loss with me here?" But he doesn't know that their interaction is seen by one person at the table. He thinks that they are exchanging flirtatious glances, which makes him even more unhappy. Yu Shu had never played dice before, but after listening to Xue Rui's intentional explanation of the rules, she had an idea. To put it bluntly, she just had to guess the numbers. Everyone pushed the ninth prince to be the official, and he was in charge of throwing the dice. Everyone at the table guessed. Those who guessed correctly would be exempted from drinking, and those who guessed incorrectly would be punished. To make things interesting, they also set up a checkpoint. Those who guessed correctly could choose anyone at the table to be punished or exempted from drinking. The 2 dice had a total of 12 points, and the smallest number was 2. There were 11 people at this table, not counting the ninth prince, so even if everyone guessed different points, there was bound to be one that was missed. At the beginning of the game, Yushu guessed wrongly. The number of points added up to 7, and she guessed 10. But there were not many people who guessed correctly, only Shui Rui and Rui Lin. Shui Rui of course exempted Yushu from punishment, which caused a series of complaints. Shui Rui disapprovingly said, "You don't want me to exempt from punishment, and you want me to punish you with a cup of wine?" Everyone drank wine. Yushu was happy to escape, but something caught her attention. Young Lord Rui Lin exempted the girl sitting next to the ninth prince from punishment. This girl was the only one at the table that Yushu had not seen before. It seemed that she was accompanying the ninth prince, and Rui Lin was acting as an escort for someone else. This girl's appearance was not outstanding, at least compared to the beautiful Princess Xuan beside her, and the gentle and lovely Miss Xie beside Lu Jiang. The only thing that could be praised was that this girl's skin was extremely white, and her skin was like ice and bones like jade. It made people want to reach out and touch her to see if she was real or not. Again, see if I won or not punish you." Feng Zhaomiao shouted, and the ninth prince shook the dice again. After more than 10 games, Yushu had to admit that her luck was really bad. In the past hour, she had not guessed correctly even once. If it wasn't because Shui Rui had guessed correctly 5 times, Feng Zhaomiao had helped her drink twice, and no one at the table had deliberately won to punish her, she would have been the first to be knocked down at this table. Even so, she was still punished with 5 or 6 glasses of wine. Fortunately, her alcohol tolerance was good, so it didn't show on her face. However, there was someone who was slightly luckier than her. Young Lord Rui, except for the first game, didn't win again. Someone deliberately punished him, and he drank more than 10 glasses in a row. His face was already red. While they were drinking, the door suddenly opened a small gap. Yushu saw Shui Rui coming in with a difficult expression. She didn't know what he whispered in Shui Rui's ear, but Shui Rui waved his hand and let him go. Yushu asked him with her eyes, but Shui Rui shook his head and pointed to the ninth prince, telling her to pay attention to the dice. Seeing the ninth prince knock the dice box, Feng Zhaomiao stood up and looked around. Yes, what is it? 5, 6, it's 11. Haha, I got it. Feng Zhaomiao happily clapped her hands. Yushu's face was bitter. She guessed 6. She looked up at Shui Rui. If she remembered correctly, he guessed 11 and got it again. How could this person's luck be so good? This time, there were a lot of people who got it. Feng Zhaomiao, Shui Rui, Xie Miaoyun, and Princess Xuan. The rest of the people who lost looked back and forth at them. Some were afraid of being punished, some were trying to please them. Come, brother Rui, 2 glasses. Feng Zhaomiao picked up the glass and filled it for Rui Lin. This guy was determined to get one drunk first. Shui Rui raised his hand and pointed at Yushu. Pass. Yushu pursed her lips and smiled. Drinking only 2 glasses less than Rui Lin, Lu Jiong was a little drunk. He patted the table with dissatisfaction and pointed at the 2 of them. Pass again. How many glasses have been passed? Why don't you help me pass one? Shui Rui raised his eyebrows and said, I'll call you little sister. If you agree, I'll pass you this glass. Hearing this ridicule, the group of people at the table rocked back and forth in laughter. Even the ninth prince, who was a man of few words, curled his lips. Lu Jiong silently raised his head and drank a cup of wine. At this time a voice laughed and said, Brother, don't be angry. I will help you vent. Yushu raised her head and saw Princess Xuan, who was sitting across from her, stretch out a white finger and point at her. Miss Lianfang, please drink a cup. This was the first time Yushu was called out as a penalty. She was stunned for a moment, then picked up the glass and drank. She didn't refuse. Who knew that just as she drank 1 glass, another voice said, Lotus Room, drink another glass. Sitting next to Shiwen, Xie Miaoyan also called Yushu's name. Yushu glanced at the two young women that sat together and smiled, and then she asked Feng Xiaomiao to pour another cup for her. Shui Rui didn't say anything when he saw this scene. However, after a few rounds, those who were still in high spirits at the table realized that something was not right. Whenever Shiwen and Xie Miaoyan guessed correctly, they would definitely point at Yushu and punish her with drinking. Shui Rui couldn't guess every single time, so after 3 to 5 cups, Yushu drank almost as much as Ruilin. Her plain and clean face was completely red, and anyone who looked at her would think that she was slightly drunk. However, in the next round, those two girls still didn't let her go and gave her another 2 cups. The first to speak was Feng Xiaomiao. Shiwen, what's wrong with you and Sister Miaoyan? You just caught a person and bullied her. Everyone at the table quieted down and looked at Shiwen and Xie Miaoyan sitting together. The atmosphere was a bit stiff. Xie Miaoyan smiled and said, Lotus Room hasn't said anything yet, but you're the first to speak up. Let me ask you, which eye of yours saw that we bullied her? Shiwen pursed her lips and said, Xiaomiao, don't talk nonsense. The two of us wanted to get closer to Miss Lotus Room, so we let her drink a few more glasses. You men drink 1,000 glasses when drinking with friends, but can't we girls? If you really want to bully someone, just ignore her. Is there a need to play with her? Hearing their words, Feng Xiaomiao didn't back down. Stop trying to bluff. I think you're just bullying people. Why don't I see you getting closer to the one next to His Highness? Feng Xiaomiao's words caused the people at the table to frown. After Yushu recovered from the alcohol, she realized that they were quarreling because of her. She glanced at everyone's faces and felt that this little girl wasn't speaking up for her, but was trying to attract hatred for her. She coughed loudly and frowned as she interrupted. Have any of you ever seen me so unlucky? It's been more than 20 rounds, and I haven't won a single one yet. I guess everything correctly. Why don't you guys do me a favor and let me drink a few more cups of wine next round? Let me guess a few more numbers, at least let me guess correctly once. With a pu-chi sound, the girl sitting next to the 9th prince laughed. The 9th prince looked at her, and also curled his lips. Everyone at the table looked at Yushu's bitter face and immediately laughed. Shiwen looked at Yushu and then turned to whisper a few words to Xie Miaoyan. She didn't continue looking for trouble. Seeing that the atmosphere had eased, Yushu made a fool of herself. She scolded in her heart, It's not easy for me. I've suffered losses and still have to make you ancestors happy. Seeing that Yushu had helped him out, Shui Rui, as the host said, Alright, we've been drinking for half a day and it's getting late. You guys should stop and fill your stomachs. When the street lights are turned on, we'll go out for a walk. Then we'll see if we can continue drinking here, or go somewhere else. The 9th prince also said, Let's try the dishes. So the group of people put down their glasses and changed their chopsticks. After playing for the whole afternoon, it was already dusk. It was still early in the first month of the lunar calendar. Xiao Qing and Xiao Dai came into the room to light the lamps. A servant came in to change the dishes. Yushu glanced sideways and saw Lin Fu coming in. She moved closer to Shui Rui and whispered to him. This time Shui Rui frowned. Everyone at the table saw that his expression wasn't right. Lu Jiong asked, What happened? Shui Rui looked at them and shook his head. There's a troublemaker. This aroused everyone's curiosity and they all asked him what happened. Shui Rui was too lazy to explain and let Lin Fu explain. It's like this. Our restaurant is open for business today. In order to celebrate the festival by guessing the lantern riddles, those who answer correctly will be exempted from a table of food and wine. Because the limit is 50 taels per table, the extra dish is 1 riddle and 1 dish, just for the sake of popularity. As Lin Fu spoke, his face suddenly turned bitter. Who would have thought that there would be 2 insensible people? From noon until now they have ordered nearly 50 dishes. Each dish was sent in and they only tasted it before putting it down. If they answered correctly and guessed correctly, they would then ask someone to send it over. The price of the dishes has already exceeded 1,000 taels. Seeing that they have no intention of leaving, it looks like they're going to stay until closing time. Since it's the first day of business, We can't chase them away. Left with no choice, I came to young master for advice. Hearing that there was a troublemaker, everyone at the table laughed. Lu Jiong took the opportunity to tease Shui Rui. Guess correctly. Whoever you ask to come up with the riddle, it won't be difficult. Chapter 272. Lin Fu reported to Shui Rui. When they heard about the troublemaker, the people at the table in the elegant room became excited instead. Moreover, it was the Lantern Festival today, so they needed lanterns and riddles to satisfy their cravings. Lu Jiong joked, so Shui Rui simply asked Lin Fu to fetch a dozen lanterns for him to write the riddles. Lu Jiong was not an idiot. He could see that the troublemaker had some skill. It was fine if he came up with the riddles, but if he failed, then he would lose face. Thus, he thought of a way to drag this table of people down with him without losing face. What's the point of me coming up with the riddles alone? How about this? Each of us come up with a riddle and send it to the front. Let's see who can control the situation. How about it? The rest of the people were itching for a fight, so they all agreed. Feng Zhaomiao's voice was the loudest, urging the servants to prepare pen and paper. Only one voice said differently. It's not fun just like this. How about we make a bet? It's more interesting to win or lose. The group of men and women turned to look at Princess Shiwen and asked, "What bet?" Shiwen tapped her smooth chin with her finger and looked at the table of people. She smiled and said, "If the riddles are answered by the person in front, then they lose. If the riddles baffle the person in front, then they win. The winner can pick anyone at this table and ask that person to do something. No matter what it is, they must agree." Xie Miaoyan clapped his hands and said, "This is interesting." Yushu's eyelids twitched. She didn't know why, but she felt that these two girls were targeting her. Everyone looked at each other, and then shifted their gaze to the ninth prince and Shui Rui, waiting for their opinion. The ninth prince said, "There's nothing else, just one thing. Don't go overboard." Shui Rui nodded and said, "No matter who wins or loses, don't hurt our friendship." Faced with the advice of her two brothers, Shiwen obediently said, "Ninth brother, Brother Rui, don't worry. We know what to do. We had the servants prepare the table for food and wine, as well as the lanterns and ink." Feng Zhaomiao couldn't wait any longer. He grabbed one and started writing. Yushu glanced at him and saw that he wrote, "A sparrow flying on the table, holding its tail, jumping into the river, hitting something." After thinking about it, Yushu smiled. This was too simple. It was a spoon. Feng Zhaomiao turned around and saw her looking at him. "Why don't you take a guess?" "I don't know." Yushu shook her head, not wanting to dampen his enthusiasm. She turned to look at the lady next to her, the one who accompanied Qi Mingxiu. There were only a few simple words written on the lantern. "Qi Liang's rivers and mountains, a man's name." Yushu doesn't know about this. She is not good at history. She only knows about the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming and Qing dynasties. She can't even remember the period of Qi and Liang dynasties, let alone guess the person. This young lady's handwriting was beautiful. This lantern with square holes and bamboo joints was already very beautiful. Coupled with her good handwriting, it looked even more exquisite when it was dotted with wax and glittered with golden light. Shui Rui finished writing a riddle. He raised his head and saw Yushu looking around. He asked her, "Why aren't you writing?" Yushu said embarrassedly, "My handwriting is terrible. I've ruined the lantern." Shui Rui smiled and gestured at her. "Come, I'll write for you." Yushu left her seat and went to his side. She took a lantern from Xiaoqing and handed it to him. Shui Rui dipped the brush in ink and asked, "What do you want to write?" Yushu thought for a moment. She bent down slightly and said softly, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, write one word." Shui Rui raised the brush and paused for a moment. Then he wrote vertically on the lantern. It was a simple line of numbers, but he wrote it with a bit of elegance. "What about the answer to the riddle?" Yushu asked. "Should I write it on the lantern?" Shui Rui turned the lantern upside down. He pointed to a groove at the bottom for her to see. "Write it on a piece of paper. Hide it here. You can check it when you solve the riddle." Yushu looked at the hole and rubbed her chin. An idea flashed in her mind. She smiled at him and said, I'll write the answer myself. Shui Rui gave the lantern to her. Yushu took it to a small table at the side. She tore a piece of paper and wrote the answer to the riddle. Then, she turned her head and waved at Lin Fu to call him over. She covered his mouth and whispered a few words in his ear before handing the lantern to him. At this time, everyone had finished the riddle. Yushu's lantern was the last to be given out. When she returned to her seat, she heard someone ask, What did you write in the lotus room? Yushu looked up and saw that it was Royal Princess Xuan asking the question. She said, A word riddle. Let's hear it. Let's all guess first. Yushu honestly said, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. Everyone at the table heard it and started guessing. After a moment, Xie Miaoyan smiled. It's a word, mouth, right? Feng Xiaomiao couldn't guess it, so she curiously asked, What do you mean? So stupid, Xuan tenderly said. Aren't there only 8 missing? Only 8 missing. Isn't it just a word, mouth? Feng Xiaomiao suddenly understood. The others all nodded. Xuan propped up her chin with her hands and said to Yushu with pity, You came up with this too easily. If you lose, you might be punished later. Yushu smiled non-committally. If I lose, I lose. Xuan didn't pay attention to her anymore. She turned her head and asked others what they wrote. After asking around, other than Shui Rui, the 9th prince, and herself, everyone else at the table was able to guess it. Even Feng Xiaomiao's spoon was guessed, causing him to hang his head in dejection for a while. After the lantern was delivered, there was no news for a while. They chatted and drank, then guessed some lantern riddles to pass the time. Lin Fu reported that the 2 guests who came to cause trouble were none other than Xia Jiangmin and Ji Xingxuan. In this private room on the 2nd floor, there were 2 tables filled with all kinds of dishes, filling the air with fragrance. Some of the dishes had already gone cold. Some were still steaming, but none of them had been touched. Xia Jiangmin held a pair of ivory chopsticks and poked at the dish in front of her. She picked up a piece of chopped green onion and put it in her mouth. She took a sip of tea and looked up at Lin Fu, who was standing at the door, and said with a smile, Shopkeeper, don't stand here. We'll leave after we're full. This is just the beginning. Why are you in such a hurry? Lin Fu wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and smiled. In his heart he said 100 times, Harmony brings wealth. Ji Xingxuan gently pulled her sleeve and looked at the dazzling array of dishes on the table. In a low voice she said, Min Min, it's enough. We should go back. Jie, don't be anxious. We have just changed a table of dishes. We haven't paid the bill yet. Xia Jiangmin patted her hand and said to Lin Fu, Can I trouble shopkeeper to bring more lanterns? After I have guessed these, I will bring your most expensive dishes to the table. Lin Fu was waiting for her to say this. He quickly called Gui Lu and Gui Qi, who were holding lanterns outside, to bring the dishes to the 2. Xia Jiangmin first took one and looked at it. She said, This is a spoon. As she said this, she took a pen and wrote it down. Gui Lu stretched out his hand and touched the bottom of the riddle. When he opened it, he got it. Then he guessed 2 more. When he came across a difficult one, he showed it to Ji Xingxuan. Look, Qiliang Jiangshan. What kind of person is this? Ji Xingxuan thought for a while and said, It's Emperor Liang Wu Xiaoyan. Xia Jiangmin did not ask her how she solved the riddle. She asked the waiter to take out the riddle. When he saw it, he got it. He said happily, Jie is so smart. Ji Xingxuan heard her praise but was not happy. She smiled helplessly and wanted to persuade her to go back. But Xia Jiangmin turned her head and looked at the riddle again. This is interesting. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, type 1 word. Jie, what do you think it is? It's the word mouth. Xia Jiangmin nodded. That's right. Let's reveal it. The sky turned dark. A group of men and women were waiting impatiently in the private room behind the building. When the door opened, Lin Fu came in, sweating profusely. Feng Xiaomiao hurriedly asked, How was it? Did they stumble? Lin Fu nodded and grinned. There were 3 questions that they couldn't answer. Coincidentally, the dishes were very expensive. Those 2 were worried that they did not have money to pay the bill. They couldn't order anymore. Haha. Everyone at the table laughed. Lu Jiong winked at Shui Rui and said, "Look, it's my idea that saved you a lot of money. How are you going to thank me? Why are you so happy? You didn't come up with the questions." Shui Rui coldly said. He turned to Lin Fu and asked, "Who didn't answer?" Lin Fu nodded and said with a red face, "First, there was His Highness Zhou's question." Lu Jiong clapped. "There was. We didn't answer his question just now." The ninth prince was modest. "It was just a little roundabout. It's not worth anything." He asked Lin Fu curiously, "What about the other two questions?" Lin Fu bowed to him. "It was Juanju's question." Lu Jiong said, "There was this too. Shiwen, what is the answer to your riddle? Tell us quickly." "It's just an idiom." Shiwen put down her chopsticks and wiped the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief. She slowly looked around the crowd and finally looked at Shui Rui. "Just now you said that there is a prize if you win, right?" Everyone answered yes. Yushu's eyelids twitched again. She heard Shiwen said softly, "I have nothing else to do. It's just that this afternoon, I saw Brother Rui drinking for others. So, I didn't toast a few times. Now, I will let him have a good toast. Come, bring a jar of the 10-year-old Huadia wine. Let Brother Rui toast to Miss Lianfang." Yushu's face changed slightly. This ordinary Huadia wine was not strong, but the 10-year-old wine was very strong. A whole jar was enough to knock her down. After drinking for a while, she couldn't tell north from south. She was still talking nonsense and embarrassing herself. This girl is so bad. Shui Rui also frowned and looked at Shiwen. He didn't know what she was doing today. Seeing Shui Rui's serious face, Shiwen blinked innocently. "It's just drinking a jar of wine. It's not too much. I don't think Miss Lianfang's alcohol tolerance is that low. At most, she can go down and rest after getting drunk." "You? Isn't there another one? Why are you in such a hurry?" Yushu saw that Shui Rui was about to speak, so she interrupted him first. She turned half of her body and asked Lin Fu, who was wiping his sweat, "What about the other one? Whose is it?" Lin Fu carefully looked at his grandfather and grandmother and squeezed out a smile. It's our Miss Yu's." As soon as he said this, everyone at the table was surprised and turned to look at Yushu. Shui Rui raised his eyebrows in surprise. "How can it be? Her question is very simple. How can she not solve it?" Shiwen questioned, her delicate eyebrows furrowed as she looked at Lin Fu and coldly said, "Don't try to fool us just to please your master." Lin Fu hurriedly lowered his head. "Your Royal Highness is wise. How would this lowly one dare? They really answered our Miss Yu's riddle incorrectly." Lu Jiong playfully said, "That's strange. I don't think the person outside is useless. Otherwise, how could she solve Brother Rui's riddle, but not be able to answer such an easy question?" Xie Miaoyan gently patted Shiwen's hand under the table to calm her down. She turned to ask Lin Fu, "Is it the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 question? What did they answer?" "This is the answer they wrote." As Lin Fu spoke, he took out a ball of paper from his sleeve. Everyone looked at it and saw that there was a mouth on the paper. "Since it's a mouth, isn't that right?" Shiwen said with a bit of anger. Lin Fu sweated profusely, but the answer to Mrs. Riddle isn't a mouth. It's a tortoise. This made everyone puzzled. After thinking about it, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 didn't have anything to do with the word tortoise. Shui Rui thoughtfully looked at Yushu. When he saw the evil smile on her face, he suddenly realized that it was a tortoise. Shiwen saw that the situation had suddenly turned around, and her tone became bad. She said to Yushu, "You should explain clearly how it's a tortoise. If you can't explain it, then I won't listen to you." "I didn't say that it was a mouth at all. It was your own guess just now." Yushu stood up with a smile and gestured in the air with one hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 9. There's only an 8 missing. That's right, I forgot to write it. It's not missing 8, it's forgetting 8. Wang Ba, Wang Bie, isn't that a tortoise? Haha. With a loud laugh, Feng Zhaomiao momentarily forgot herself and flipped over the stool. With a plop sound, she sat on the ground. She still slapped her thigh and laughed, her mouth constantly saying, Wang Ba, it's a tortoise." The ninth prince and the young lady next to him also smiled. The former looked at Yu Shu for the first time, nodded and said, "That's right, it's right." For a moment, everyone at the table was smiling. Only Shiwen had a straight face and was sullen. Cough cough, okay, let's talk seriously. Shui Rui cleared his throat and said, "Now she also won a round. Shiwen, this punishment can be waived." Everyone looked at Shiwen, but she lightly snorted and said, "You can't say it like that. Winning is winning, losing is losing. If I win, it's mine. If she wins, it's hers. How can you mix it up?" Shui Rui originally wanted to give her a way out, but he didn't expect her to be so stubborn. She looked at Lu Jiong and gave him a look. Lu Jiong understood, and was about to persuade his stubborn little sister when he heard Yu Shu say, "Your Highness is right. How can winning and losing be mixed up? You find me that jar of wine, I'll accept it." Yu Shu got up and left the table. She walked in front of Shui Rui and stretched out her hands. She smiled cutely and said, "Big brother, toast me a jar of wine." Shui Rui didn't know what she was planning. He hesitantly picked up the jar of wine on the table and handed it to her. Just as he was about to touch it, she snatched it away. The next scene made everyone at the table dumbfounded. Yu Shu, a little girl, held the jar of wine, raised her head and gulped it down in one breath. When she came back to her senses, she had already wiped her mouth and turned the empty jar upside down for everyone to see. Shui Rui was angered by her reckless behavior and smiled. He was about to scold her when he saw Yu Shu burp and mumble, "It's my turn." She drunkenly put down the empty jar and picked up another jar full of wine. She turned around and walked to the other side of the table. She stopped in front of Shiwen, tilted her neck and burped. She handed it over, narrowed her eyes and said, "Your Highness, it's your turn. It's just drinking a jar of wine, it's not too much." Everyone was silent. Understanding what she meant, Shiwen's face immediately darkened. This girl dared to embarrass her. The drunk Yu Shu sneered in her heart. "Smelly girl, if I don't teach you a lesson today, I'll write my name backwards. Your Highness is a fart. If you annoy her, even your Wangya won't have a good time." Chapter 273. At night, the atmosphere in the private room at the back of Wangji building was a little subtle. Everyone could see that Shiwen was deliberately making things difficult for Yu Shu by asking Shui Rui to toast wine to her, but it was not easy to persuade her. Who would have thought that Yu Shu would drink to her heart's content? She did not show weakness and offered a whole jar of Huadia wine to Shiwen, making things difficult for her instead. The group of people at the table stared at each other and saw that Shiwen's expression was a little ugly. As the elder brother, Lu Jiong was the first to speak. He coughed and stood in front of Shiwen. He smiled and said to Yu Shu, "Shiwen's body is not good and can't handle alcohol. How about I drink this jar of wine on behalf of Miss Lianfang?" One sentence had two meanings. On one hand, Lu Jiong reminded Yu Shu of his identity, and on the other hand, he found an excuse to step down. In fact, he was telling Yu Shu to stop before going too far, and he wanted her to take advantage of the situation. If Yu Shu was tactful enough and pushed the boat with the current, she could give face to the air and everyone would be happy. However, Yu Shu looked at Lu Jiong drunkenly and held the jar of wine in her arms. She shook her head and said with a naive face, "I'm afraid that won't do. If the heir wants to drink wine, he has to win the lantern riddles first. It was not easy for me to win this afternoon." Hiccup. The princess had previously rewarded me with many cups of wine and said that she wanted to be close to me. I was really flattered and embarrassed because I could not return the favor. This jar of wine shows my sincerity. As she spoke, she burped again and actually walked around Lu Jiong with the jar of wine. She went to the other side of Shiwen and pushed the wine jar forward. She said slowly, "Your Highness, if you don't drink this wine today, it means that you don't appreciate my kindness and look down on me." Yu Shu's words were very sincere, but Shiwen gritted her teeth when she heard it. She really looked down on Yu Shu, but she couldn't openly show it. Otherwise, if she showed her pettiness in front of this table of people, how could she have the face to interact with them in the future? Lu Jiong looked at the unappreciative Yu Shu and frowned. He wanted to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by a faint voice. "Your Highness, This jar of wine can be drunk by my sister, but your sister can't? If this is the case, don't bring her next time we get together. It will spoil the fun." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone at the table was able to discern that Shui Rui was slightly angry. Well, it was Shiwen who targeted Yu Lianfang at the beginning and bullied Yu Lianfang. Fortunately, Yu Lianfang was sensible and was still grinning up until now. If it was any other young girl, her eyes would have probably turned red long ago. Now that Yu Lianfang had drunk the wine, everyone at the table could see that she drank the entire jar. They couldn't help but admire her magnanimity. When it was Shiwen's turn, if she reneged on her debt, wouldn't it be obvious that she was bullying others? It was fine if she wanted to bully others, but this Yu Lianfang was clearly brought here by Shui Rui. He had asked everyone to take care of her in advance. If she bullied his people, how could he be happy? If any of them helped to persuade her, wouldn't it be obvious that they were making things difficult for Shui Rui? Everyone understood this logic, and Yushu understood it even more. She first had the reason, and then she had the affection. So she unscrupulously forced Shiwen to drink the wine. She knew that Shiwen would have to drink even if she didn't want to. Fine, I'll drink. Shiwen saw that Shui Rui was protecting an outsider, and that no one at the table was speaking up for her. She was so angry that her eyes turned red. She snatched the jar of wine from Yushu's hands and raised her head to gulp it down. However, because she drank too quickly, she accidentally choked and coughed violently, spilling the wine. Xie Miaoyun, who was beside her, hurriedly went to help her, but she knocked him away with her elbow and forced herself to drink the entire jar of wine. Pung! Shiwen heavily placed the empty wine jar on the table and coughed a few more times. She raised her head and looked at Yushu with a sorry expression. Her voice was hoarse as she said, "Miss Lianfang toasted me with this jar of wine today. Shiwen will remember it." Yushu coldly snorted. If this little girl wanted to remember a grudge, then let her. She was afraid of poverty, death, and boredom, but she wasn't afraid of trouble. Grinning, as if she didn't hear the meaning behind her words, Yushu gave Shiwen a thumbs up and praised, "Junju has a good capacity for alcohol." Shiwen clenched her fists in her sleeves. She wanted to open her mouth to regain some face, but her throat was burning hot. Afraid that she would make a fool of herself after drinking, she could only endure her anger and sit back down. Xie Miaoyun hurriedly helped her back, handed her tea, and whispered his concern. At this time, Yushu was almost at her limit. The 10-year-old wine was really strong. Not long after drinking it, her stomach felt like it was on fire and her head was dizzy. She resisted the urge to vomit, slowly turned around, walked back to her seat, and held onto the edge of the table to sit down. "Lianfang, are you okay?" Feng Zhaomiao asked in a small voice. Yushu shook her head and didn't dare open her mouth as she was afraid that she would spit out if she spoke another word. When she raised her head, she met Shui Rui's gaze, and when she saw the frown that appeared between his brows, she forced herself to grin at him to indicate that she was fine. Yet she didn't know that this silly appearance of hers caused others to be infuriated and pained. Lu Jiong saw that things had gotten to this point and ruined the atmosphere. He sighed inwardly and said to ease the situation, "Miss Yu and Shiwen are both emotional people. Today, you've guessed the riddle of the Lantern Festival and drank wine. You're both drunk. I think it's better to disperse and go back to do your own things. Let Brother Rui clean up the mess. What does ninth brother think?" The ninth prince nodded and said, "Let's do it like this." Shui Rui said, "Okay, let's end it here for today." So everyone left the table. Shui Rui and Yushu stood up to send them off. When they walked to the door, Feng Zhaomiao suddenly said, Did you guys forget that His Imperial Highness also won a lantern riddle? We haven't said anything yet." Everyone stopped and looked at the ninth prince. The latter glanced at them and then his eyes finally fell on Shui Rui and said, "There's no hurry. Let's leave it for now and talk about it next time." Shui Rui said, "Then next time." The group of people left the private room. Lin Fu led the way at the front, and they walked toward the stairs. The sky was already dark outside. Colorful lanterns were hung at the bottom of the corridor and by the railings. The entire place was filled with colorful lights. The night breeze blew gently and scattered the lanterns. Shui Rui and Yushu walked at the back of the crowd. When they turned the corner and went down the stairs, Yushu's legs went weak and she stepped on empty air. She didn't have time to hold on to the railing, but Shui Rui, who was behind her, grabbed her with one hand and put his other arm around her shoulder. He steadily helped her step on the ground. Shui Rui looked down at Yushu, who was leaning on his chest. The tip of his nose touched the fragrance of her hair, and his eyes darkened. Phew! Yushu was startled. She turned her head and whispered a word of thanks. After standing firmly, she struggled to get away from Shui Rui's support. She heard him say, "Let me help you." "It's okay. I can walk by myself." Yushu was about to push his hand away when a gust of wind blew past her ear. The hand on her shoulder tightened and said, "Don't force yourself." Yushu blinked her eyes before lowering them right after. She looked at the stairs below and felt dizzy. She had no choice but to allow Shui Rui to hold her arm with one hand and support her back with the other as they walked down the stairs. Feng Zhaomiao walked to the next floor and inadvertently looked up. From his point of view, he saw the tall Shui Rui holding Yushu's slender figure as they walked down. The two people's intimate posture made him stare blankly. There was a lantern on the hanging beam. His sharp eyes saw the expression on Shui Rui's face at this moment. Feng Zhaomiao quickly lowered his head and quickly walked to the front of the crowd. His eyelids twitched. He felt that he had discovered a secret and was flustered. As soon as they arrived downstairs, Shui Rui let go of Yushu. Even if they called each other brother and sister, it was not too polite. It would not be good for her if other people saw them. There were many people in the front building. Lin Fu brought this group of noble people to the door of the backyard and asked someone to carefully light up the lanterns to light the way. "Let's send them here. We'll meet another day." The ninth prince said to Shui Rui, "Take care. When you go back, send someone to my residence to report that you are safe." "Zhaomiao, ah?" Feng Zhaomiao heard Shui Rui call him and suddenly raised his head. Shui Rui looked at him strangely and said, "Don't run around and cause trouble. Go back early." Oh. Feng Zhaomiao nodded quickly and secretly glanced at Yushu. Then he quickly followed behind Lu Jiong and left. Xiwen was helped by Xie Miaoyan and Qi Mingxiu's fiancé. She half closed her eyes and looked back at Shui Rui and Yushu, who were standing together in the courtyard. Biting her lips, she finally turned around and left without saying a word. After sending everyone away, Yushu really did not have the strength to go upstairs. So, Shui Rui took her to his resting room on the first floor. He helped her lie on the soft couch in the living room and called Xiao Qing and Xiao Dai to serve her. He sat on the side with a cup of hangover tea and looked at her lazy and tired appearance. Yushu drank half a bowl of the soup and wiped her hands and face with hot water. Only then did she feel better. However, she felt dizzy and weak and her throat was sore. Fortunately, she did not eat much at the banquet. Otherwise, she would have vomited by now. Lying on the bed with the blanket, Yushu opened her eyes a slit and said to Shui Rui weakly, "I originally planned to pick up Xiaoxiu and my mother to celebrate the Lantern Festival together. Now I can't. Send someone to my godmother's house to tell her, so that Xiaoxiu won't be able to wait." Shui Rui ordered the people guarding outside the door and turned around to look at Yushu. "Are you uncomfortable?" Yushu rubbed her temples and said in a muffled voice, "Of course I'm uncomfortable." "If you know that you're uncomfortable, will you still be so impulsive next time?" Shui Rui's voice suddenly turned cold. "In order to make things difficult for others, you will suffer first." Yushu's ears twitched. She could tell that he was going to settle the score later. She rolled her eyes and exclaimed, "Ayo." She covered her forehead and moaned, Don't talk to me first. I feel like vomiting." "Don't." Shui Rui knew that she was pretending to be stupid, but seeing her uncomfortable appearance, he didn't have any temper. He sighed and his voice softened. "Xiwen has been spoiled since she was young, so her temper is unreasonable. Today, you went against her and made her suffer in front of others. She must be angry with you and will settle the score with you later. If you meet her in the future, try to stay away from her and don't fight with her, so that she won't make things difficult for you again." Yushu pricked up her ears to listen to his words. The meaning of his words was that he was more biased towards her than his cousin. So she stopped groaning and put down her hand. She looked at him and smiled. For your sake, the next time I see her, I will ignore her. Hearing this, Shui couldn't help but laugh. He reached out and rubbed her head and said in a low voice, "Be obedient." Yushu didn't move away. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but she didn't have any strength. She could only let him rub her head gloomily, like coaxing a child. Chapter 274. Young Master. The two troublemakers in front didn't have the money to pay the bill, so they started to make a fuss and insisted on seeing the steward. This lowly one asked and found out that one of them was the daughter of the Celestial Commissioner Jiyu. The daughter of the Jiyu family? That's right. Yushu and Shui looked at each other. She propped herself up and asked Lin Fu outside, "What does Miss Ji look like?" This. Her face was covered by a veil, so I couldn't see clearly. After confirming that it was Ji Xingxuan, Yushu's expression became strange. She had long suspected something. That Ji Xingxuan always covered her face outside. How did she eat? Shui turned around and asked. Who else came with them? There was another young lady. I don't know her name, but this lowly one hasn't seen her in the capital. She shouldn't be from the palace or any prince's mansion. Lin Fu carefully asked, "Young master, do you want to bring them over to see her?" Shui didn't have the leisure to pay attention to this and said, "There's no need. Let them buy tea and put it on their tab. I'll send someone to their mansion to collect it tomorrow." Yes. Lin Fu was about to leave when Yushu called out, "Wait. Miss, do you have any other instructions?" How much did they owe for the meal? Lin Fu replied, "A total of 150 taels." Yushu raised her eyebrows and smiled. If there was anything special about the Forgotten Machine building, it was that every word was expensive. Her monthly salary wasn't even enough to fill a table here. She had seen the restaurant's menu, and the most expensive dish was called Heavenly Fragrance of the Nation. It was made with 28 kinds of delicacies and 36 supplementary ingredients. Each dish cost an astronomical price of 100 taels. It seemed that the two unlucky fellows had ordered this dish, but hadn't been able to answer the riddle. "Big brother, I want to see Ji Xingxuan. You should leave for now." It was rare for her to encounter Ji Xingban's bad luck. How could she let go of this opportunity to add insult to injury? Lin Fu, bring them here. Remember not to mention my name. Shui looked at Yushu, who was listless just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, she became spirited. Her eyes were sparkling, and it was clear that she was up to no good. He didn't know what to say to her. "Young master?" Lin Fu stood at the door and asked Shui for instructions. He didn't know if he should listen to Yushu. "Bring them here." "Yes." Shui stood up and said to Yushu, "I'm going to sit in the inner room. Don't talk to them for too long. I have something to tell you later." Of course, Yushu was happy that he was willing to make room for her. She nodded and said, "Okay." After watching him enter the bedroom, she changed her position on the soft couch and leaned against the cushion. She had no intention of getting up to meet the guest. Fortunately, the hangover soup worked. Other than a headache and drowsiness, her stomach was no longer uncomfortable, and she still had some strength to bully others. Looking at the table full of cold dishes, and the angry Xia Jiangmin sitting at the table, Ji Xingban suddenly regretted going out today. Ji Xingban didn't know Xia Jiangmin for a long time. In the few times they met, she was well-behaved and sensible. Although she was a little lively and willful, it was not a big deal. Who knew that she would be so unruly when she made a fuss? It was very inappropriate for them to order so many dishes in this restaurant in the afternoon. They just answered 3 riddles wrong, so it was reasonable for the owner to pay the bill. However, the dishes were expensive and she didn't bring enough money. Xia Jiangmin even lost her purse on the way, so she couldn't pay for the meal and lost face. Ji Xingban knew that the owner of such a large restaurant in the south of the city must be rich and powerful. She did not want to report her family name for fear of offending the owner, so she planned to send a maid home to get the money. Unexpectedly, Xia Jiangmin quarreled with the owner of the restaurant and demanded to see the steward. She even revealed her identity in a moment of carelessness. Ji Xingban couldn't leave even if she wanted to. She could only wait patiently for the shopkeeper to report to the steward and apologize verbally. It was better than being a sinner. After waiting for a long time, the shopkeeper appeared again. "Mrs., our steward invites you to come with me." Xia Jiangmin immediately stood up and said to Ji Xingxuan, "Let's go, sister. Let's go see the steward and see if he dares to detain us." Ji Xingban pulled her back with a headache. Glancing at the shopkeeper who was pretending to be deaf and dumb outside the door, he whispered in her ear, "Minmin, don't make a sound later. Let me do the talking. Otherwise, if they deliberately make things difficult for us, we will be the ones to suffer." Xia Jiangmin nodded reluctantly. Leaving the two maids behind, the two followed Lin Fu downstairs, walked through the hall, and arrived at the backyard. "Ah, there is such a place behind this restaurant." Xia Jiangmin looked at the small clear pond in the courtyard, then raised her head to look around. Upstairs, full of lanterns lit up as if they didn't cost money. The lights flickered, and the vibrant colors were mesmerizing. She was momentarily amazed. Ji Xingban was also dazzled by the colorful scenery behind the building. When he came back to his senses, he saw Lin Fu standing under the smooth marble corridor and looking at them from outside a room. Realizing that he had lost his composure, he quickly pulled Xia Jiangmin forward to the door. Looking inside, they saw a small hall opposite the door. On the left and right were glass screens, and on the right were tortoise and crane lanterns. Looking inside, there was a soft red sandalwood couch with a pair of boots neatly placed on the feet. A person was lying on the couch with his back facing them. His head was in a high bun without a pink hairpin, and his lower body was covered by a yellow brocade quilt. It was hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman. "Miss, he's here. Come in." Ji Xingban heard Lin Fu's report and heard a hoarse voice from behind the door. Knowing that it was a woman, he pulled Xia Jiangmin in and greeted, "Greetings, Mississippi. My stomach is stuffed today. My younger sister and I were guests at your restaurant, and because it was fun, we answered a few lantern riddles. I didn't want to leave with enough money, and I've made things difficult for you. Please allow me to leave behind a token, and I'll send someone to settle the bill tomorrow morning." Yu Shu was lying on the bed when she heard the voice behind her. It really was that last Ji Xingxuan. Yu Shu snorted coldly and deliberately lowered her voice as she said, "You still have the nerve to say that? Our restaurant opened today to welcome guests. Solving the lantern riddles without a banquet is just for the sake of liveliness. We're already making a loss here, but you've asked for several tables of food and wine without eating, all for the sake of entertainment. You've wasted our time, and in the end, you don't even have the money to settle the bill. And yet you still have the nerve to ask me for a favor? Is there such a thing as a free lunch?" Hearing this, Ji Xingxuan frowned. She could tell that this young lady in charge of the restaurant was not going to let them off easily. This was not good. They were now in someone else's territory, and it seemed that this young lady in charge was not afraid of the Ji family. It was obvious that she had a powerful background. If she were to be angered and forcefully detain them, they would be at a disadvantage. Ji Xingxuan was thinking about how to get out of this situation when Xia Jiangmin, who was beside her, suddenly walked away in a huff. "It's not like we're not paying. It's just 100 taels of silver. Do you think we can't afford it? You're the one who used the guise of solving the lantern riddles as a free lunch, and now you're blaming us for answering too many questions, causing you to lose money. If you're afraid of losing money, then don't open your business. The food is so disgusting. How can you blame me for not being able to eat after tasting a few mouthfuls? Is this how you do business?" Ji Xingxuan considered herself to be a good-tempered person, but when she heard Xia Jiangmin's brainless words, she wanted nothing more than to stuff her mouth with something. How could she add fuel to the fire like this? What was the most taboo in business? The most taboo was to meet someone with a bad mouth on the first day of opening the business. If they heard someone say that they were unlucky, it would be worse than losing 1,000 taels of silver. This time, they were already in the wrong, and now they were even more unreasonable. Yu Shu, who was lying on the bed, was amused. When she was thinking about what to do next, someone handed a gun to her. Ji Xingban got a firecracker from somewhere, and it could go off without lighting it. Okay. Yu Shu pretended to be extremely angry and sneered. It seems that we've met people who want to eat and dash today. I don't think you're going to pay for the meal, and I don't want it either. Let's deal with it according to the usual rules. Old Lin, tie these 2 freeloaders up and throw them into the chicken coop at the back. Yes. Lin Fu hesitated for a moment and looked at the door of the bedroom. When he didn't hear anything, he turned his head to call for help. Since the young master was in the building, it was not worth it if he made a big fuss. This time, Ji Xingban and Xia Jiangmin's expressions both changed. They were the daughters of prestigious families. If word got out that they had been locked in a chicken coop for a night, how could they show their faces to the world? Miss, don't you know that it's better to forgive people when it's possible? Ji Xingban asked stiffly. He felt that this woman was vicious. Yu Shu said lazily, "You're freeloaders and you're making trouble in my restaurant. If I let you go, I'd be a fool." As she spoke, Lin Fu had already brought A Xiang and A Ping over. Without saying anything, he stepped forward and grabbed Ji Xingban and Xia Jiangmin's arms, trying to tie them up. The 2 women struggled endlessly, and panic and fear appeared on their faces. Seeing this, Xia Jiangmin's eyes flashed with annoyance. She said anxiously, let go of me. Don't you know who we are?" Yu Shu used her arm as a pillow and picked her nose with one hand. She flicked her fingers and slowly turned around. As she spoke, she looked at the 2 women at the door. "How come I don't know who you are? Isn't this the 4th daughter of the Ji family?" And this one, their eyes met. The room fell silent. After seeing clearly who it was, Yu Shu narrowed her eyes. The 2 people at the door also suddenly stopped struggling. Ji Xingban was stunned, while Xia Jiangmin's eyes widened. Ashu. Xia Jiangmin suddenly became excited. She looked at the girl who turned over on the couch and revealed her face. She was as delicate and dignified as a young man. When she saw this unforgettable face, her eyes instantly turned red. Many words were hidden in her eyes, but they were stuck in her throat. Ji Xingban suddenly realized and said in a low voice, "So it's you." Yu Shu glanced at Ji Xingban, and then moved her eyes to the girl beside her. She swept her eyes back and forth between the 2 of them. Her eyes flashed, but her expression did not change. She said, "Oh, I was wondering who it was. Isn't this Xia Jiangxiao, sister?" Xia Jiangmin felt a stab in her heart when she heard Yu Shu call her in such a distant manner. She had no time to think about it. She pursed her lips and felt extremely wronged. Tears fell from her eyes as she cried, "Zayashu." Yu Shu's eyebrows twitched imperceptibly. Her mouth opened and closed. Looking at the girl who cried at the drop of a hat, she could not bring herself to frighten her as well. She could only curse her bad luck. Her head ached again, and she waved her hand in annoyance. "All right, let them go." Chapter 275. Yu Shu ordered the servants to untie Ji Xingxuan and Xia Jiangmin. She sat up from the couch and put on her socks. She sat up with her hands on her knees. She looked at Ji Xingxuan, who was tidying up her clothes, and Xia Jiangmin, who was staring at her in a daze. Her gaze shifted and she made a tisk sound. She said, "I was just wondering who had the guts to impersonate the young miss of Right Magistrate Ji's residence and come to our restaurant to behave atrociously. After all this commotion, it turns out to be the real owner. That's strange. Both young misses come from a well-educated and well-mannered family, yet your actions are so inappropriate. You've caused me to misunderstand and think that you're a fake. I hope you won't take offense." Ji Xingxuan had tidied up her hair. When she heard Yu Shu's words, a flash of anger flashed across her face. How could she not know that Yu Shu was deliberately making things difficult for them? She knew her identity but still made things difficult for them. First, she wanted to throw them into the chicken coop. Then she ordered 2 vulgar servants to grope them. She had gone too far. However, Yu Shu's words made up for her mistake. She had turned her back to them earlier, saying that she thought someone was impersonating her. Her words were true and false, making it impossible for anyone to find fault with her. Instead, she blamed them for their indecent behavior, causing others to think that she was the good and bad guy. Ji Xingxuan's mind was full of thoughts, but Xia Jiangmin didn't think too much. She didn't think too much about why Yushu became the manager of this restaurant, because she didn't understand the relationship between Yushu and the Ji family. At this moment, she saw Yushu's displeased expression and the way she looked at her, so she assumed that Yushu was angry at her for speaking indiscreetly and causing trouble in her restaurant. Xia Jiangmin was anxious and wanted to explain, but when she turned her head and saw Ji Xingxuan's wandering eyes, she bit her lips and swallowed her words. "Two young misses, don't just stand there. Write an IOU and quickly go home. Tomorrow, send someone to deliver the money to the restaurant. AI, look at this matter." Yushu saw that she couldn't continue and didn't want to waste her breath. She waved for Lin Fu to fetch a pen and paper, acting like a magnanimous adult. Lin Fu was a shrewd man. He could see that Yushu and these two young misses did not get along, so he deliberately asked, "Miss, how much should I write on this note?" Yushu impatiently glared at him and said, "Why are you asking me this? How much did they eat today? Don't you know how to calculate the bill?" Lin Fu let out a sigh and turned around to ask Gui Lu to get the abacus. He made a series of calculations on the spot and smiled at Ji Xingxuan and Xia Jiangmin. "Ladies, you've eaten a total of 62 dishes and 3 jars of wine today. That's a total of 2,136 taels of silver taels. Do you want to split the bill, or who's going to pay?" Ji Xingxuan's expression changed. She frowned and said, "Did the shopkeeper miscalculate? We did order a lot of dishes today, but we answered all the riddles correctly. There are only 3 left unsolved. Didn't you say 150 taels? For a meal to cost 2,000 taels, even a young miss like Ji Xingxuan could not help but be shocked. This was not an IOU, it was clearly extortion. Lin Fu turned his head to look at Yushu. Yushu sneered and said, "There's something you don't know. Today we're opening our business to solve the lantern riddles. It's true that the dishes are free, but in order to guard against those freeloaders, there's another rule. If you don't pay after a meal, don't even think about getting a single dish, let alone a table of food. Seeing that we're all acquaintances, I'll let it go if I don't treat you as hooligans who dine and dash. But you don't even want to pay for your meal. Tell me about it." Hearing this, Ji Xingxuan knew that tonight was not going to be a good night. She had some understanding of Yushu and knew that she was not a kind person. If she did not sign the IOU tonight, she did not know what would happen. If things got out, they would be the ones who lost face. After all, people would only say that it was the young miss of the Ji family who did not pay for the meal. They would not be able to find fault with this restaurant. At this time, someone tugged on her sleeve. Turning her head, she saw Xia Jiangmin looking at her apologetically. Xia Jiangmin blushed and said, "Elder sister Xingxuan, let's split the bill." What else can Ji Xingxuan say? She knew that it would not be good for her to be entangled with Yushu tonight. So, she nodded and swallowed her anger before signing the IOU. Xia Jiangmin rushed to sign the IOU and turned her head to look at Yushu. She was trying to convey something to her. Unfortunately, Yushu did not even look at her. She took the IOU from Lin Fu and confirmed that the amount was 1,068 taels. Her expression softened and she said to the two of them, "It would be best for the two of you to send the money tomorrow or the day after. Don't wait for me to send someone to ask for it. That won't look good." Ji Xingxuan expressionlessly said, "Can we leave now?" Yushu raised her hand and pointed to the door. She smiled so brightly that it made one's teeth hurt. "Go ahead." Ji Xingxuan took Xia Jiangmin's hand and turned to leave. Yushu's fingers tapped on her knee as she coldly watched Xia Jiangmin turn her head to look at her. She seemed to want to say something, but hesitated before disappearing. Pfft, this stinky girl. When did she get together with Ji Xingxuan? The next time she sees them, she will not let them off so easily. Yushu didn't want to admit that she was feeling unhappy at this moment. When she heard the sound of the curtain moving, she turned around and saw Shui Rui walking out from inside. She passed the 2 promissory notes to him and said casually, "Here, I've recovered all the losses you suffered today." Shui Rui heard everything from inside the room. He looked at the handwriting on the IOU in his hand and noticed that Yushu didn't look too good. He asked, "Isn't Xia Jiangmin an old friend of yours? Why are you still making things difficult for her?" Even if she did not ask for the money for this meal, he would not say anything. You didn't see who she is with. You don't know the grudge between me and the Ji family. Yushu's drunkenness suddenly kicked in again. Her entire body felt weak and she leaned back on the couch, letting out a long sigh. If this restaurant was opened by her family, it would be fine for her to waive Xia Jiangmin's exorbitant price out of consideration for their old friendship. But she was working for Shuirui now, so how could she not distinguish between right and wrong? She was using his money as a favor and pretending to be a good person. Shuirui looked at Yushu's face, which was pale from anger and alcohol. He had a helpless expression on his face. He did not know if her unforgiving personality was good or bad. Xia Jiangmin was pulled out of the restaurant by Ji Xingxuan. The two servant girls followed closely behind. They could see that their mistress was angry and did not dare to ask more. Ji Xingxuan turned back to look at the big plaque in Wang Jilu. Her eyes darkened. She turned back and saw that Xia Jiangmin was in a daze. Her face was green and red. She thought that she was frightened and had not regained her senses. She pinched the back of Xia Jiangmin's cold hand and said warmly, Min, don't be afraid. It's all right now. That Yushu was just scaring us. She did not dare to capture us and lock us up in the chicken coop. Xia Jiangmin nodded hastily. She did not listen carefully to what she said. Ji Xingxuan looked at her troubled expression and thought that she and Yushu were old friends. She thought for a moment and said apologetically, Actually, it's my fault. Yushu and I have a grudge. It's not surprising that she would make things difficult for me today. It's only because I vented my anger on you. Otherwise, based on your previous friendship with her, she would not have made things difficult for you. Xia Jiangmin suddenly stopped in her tracks. She was stiff for a moment. She touched her body randomly and turned her head to look at Ji Xingxuan. Sister Xingxuan, I left something in the restaurant. I'll go back and look for it. Wait for me here. She pushed her hand away and turned around to run back. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared into the crowd of lanterns behind her. Ji Xingxuan was stunned. She called out, Min. After lying down for a while, Yushu had recovered from the effects of the alcohol. She remembered what Shuirui had said earlier. She asked him, Oh yes, you said you had something to tell me. What was it? Shuirui's expression changed. He smiled faintly and said, I have something to give. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a shout from the door. Ashu. Yushu and Shuirui turned their heads. They saw Xia Jiangmin running to the door panting. She held the door frame with one hand and poked her head in. Lin Fu was standing in front of the door. He did not know whether to stop her or to push her away. Yushu looked behind her suspiciously. When she did not see Ji Xingxuan, she blurted out, Why did you come back? I came to tell you. Xia Jiangmin was halfway through her sentence when she realized that there was a man in the room. She recognized Shuirui and said in surprise, Why are you here? During Xia Jiangying's death case, Xia Jiangmin knew who Shuirui was, so she recognized his face. Shuirui glanced at her, and then turned his eyes to Yushu. He was asking her what to do with his eyes. Yushu frowned and said to Lin Fu, Old Lin, please ask Miss Xia Jiang to leave. Xia Jiangmin did not say more than 2 words when she heard that Yushu wanted to kick her out. She anxiously held the door frame. She did not have time to ask why the young master of the Shui family was here. She quickly said to Yushu, Ashu, listen to me. It was my father who locked me up. It's not that I don't want to see you. Don't get me wrong. I asked someone to send you a letter when I went out a few days ago. I heard that you moved. Also, I didn't come to this restaurant to cause trouble. I came here because she clenched her fists and looked embarrassed. She was so anxious that she stamped her feet. Alas! I can't say it. Ashu, I have to go back as soon as possible. Otherwise, my father will lock me up again. Please don't be angry with me. I will send someone to send you a letter later. I have a lot of things to tell you. I have to go first. Yushu was confused after listening to her words. When she was about to ask for details, Xia Jiangmin said goodbye and ran away without looking back. Hey, don't go, Mingming. Yushu shouted and was about to sit up from the bed. But because she got up too fast, she felt dizzy and her stomach turned, She opened her mouth, bent down and vomited on the ground. A strong smell of alcohol filled the air. Chapter 276. It was midnight, and the people in Anling City were still awake during the Lantern Festival. Tens of thousands of houses were lit to celebrate the festival. Even the dark alleys in the city were brighter than usual. Jingchen entered the city at night and avoided the crowd. He walked into an alley near the street. The lanterns under the eaves elongated his shadow until he stopped in front of a door. He raised his hand and touched the lock of the door. When he heard the sound of the door opening behind him, he took 2 steps back and jumped onto the wall. He jumped into the courtyard and disappeared before his neighbors went out. It was dark in the small courtyard. He turned around and walked into the big house. He pushed the door open and lit the candle on the table with the faint moonlight behind him. The central room was instantly lit up. Although the candlelight was dim, it was enough to illuminate the situation in the room. On the 4-corner wooden table that they often used to eat, there were several bowls and plates. They were all upside down. When he opened them, he saw porridge and vegetables, all vegetarian dishes. Chopsticks and spoons were wrapped in a handkerchief and placed aside. There was a pot of tea and a piece of paper under a plate. He opened it and saw a row of charcoal black handwriting. Jingchen, I don't know when you will come back. I have prepared food on the table in advance. Try it and see if it is not spoiled. There is firewood and water in the kitchen. You can wash it with hot water. There are clean clothes on the bed in your room, and the bedding has been changed. Have a good rest and wait for me to come back. At the end of the letter was the 14th of the 12th lunar month. There was no signature, but a small fish was drawn on it. Jingchen read the letter a few times, closed his eyes, and recited a few words to calm his heart. Only then did he carefully fold the letter and keep it in his arms. He sat down at the table to eat. He did not eat much, but he almost finished all the dishes. Then, according to the instructions in the letter, he boiled water to wash and returned to his room to change his clothes. Then he lay on the bed, covered with a slightly damp quilt. For a whole 24 nights. This was the first night he was able to sleep peacefully. Yushu woke up from her dream. She opened her eyes and saw the moon-white bed curtain. She groaned and sat up slowly. She rubbed her forehead and recalled last night. She vaguely remembered that after she vomited, Shui Rui asked Xiuqing to take care of her. They helped her upstairs to change her dirty clothes and drank some hangover tea. Then she fell asleep. During this period, she seemed to wake up a few times to relieve herself. She didn't know if it was Xiaoqing or Xiaodai who served her. Ouch! Yushu held her dizzy head and wanted to get out of bed. As soon as she moved, the curtain was lifted and Xiaodai walked in with a tray. Seeing that she was barefoot on the bed, she hurriedly put down the tray and went forward to help her up. She said, "Don't move, Mississippi. Go back to bed and lie down. You are sick." Yushu was pushed back and covered with the quilt. She opened her mouth in confusion and her throat hurt. "I am sick." "Yes, Mississippi. You had a fever last night when you were drunk. Elder sister Xiao diagnosed that you had a cold, so she asked this servant to boil the medicine. Drink it while it is hot." Xiao Dai put a pillow behind her back and brought the bowl of medicine to her. Yushu raised her hand and touched her forehead. It was a little hot. She frowned and drank the bowl of bitter soup. She leaned against the headboard weakly and watched Xiaoqing bring in hot water to wipe her hands and face. She thought of Jing Chen's previous warning and felt depressed. She tried to defend herself but still couldn't escape this illness. Fine, Jing Chen said that she had to be slightly sick in order to survive this disaster. Xiao Dai, there is a small white medicine bottle in the clothes I wore yesterday. Bring it to me. Yushu ordered a maid to bring the medicine bottle. She poured out a millennium pill and drank it with warm water. Then she asked them, "Where is your young master? Did he go back last night?" Xiaoqing said, "Young master left in the morning. He left a message for Miss to rest in Wangji building for 2 days. He will send someone to the mansion to explain." As for where the residence was, it could only be the Ji residence. Yushu had a clear idea in her heart. Shui Rui had always been thorough in his work. Even if she didn't say anything, he would have arranged everything properly. Thus, she laid back down in relief. Leaning against the pillow, she fell asleep again. In her hazy state, she wondered if Jing Chen had returned home and eaten yet. Xiao Qing and Xiao Dai saw that she fell asleep, so they left one of them in the room to take care of her. The other left quietly and went to the room downstairs to report. "Young master, Miss has woken up." She drank the medicine and fell asleep again. "When she asked about you, this servant said that you had left." Shui leaned on the short couch and put down the scroll in his hand. He pressed his fingers between his eyebrows and got up from the couch. He whispered, "Ask old Chui to prepare the carriage." "Yes." The carriage drove to the corner of the street and suddenly stopped. Shui, who was resting with his eyes closed, was woken up. He frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" Old Chui said, "Young master, there are a lot of people at the intersection in front. They seem to be reading the announcement. There are too many people and we can't pass. Take a detour." Lao Chui responded, turned the car around, and drove to the side of the street. Who knew that he would be blocked again after driving for 2 streets? Similarly, a group of people gathered at the intersection to look at the announcement. Fortunately, there weren't many people this time. He was afraid that he would make Shui unhappy if he stopped again, so he slowed down the car and tried to squeeze through the roadside. The buzzing sounds of discussion from the roadside inevitably drifted into the car, intermittently. Hey brother, did you see what's written on the announcement? I heard that Princess Yi Zitong, who was born 20 years ago, still has a son. Is it true? Isn't it written in black and white? Don't you know how to squeeze in to see it yourself? Go away, don't block the way. I want to look for him on the street. Maybe if I meet this noble, I can go to the yamen to get a reward. Where are you going to look for him? Do you know anyone? Hey, you are so annoying. Didn't I tell you to see it yourself? There is a portrait on the announcement. Are you blind? Shui suddenly opened his eyes and ordered outside the carriage. Old Chui, stop. Young master, what's wrong? What's going on outside? It's so noisy. Old Chui raised his head and looked around for a while. Then he turned his head and opened a corner of the curtain and said to the carriage, I heard people talking on the roadside. It seems like the yamen is looking for someone. It's too far, so I can't see it clearly. Shui opened the window and looked at the roadside. He saw a group of people at the foot of the wall in the distance. They were looking at the announcement on the wall, and it was very noisy. After thinking for a while, he bent down and got out of the carriage. He asked old Chui to wait for him on the roadside. He walked into the crowd and quickly came to the front row. He looked up and saw the announcement on the wall. The first thing he saw was the portrait of a half-body man. The man's facial features were very similar to each other. His eyebrows were like swords, his eyes were like stars, and his face was handsome. He moved his eyes to the announcement on the side and saw the words, Celestial Commissioner's Edict. In the past, there was Yin Hua who changed his son to cleanse the world. He was betrothed to Princess Lu Yue. They were a match made in heaven. Unfortunately, he died young. One of them went to the Dao sect. In order to fulfill his parents' wish, he represented the Daran royal family and worshipped the 3 pure ones. After more than 10 years of cultivation, the Celestial Commissioner knew that he was in the capital. But he was innocent and didn't know that he was an important person, so he couldn't return to the Dao sect. He ordered the people in the city to look for him. The Daoist was 6 feet tall, handsome, liked to wear white clothes and had a pair of swords. If anyone saw him, they would be rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold. If anyone knew his whereabouts, they would be rewarded handsomely. After the 15th of January in the 14th year of Zhao Qing, Shui narrowed his eyes and shifted his gaze back to the portrait on the side. After staring at it for a moment, his eyes flashed and he was surprised. It was actually him. Ji Huaishan hurriedly got off the carriage. He held a long scroll in his hand and walked into the mansion. He ordered the steward who came forward to greet him. Go quickly summon forth Miss to this old man's study room. Yes, Your Excellency. Ji Xingxuan went out last night during the Lantern Festival and returned home disappointed. She also wrote 1,000 tales of debt for nothing, so she slept the whole night. During the day, she was lazy and curled up on a small mahogany chair in her bedroom, trying to understand the general principles of the 6 lines. When she heard a maidservant report that Yushu hadn't returned last night, she frowned and said, "Send someone to keep an eye on her. When she returns, quickly report back to me." Not long after, another steward came to personally pass on a message, asking her to go to the study room to see Ji Huaishan. It seemed to be urgent, so Ji Xingxuan changed her clothes and hurried to the study room with only one maidservant, Yunhe. "Grandfather, you were looking for me?" Ji Huaishan was carefully reading the star charts drawn by the astrology bureau. When he heard the voice, he raised his head and saw Ji Xingxuan in her bag. He hurriedly beckoned her forward and asked, "You've been learning the 6 lines from that girl recently. How is it? Can you divine anything?" Ji Xingxuan looked ashamed and said, "I've only just started and haven't mastered it yet. I can't divine anything yet." When she finished speaking, she saw Ji Huaishan frowning and looking disappointed. She asked curiously, "Grandfather, why are you in such a hurry to find me? Could it be that you want to use the 6 lines to divine something?" Ji Huaishan's expression changed and he said, "I just heard a few days ago that Yinhua Ez and Princess Luyue left behind a son. He was sent to a Taoist sect to cultivate. After 10 years he returned to the court, and now he is wandering among the people. No one knows where he is. The court decreed that anyone who is fated to find the whereabouts of Daozi will be rewarded. However, it is not easy to find him, so I thought of using the 6 lines to see if I could gain something. Who knew that you haven't mastered the knack of it yet?" Sigh. Ji Xingxuan saw that her grandfather was worried and was puzzled. She said, "In grandson's opinion, even if you find someone, you will only get some reward. Why do you feel pity?" Ji Huaishan shook his head. "You don't know. The late Princess Luyue is the twin sister of the current emperor. When the princess passed away, the emperor didn't eat or drink for 3 months. After he ascended the throne, he added the 6 words title to her. This is unprecedented in the court. Now that Princess Luyue has a son, the emperor is anxious to find him. If anyone can find him, it will not only be a reward. The emperor will be pleased and he will be promoted to a higher position." When he finished speaking, he sighed as if he was regretting that he didn't have this opportunity. He picked up the long scroll on the table and handed it to Ji Xingxuan. He said, "This is the announcement that was issued by the Celestial Commissioner this morning. You should take a look." Ji Xingxuan took it and opened it to read. Unsurprisingly, her attention was attracted by the man in the painting. At first glance, she felt that he looked familiar. She was suspicious and read the announcement again. Then she stared at the handsome man in the painting and thought about it. She was good at reading people's physiognomy, and she had learned the art of physiognomy. As long as she had seen someone before, she would have a photographic memory. Although the person in the painting was only 70% similar, she was almost certain that she had seen this person before. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.